Williams Super Sale and get 30% off select paint paints and stains May 1st through the 11th. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See
in this season, but this is unlike any other when your season's on the line.
Chips are more important than my friggin' bank account.
With Dan Housen like to have more in-ring competition?
Yeah, I'll wrestle as much as they want me to. That would be good.
Trish Stratus.
When I took that steel chair. A shot to the head, that's when I knew I made it.
Sirius XM.
Mikko Rantanen on a line within the game and maybe a five-man unit to go.
Holding a 3-2 lead in the best-of-7 series. Glad to have you along. Welcome aboard, friends. Joe O'Donnell and Tom Reed here with you. Tom, I'll cut right to the chase, my friend. What's the mindset the Wild need to have tonight?
Win at all costs right now. Everybody has to do their job out there. They've got to be prepared once they step on the ice. But also, it's a team game. It's not individual that you're looking for. Minnesota just wants to advance. They haven't done it, 2015. And in this building, they've only done it one time, and that was 2015 when they advanced to the next round. So get the fans something really to cheer about down West 7th.
What do you expect from the Dallas Stars tonight?
They're going to be hard. They're going to play hard. There's no question about it. They've got some very good, capable individuals who can play a hard, physical game. Minnesota has to meet that challenge coming in here. But this is the home game for Minnesota. This is where your bread and butter is most of the time. So you're hoping right now that Minnesota can really step up here and meet that challenge, do it in a very positive way.
Tuesday night was a 4-2 win in Game 5, taking a series lead, did the Wild. With a win at American Airlines Center, the second road win of the series. Gave up just 22 shots in the hockey game. 11 of them came in the third period when Dallas was really making a push. Kirill Kaprizov, 3 points in that win for the Stars. They got a goal and assist from Miro Heiskanen in Game 5. And as I mentioned, just the 22 shots on net. 5-on-5 scoring has been a struggle for Dallas as this series has moved along. That's become a focal point. The special teams have been in the forefront for now all 5 games heading into Game 6. What could be the tipping point for either team tonight?
I think right now, just the start of this hockey game could be a big difference. Who comes out on top and who's going to get that first goal? That could be the one that really sets the mindset for the rest of the team.
As Tom mentioned, it's the second time in franchise history, the 3-2 series lead and a chance to move on for the Minnesota Wild if they take care of business tonight. Volstead and Ottinger, the goaltending matchup. Brodin is out, Petrie is in, Brink is out, Sturm is in. Those are the Wild lineup changes. The Stars juggling a few things around. We'll get into that as we move on throughout tonight's broadcast. Opening faceoff from St. Paul. After this, it's the Wild and the Stars in Game 6. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino.
For local Toyota dealers. By BMO.
McCarron's open with a shot. He scores! Michael McCarron stuck it home!
Grand Casino, where Minnesota comes to play. Visit grandcasino.com to plan your next visit. And by the Minnesota Wild Pondcast. Check it out at wild.com/pondcast.
Round in front, and the Minnesota Wild hang on. They've got a 3-2 series lead, and they will have the Stars on the brink of elimination Thursday night in St. Paul.
And now, from Grand Casino Arena, here's Tom Reed and Joe O'Donnell.
I was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
From the Al Shaver press box, Grand Casino Arena, St. Paul, Minnesota. Here's Let's Play Hockey with a very special guest,
Marc-Andre Fleury!
All right, guys, game 6. We got this, boys. Let's say it with us. Let's play hockey!
That was the Flower. He's a little too humble at times, Tom.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Joe. You look at him right now. He played 1,051 games in the regular season in the NHL, 3 cups with Pittsburgh in 09, 16, and 17, and good inspiration for the boys on the bench.
We're down. Puck is down, I should say. We're underway in Game 6. Wild from right to left on your radio dial in the opening period, wearing their green sweaters tonight. In front of Jesper Wallstedt, Stars from left to right in the first. Wearing their white jerseys, Jake Ottinger the start again for Dallas. Eriksson Ek dug a puck free left side. Johansson had some trouble gathering it. It's held in by Maverick Bourque. He was clipped. Play continues. It's Wyatt Johnston to hold in. Johnston right circle. A shot fanned on. Loose puck in the slot. Jabbed away by Minnesota for a moment. Now Faber collects. Carries around his own net. And tips it free for Boldy right side. And a possible 3-on-2. Boldy at the end of his shift just laid it in.
Yeah, good quick start by Dallas. I kind of expected them to come out very hard in the first couple of minutes.
Alex Petrovic is in on the back end. Tyler Myers, who they acquired just prior to the trade deadline from Vancouver, a healthy scratch tonight. He had a rough Game 5. And still no Niels Lundqvist because of that facial cut. Suffered in this building in Game 4, so second game on the blue line for Ilya Lyubushkin. Also for Dallas, Arttu Huru is out. Michael Bunting makes his series debut as Kaprizov through the slot. Left circle, tried to center to roll all the way up high for Spurgeon. Spurgeon able to find Zuccarello, who turns and shoots, and Ottinger able to knock it down with his glove. Wild stay in business. Zuccarello right circle off a Hartman pass. The Wild going to work here. Hartman left circle, took a return feed center. Middleton shot was tipped down in front and squeezed out to center ice by Dallas.
Good response by Minnesota after a little bit of scrum at the beginning.
Hartman back in on side, flings to the right wing corner. Back was Harley to reverse to Heiskanen. Only one line from Game 5 for the Stars remains intact. That's their fourth line. Everything else juggled or new players in for Dallas. Brock Faber outlets through center. Yakov Trenyan tips in. Ritzkovian bumped him off the path for the puck. And now it's Leon Bischel working it ahead. So Stars come through center. The right wing pass. Ritzkovian deflects in. Jamie Benn after it. Public enemy number 1 for most of this series. Benn.
That's the reaction of the crowd. You can hear the booing.
Swung it off into no man's land. Trenyan picks it up. Starts ahead a 3-on-3 through the neutral ice area. But Trenyan lost it. And Bunting floats back. It's Petrovic in his 31st career Stanley Cup playoff game again first this series. He lost the handle at center. Both teams change as Bogosian paddles it along to Hughes.
Yeah, good pace of this game early on.
Hughes works along. Hit the red line left side, squeezed it up ice, Marcus Foligno. Darts in, tried to center, that was batted away. The Wild looked to hunt this puck down. Nick Foligno jarred it around the glass, it caught the netting. And 2:45 in, our first whistle, no score in Game 6.
Well, attention to our Wild season ticket members. Even during the Stanley Cup playoffs, we're rewarding you for listening with Forever Wild Reward bonus points. Tonight's code is McCarron. That's McCarron. He scored a big game-winning goal for Minnesota. Enter to receive 100 bonus points on your account. That offer will end at midnight tomorrow.
Stars come up with the puck off the face-off. Lindell shook it to the left wing side. Oscar Beck a shot, knocked away by Volstead. Colin Blackwell finds the rebound for Dallas. They'll churn it down below the goal line where Nick Foligno works over Beck. And now at the point, Stars cannot keep in. And they are offside as Lindell couldn't gather that puck. Lindell -4 over the last 2 games. When he's been on the ice at 5-on-5 in this series, his team's been outscored 6-0. And that's for a guy that was plus 30 on the year, second on the Stars in time on ice. He's usually as steady as it gets.
Yeah, usually that's the case. But, playing is a different animal also. We've talked about time and time again. A lot more pressure, and every time you get on the ice, you have to be prepared to do whatever you have to do to help your team.
Minnesota wins this face-off back. Middleton slashed it ahead. Johansson steers it along. Harley comes back. Boldy bumped into him. Left wing side, Marcus Johansson, offensive zone, and his offering around the end glass ended up in the netting. Tom, Game 5, the Wild blocked 26 shots. The Stars just 9. Got to think that's a big reason why Minnesota, in addition to some of those stick battles and just the compete level, came out with the win.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And look at Brodin also. He blocked one of those shots, and he's out of this lineup because of it. Those shots hurt. That puck is hard. It's frozen solid at about 23 degrees. But blocking shots is a big part of the game. You have to sacrifice your body so many times in games like this.
Boldy looking for Hughes off the one draw. Instead, it's Johansson tapping to Hughes, who swings out of the right wing corner offensive zone. His pass up high, tipped. And Faber's got to take it at center. That plus 17 block shot differential in favor of the Wild in Game 5, the highest any game in the postseason so far this year by any team. Boldy on the forecheck, look to connect in the slot. Hughes keeps the line as he'll find this pass and swerve right side, firing a long shot. Ottinger fought it off with traffic in front. Faber collects, dished it around. It's Boldy. Right wing hash marks Matt Boldy. Trying to cut free. Hounded there. Robertson able to take it away and get it to the neutral zone where Hughes steals and whistles right back over the offensive line. Here's Quinn Hughes. Curling left wing hash mark centered. Kaprizov trying to tap it free. The real Kaprizov with a 3-point effort in Game 1 and Game 5 of this series, and 9 so far against the Stars this year. Had it taken away on a centering pass, and the Wild come back to chase. Spurgeon's pass out of stride for Hughes. Mikko Rantanen hustles to it. This is the 12th elimination game Rantanen is playing in his career. He's had at least a point in all of the previous 11. Now Hughes back for Minnesota, up to Kaprizov. It bounced away, but it came right to Hartman, who stuffs it in. And on the forecheck, Kaprizov finishes hit on Lindell. Stars chunk it ahead. A weak side defense pass for Lindell from Rantanen. Lindell back to Mikko Rantanen. Right wing side, cross ice, stolen. And Zuccarello nudges to center. Back in on side come the Stars with Rantanen right wing boards. Spun away from McCarron. We got the game winner in Game 5. Now Petrovic angled one in the corner. Matt Duchene. Try to go back to Petrovic. Swept away by McCarron. They'll carry the Wild ahead and launch it in. Gloved and held by Ottinger. On that long-range center ice wrister from Michael McCarron, and some pushing and shoving here after a halt in play.
Yeah, good pace, I said a little bit earlier also, Joe, and also getting those shots on that. Both teams have had one shot on that. We played 5 minutes and 9 seconds with just 2 shots, and got to get good puck control going in the offensive end. That's for each of these teams here. And then, of course, Minnesota right now anxious on this one. Sold-out building. Lots of activity in St. Paul here right now. It's great for the crowd here also. And Minnesota's goal right now is to win this hockey game. They don't want to go back to Dallas.
Through 5 games, the Wild outscoring the Stars 18-13 overall. The shots 163-161 in favor of Dallas. So almost dead even in the shot department through 5 games. However, the Stars come in. They enter this game having not scored a 5-on-5 goal in just under 218 minutes, going back to the first period of Game 3. Bunting slashed at a puck. Petrie held in. Trying to come up with it, Trenyon. Liam Bischel leaned on by Trenyon over the left shoulder of Ottinger. McCarron there to support. Knuckled it back along Trenyon. Ripped one towards the front of the net. It tipped wide. McCarron picked it up. He was dumped by Petrovic. McCarron from his knees. Got help from Terasenko, and the Wild still have it. Trenyon back off to Terasenko. Who had a helper in Game 5. He got elbowed by Bischel back of the net. McCarron swooped to the loose puck. He's checked there by Ritzkovian. But Trenyon there for it as the Wild look to continue to cycle. Below the goal line, McCarron coming out in the right wing corner. Fired a side angle shot that clanged off Ottinger. Loose puck, Stars find it. Twisting with it, Petrovic. His 31st career Stanley Cup playoff game. And O'Peel back as the crowd loving that work by that Minnesota line with Trenyon, Terasenko, and McCarron.
Yeah, that's a big line also for Minnesota. That's a good line for Minnesota also, playing against the opposition, giving that physical presence.
Heiskanen spiked one ahead, came in. Volstead to Hughes, quickly whipped it around his own net to Faber. Brock Faber, right wing corner, on the tape of Nico Sturm, his third game of the series. Handed back for Hughes. Rifled along over the offensive line comes Marcus Foligno. Hit the trailer, Hughes, left circle, faking a shot, then shooting. He scores! First of the series for Quinn Hughes, and the Wild are off and running in Game 6.
Well, once again, there's Hughes, and he's out one of those guys always looking, where am I going to make this pass to? He doesn't look at the net that much, knowing full well that he's more of a playmaker, but he looks on this one. He finds the opening, and he steps in inside that blue line and just comes in and lets it go about the top of the circles after taking that pass. I think that was Foligno made the pass over to him, but it's in the net. And with Minnesota, it's going to give them the lead here, coming at 6 minutes and 23 seconds into the first period.
Wild won Game 1 and Game 5, both in Dallas when scoring first. Hughes first of the series, couldn't come at a better time. Nice shot fake. I think that fooled Ottinger, and then he ripped it glove side. Spurgeon ahead to Boldy as the Wild back in onside. Boldy, a spin move, trying to shake away from Lindell. Got it back to Spurgeon. Spurgeon pivots, fronts the play, fired one wide.
3, Quinn Hughes!
Boldy steals again, got it up by Middleton, a shot. Pick save Ottinger off the tip in front.
Marcus Foligno!
Here comes Jason Robertson, who scored in each of the first 5 games of the series. Not many players in NHL history have had a run like this. In fact, just 3 players in NHL history have ever opened a postseason with goals in 6 straight games. Eriksson Ek dumps in from center. Foligno and Sturm, the helpers, as Hughes picks up the opening marker for the Wild. Stars with a left wing breakout steal, tips in. Again, the Wild from right to left on your radio dial in the first. Hartman after the loose puck, checked in the corner. Hughes spun off a big-time check from Rantanen. Rantanen's pass draws Dallas back to center. Thomas Harley retreats, gathers, and finds Rantanen at the red line. And now it's Matt Duchene deep into the Wild zone. Duchene, a 4-game point streak with 8 points in that span. Most of the damage, though, for the Stars, and their top players have come on the power play, of course. Rantanen now to the right side. Heiskanen walks in. Heiskanen's shot blocked wide. It came off the end wall. Good stick by Faber, tying up Rantanen. Rantanen cross-checking Faber in the corner as the Wild will break it out. Zuccarello finds Hughes. He's got Kaprizov, but he couldn't get the puck to him. It jumped over his tape, and the Wild now are offside.
Boy, very, very close. Minnesota doing a good job. And the one thing you don't want to do when you score a goal like Minnesota did, Joe, you don't give up a quick goal against you. And that's what Minnesota has got to guard against. We've seen that happen a few times this year. But, boy, both these teams right now are geared up, and Minnesota doing a good job early on.
12:01 to go in the opening period. It's Game 6. The Wild lead the Stars 1-0. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino.
is number 2 for him in the playoff series.
Jamie Bendo, a loose puck for the Stars. Left side offensive zone. Twisting back with it. Handed to Harley. Thomas Harley galloped down low. Spun one in front. Trenyon broke it up and just chiseled it to center. Ben on it again at center. I could probably stop calling his name. If you hear the boos, you know why. Bunting now on a rimmed-in puck. Jabbed it back of the net. Yep, he's got it again. Now at the right point, Heiskanen hounded by Trenyon. Trenyon forced it out to center ice. Heiskanen did well to keep him at bay. Now to loose puck, McCarron, bumped by Ben in front of the Stars bench. 11:22 to go opening period. Shots are 4-1 Minnesota. The Wild a 1-0 lead in Game 6. Chance to move on and end their streak of 9 consecutive series losses, 8 in the first round. A chance down low. Foligno to his backhand. Oh! And he couldn't tuck it home.
Wide open net.
Johnston the other way flies in. It's gloved and held by Volstead. That was basically a 2-on-0 down low. And Foligno tried to cut to his backhand. Ottinger just sprawled out and kept him from really even getting a shot off.
Yeah, I think Foligno had too much speed there and he couldn't control it, so he thought he'd go to the backhand and went to his right there, but unfortunately lost the puck. And as a result of that, but he had a golden opportunity. But give the goaltender a lot of credit. You could see that Ottinger came out of that blue paint area and sprawled down that ice once again. And that's where you have to get the puck over top of him, because they probably would have called the interference game, goal interference or something good had happened for Minnesota.
So between the legs pass to the slot where Sturm got it inner half of the right circle, he did a good job with some deception there and put on the tape of Marcus Foligno, but Ottinger came way out, and that's not probably something you teach in goaltending school, but he was able to fight it off. Kind of swimming out there at a foot and a half outside his goal crease.
That's what he was doing.
But he made the save. Loose puck behind the Wild net. Now going to the left wing side from Minnesota's vantage point. Johansson jabs up, not out. Petrovic spikes it back down low. Grabbing it, Middleton. Nice pass to Marcus Johansson. Boldy trying to streak ahead. Spurgeon cranks it that way. Boldy slows it down. Now over the offensive line, pushes it to Johansson. Deep into the zone of the Stars goes Johansson. Coming out left wing wall. Hands the puck to Faber, who activates. Brock Faber centered. Eriksson Ek a shot. And it was stopped by Ottinger. Eriksson Ek to his own rebound. Up high for Hughes. Hughes across the blue line. Hughes feeds it to Faber. They'll interchange. Faber looking for a lane. Gives it back to Hughes, left wing wall. Played it along. Boldy a drive. Ricocheted wide in front. Eriksson Ek tried to pick it up from the pile. Petrovic lays it along, but a great start for the Wild, Tom.
It really has been. They're playing with a lot of enthusiasm right now. Also, they're supporting each other. They're controlling the puck. They've had 5 shots to 1 on the big board right now. Minnesota leading 1-0.
Halfway through the opening period. Wild in front 1-0. Puck comes to Faber, right circle. A shot rolls over the crossbar. It'll careen off the glass and back through center. Stars in desperate need of a change. Wild will change on the fly as well. Faber picks up the puck, rolls through the neutral zone. Here goes Brock Faber. Back into the Stars zone, right wing side. Sent it around the glass. Kaprizov waiting there. Rimmed it back around the wall. Hartman to hustle to it. And he lost it out to center ice, so he just had to flip it back in. Stars have it here with Lindell, sneaking it along to Ilya Lyubushkin, his second game of the series. Nice pass along for Rantanen. Flexed off to Sam Steele and dribbled down low. Spurgeon there to deal with Rantanen. Nice little touch pass to Hughes. Skates to his left. Wheels it on the tape of Zuccarello. Another 3-on-2 developing for the Wild. Zuccarello's pass deflected along. Kaprizov gets to it. Try to jar it back of the net, but Matt Duchene intercepted. Duchene's feed for Lyubushkin was cut off partially by Zuccarello. Now Kaprizov battling along the dasher. He'll spin it back behind the net. Lindell, a bank pass left side. Steele gapped up on by Spurgeon. That creates a turnover. Right back in onside come the Wild. Zuccarello's pass tips. Middleton swats at it and was able to keep it in. Locating at Kaprizov, turned it, just kind of threw it to the Star slot. That's intercepted and shoved the other way.
Yeah, he didn't have much time to look to see who was in that slot area and just put it in a position where he thought there might be one of his teammates.
Here's Zach Bogosian for the Wild lumbering ahead. His pass is tipped in by Marcus Foligno. Again, the Wild in on the forecheck here. Harley to Heiskanen. Hurried it up right side. Colin Blackwell played for John Hines in Nashville a number of years ago. His pass through center is stolen. And the Wild chipping along again. Boy, Dallas not executing much cleanly out of their own zone so far, Tom.
They're having a hard time because Minnesota's got the legs moving.
Foligno a heavy hit on Oscar Beck. right between the benches, and Nick Foligno followed up with a check as the Stars come in onside. Heiskanen has a lane, right side, a shot. Stick save, Wallstedt knocking that good-looking chance into the netting.
Yeah, Heiskanen can score goals. There's no question about him, but you could see the goaltender from Minnesota making the save.
Miro Heiskanen has at least a point in every game this series and a goal in back-to-back here in this series. Wallstedt there made the stop. 7:56 to go in the first. It's game number 6. The Wild have a 3-2 series lead and a 1-0 advantage in this hockey game. We're back after this. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino.
Playoff series and continues to shine for his team.
Justin Ritzkovian takes the draw for Dallas. He has won 72.5% of the faceoffs he's taken in this series, but he loses this one. Brenyan left side, chops ahead, got it to the neutral zone. Back for it is the aforementioned Ritzkovian, whose brother Dylan just signed a contract with the Dallas Stars, most likely slots down the American Hockey League, where they play just outside of Austin in Cedar Park, Texas. Spurgeon flipped to center, following it up McCarron, bats it along. Terasenko couldn't settle down the bouncing puck, but there's no icing here. Back is Heiskanen, just jarred it around the dasher. Middleton gapped up on Jamie Benn. Terasenko sent it around the wall. Trenyon got a chunk of it. Here's Ritzkovian left side, head manning or bunting, taps along. But it's icing. He was shy of the red line. And Dallas can't make a player change, of course. 7:19 to go in the first. The Wild leading game 6, 1-0.
Well, secure your Minnesota Wild season tickets now for priority playoff access. Members only pricing and the moments that matter. Become a season ticket member today at wild.com/forever. Right now the face-off, because the icing will be deep in the Dallas zone to the right of their netminder, Jake Ottinger out of Lakeville, Minnesota.
That goal by Hughes gives the Wild now 14 points from their defenseman in this series as Boldy fights pass and pressure. Lobbed it back to Hughes, sent along Faber right side, banked it off the end wall out in front. That was an intentional play there by Faber to cause some chaos. Minnesota stays in business here. Boldy scoops to the point. Faber's got some time and space across the blue line. Or excuse me, it's Hughes. Hughes darting in. Hughes trying to shoot one. It was tipped away by Ritzkovian. Hughes is back on it. Goal line right side. Offered it up top for Johansson. Banked back along for Hughes. Once more Johansson with a lane. Fired it to the back post. Boldy had to play it off the end wall. Boldy rips it along to Hughes. Left side it comes Faber. This is not a power play, but it sure looks like one. Hughes fires. A tip by Johansson went just wide. And the puck then scooped out to the Star slot where Bunting fires through center ice.
Yeah, Minnesota's done a nice job of really controlling that puck here, keeping it in the offensive zone. Listen to the crowd. They appreciate what they're seeing from their hometown team.
It feels like the Wild need the next one here with the way they're playing. Kaprizov darts in right side. He'll spin up. Look for some late help. It came free in front for Hartman, but he was well checked by Lyubushkin. It's rimmed around by Minnesota. Kaprizov gets to it. Rantanen bumped him. Kaprizov won the battle. Now Kaprizov stapled the glass by Rantanen. Zuccarello tried to support. Middleton kept the line for a moment. Hartman pitchforking at it. And eventually the Stars have it. Lindell, a rink-wide pass that rattled away from Robertson, and now comes back his way through center. He turned it over. Zuccarello stabs ahead. Lindell is there to slow him down, and Essa Lindell cuts behind the Stars' net. And Marcus Foligno ran him to the ditch. That creates a giveaway. Foligno is shot! And that missed high and wide. Rantanen tried to run Foligno, and he's hurt. Why a whistle?
Because he was hurt. I believe it because of the injury.
The Wild had the puck in the offensive zone.
Yep, I agree.
And for the record, this should not be a penalty on Foligno. Rantanen took a run at him. And the referees are talking about it.
Now, Chris Rooney and also...
And by the way, Tom, Rantanen's up and skating around now. So we got a timeout on the ice. 5:42 to go in the first. Officials are going to talk about it, decide on something. Wild lead game 6-1-0. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino. Hey.
Watch with a free trial.
The Tom Rees hotline is running strong through the Stanley Cup playoffs. Join us each night during the second and the first intermission, and all between all overtimes for a chance to win dinner at Tom Reed's Hockey City Pub. Get involved now by texting your questions or comments to 64686. That's 64686.
Tom, Mikko Rantanen just went back to the Stars dressing room. I don't like to speculate much. He was very frustrated going back there. No trainer followed him. I'm wondering if it's concussion protocol because, again, he acted like he was injured on the play.
Well, that may be also. Of course,
and his head bounced off the ice, for that matter.
Yep.
But everything we saw in the replay is that there should have been and wasn't a penalty call on Marcus Foligno for good reason. Hughes just got held trying to retrieve a loose puck. As we're back to live action, Zuccarello right side waits and slides it out to center, too far for Hughes. Gathered from the neutral zone by Heiskanen and rattled back in. Volstead couldn't get a chunk of it back of his net. Right side Zuccarello used the ice beneath him and then tried to hook it along. Now Zuccarello swings it around the end boards. Kaprizov stuffed it back down for Hughes. A return pass off the glass. Left side Kaprizov poking at it a couple of times. It comes back to Hughes, who twists and curls away from Maverick Bourque. Stops on a dime and starts the Wild ahead with 5 minutes to go in the first. It's game 6. The Wild leading 1-0. Both teams change on the fly. Hughes uses that opportunity to curl back and wait some more before finding Nick Foligno. He slashes it in. Marcus Foligno against Liam Bichsel to the corner they go. Back of the net. Bichsel cross-checking at Marcus Foligno. Puck squeezes free. Petrovic, who played with Liam Bichsel a lot this year at the NHL level and last year at the AHL level. Well, they have some chemistry together. The 5-6 pair for Dallas tonight. Stars in the offensive zone. Radek Faksa just above the goal line. Swerved it around. Stepping to it, Bichsel fired a shot. Stick save Volstead, and Marcus Foligno made Liam Bichsel pay for that. And Marcus Foligno, I think, got clipped, and he was looking for a call, and the referee saying no, it was the shot follow-through from Bichsel. which means you can't high stick an opponent.
And Bissell was looking up. I think he saw stars up there in the sky. He seems to be okay right now as he heads to his player bench with 4:19 to go in period number 1. Minnesota with that 5-2 lead. The goal by Hughes, his first of the playoffs, with Foligno his first assist. And Marco Sturm picks up assist number 2 in the playoffs for Minnesota. So right now the faceoff will be deep in the Minnesota zone to the right of Jesper Wallstedt, who has not been too busy so far, facing just 2 shots.
As Tom mentioned, 4:19 to go in the opening period. A shot by the Stars whistles wide. It is tipped along by Trenyon out the center ice from the left wing side. Harley patrols back for it, speeds at the Heiskanen. He's bothered by Trenyon, so he gives it back off his end wall. Thomas Harley. Michael Bunting now through the neutral zone. Launched it ahead, too far for Ben. Scurrying back for it, Jeff Petrie. Petrie sent it around his end wall. Trenyon lost it. Follows it up, jars it along to the right wing side. Petrie skating to it, slashed it off a body and out of play. For Jeff Petrie, Tom, it's his first Stanley Cup playoff game since July 7th of 2021 with Montreal. That was Game 5 against Tampa Bay in the Stanley Cup Final, the second COVID-shortened season. So if you're thinking July 7th, yeah, remember, we had playoff hockey well past the normal time for 2 years.
Yeah, but you look at Petrie also, you look at his record, he's played 1,048 regular season games. He's been in the playoffs now playing. This is game number 49 for him, where he's picked 18 points in that stretch. So he's got the experience. He knows what to do out there. Minnesota doing a good job so far in period number 1.
3:49 to go opening period. 5-2 the shots in favor of the Wild. Puck comes in on Wallstedt off the draw. Broken stick is that of Duchesne. Spurgeon outlets. Here's Eriksson with a neutral zone over the offensive blue line. Handed it back, Johansson. Serves it around the end wall. Boldy waiting for it. Boldy protected as he was bumped. Trying to knuckle it free. It bounces into the star slot. Harley to Heiskanen. It'll shift the backhander through center. Icing here coming on Dallas.
Well, Dallas coming back on their heels a little bit right now. Minnesota's done a good job of just controlling things on the ice, but you're only by 1 goal. And Minnesota's had good scoring opportunities, Joe, and that speaks well of how well the trained the team is right now. They've had good practice sessions since their last game. They know exactly what they have to do, and the crowd's certainly excited to be a part of this contest tonight.
Goal by Hughes, the 6th first-period goal scored by the Wild in the series. Stars have tallied 5. The shots have heavily favored Minnesota in opening period play so far this series. Minnesota wins to draw back, but it rockets past Hughes, who has to scurry back and rip it off the boards left side. Boldy trying to cut past Wyatt Johnston. He'll regroup now with Boldy spinning it to Hughes. Off on the right side for Faber's pass. Chipped ahead by Johansson. It ricochets rink wide, grabbing at Eriksson. Rifles it in. It bounces off the end boards. Harley grabs it, D-to-D for Heiskanen on his backhand. Couldn't get it past Eriksson. Heiskanen then ties up Eriksson. They continue to battle. Puck jabbed free by the Stars. Robertson able to squeeze it just to center. Hughes is back, sweeps the pass to Faber. They'll rip it along. Boldy steps in onside. Matt Boldy trickled it down low. Eriksson pressures Lyubushkin. Got a good stick in there to Eriksson. Marcus Foligno fresh off the Wild bench. Got it back to Eriksson from the goal line right side. A side angle shot. Just trying to look for some type of ricochet there, and Ottinger salts it away.
Yeah, you watch Eriksson out there also, just about 30 seconds before that, comes along the boards there, but he keeps his body close to the boards. He knows that puck is going to rim around there, able to knock it down, keep the puck in the offensive zone. One of the guys, when I watch Hughes out here, I'm amazed, Joe, how well he could control that puck. The quickness he has, how deceptive he is also, especially when he's walking that blue line back and forth. Very seldom will he go outside that offensive zone with good control of that puck. He's right back keeping the puck in the offensive area.
An assist in Game 5, has a goal here in Game 6, does Quinn Hughes. He is now tied for the second, coming into this game, tied for the second most assists by an NHL defenseman ever in Stanley Cup playoff history. Their first 35 postseason games. 29 assists in 35 games to start a playoff career. Tied for the second most ever by a defenseman. Stars come up with a puck. Lyubushkin has a lane right circle. Loads, fires. Shoulder save. Wallstedt. Rebound punched ahead by Bogosian. It'll get up on its edge and hook for an icing call.
This time Hook's the other way.
Yes. In Game 2, when the Stars got an empty netter, it hooked the wrong way for the Wild.
It was going the correct way, and then it decided to make a left-hand turn.
Good job by Wallstedt to be aggressive there, top of his blue paint again, Tom.
Yeah, he has been, but he's getting a lot of support. You know, and how the team is playing also relates to how the goaltender is going to be. If he watches his team and what they're doing, he's got to compete also as hard as they are.
Big draw here for Ryan Hartman. Won 64% of the faceoffs he took in Game 5. Had an assist as well. Wyatt Johnston broke his stick before the puck was dropped, so he'll go to the Dallas bench. 2:09 to go in the first. Wild leading Game 6, 1-0. So Hartman has Petrie, Kaprizov, and Zuccarello to his right. Only Bogosian to his left. Again, no Jonas Brodin in this game for the Wild. Johnston and Hartman bear in. Linesman resets. Crowd doesn't like that. Puck is down. Hartman helped it back. Petrie slides it around on the right side. Zuccarello filtered it out to center. It'll get up on its edge and this time come in on Ottinger. Has to jump on top of it with Kaprizov bearing in. And now the Stars can't change if they wanted to because Ottinger covered up that puck that came from the other half of center ice.
Yep, and that'll bring the face-off. I believe they're just checking right now to see which side the Wild want the face-off to be. They get to choose in these situations, and it's going to be to the left of Ottinger right now. 6'6", as I said before, big tall goaltender. Has played exceptionally well for his team over the years.
6 most active games played. Stanley Cup playoffs by a goaltender. Marcus Foligno, Miro Heiskanen go to the corner and tie each other up. Loose puck here off that draw. $1:50 to go in the first. Wyatt Johnston slid it along, got it to center. Coming back for it, Hughes feeds Faber. Faber up ice. Marcus Foligno tips in, turning the chase. Harley helped it on his backhand around the glass. Duchesne just chunks it along. Scurrying back for it, Faber. Robertson bearing in. So Faber cut to his left, got it to Hughes. Banked off the boards. Nick Foligno just kept it coming out the center. Johnston to Robertson. Up ice it comes. Duchesne left side. A nifty spin move. Matt Duchesne handed one back. Robertson shot. Kick save. Volstead with the left pad. And Nick Foligno chisels the rebound out through center.
Oh, he saw that puck come in and threw out that left pad. And he got a piece of the puck, but a lot of traffic in front.
Too much steam on that clearing attempt, though, by Nick Foligno. It's icing on the Wild. 1:14 to go in the first. The Wild leading 1-0.
Well, the fans chanting here once again, Boldy, Boldy, Boldy. They're looking for him. He'll get his chances, believe me. Right now the face-off to the right of Jasper Volstead.
Off the face-off. It comes down below the Wild goal line. Faber to Hughes. Tap back to Faber. He'll slam it off the dasher right side. Nick Foligno hit hard as he chipped it ahead. No icing here. Petrovic and Nick Foligno need to be separated. Nick Foligno's a little slow to the Wild bench. He was standing right by that door. John Worley, head athletic trainer, taking a look at him. Jared Spurgeon right side, took a hit in the corner as he lifted it out to the neutral zone. Petrovic spins it to Bischel. Left side Bischel, chopped it up ice. Spurgeon was tripped. He'll scurry back now as he gets to his skates. Middleton battles in the corner, jabbed it free. Yakov Trenyan with a half minute to go in the frame, off to Spurgeon right side. Spurgeon gains the red line, sends it in. After it goes Trenyan, first man on the scene for either team, but his pass was taken away by Duchesne, who starts head with Steele. Duchesne over the blue line, and this play is offside.
Now Dallas is taking a lot of bumps here right now, bumps and bruises by Minnesota, who've done a great job of using the body, moving the puck, getting the puck on the offensive zone, getting shots to the net. They've outshot the opposition 7-4, and of course they lead by a score of 1-0. A goal by Hughes, a huge goal, and boy, he sees the ice so well. He's fun to watch.
Nick Foligno took an elbow from Alex Petrovic by the Wild bench. Hartman, Middleton, and Kaprizov were all right there and couldn't believe there was no call. And Nick Foligno dazed and still in some discomfort on the Wild bench. 20 seconds to go in the opening period. Faber chips ahead. Boldy helped it out to center. Comes back inside the Wild zone. Faber to Boldy, right by Joel Erikssonek. Boldy able to flop in. 7 seconds to go in the first. Lyubushkin around his own net. Reverses. Lindell smacks it along Duchesne. Spins. Waits. Got it to center. And that takes us to the end of the first period. Surgical in some fashion for Minnesota again. Stymieing Dallas, keeping them to 4 shots. And the early goal by Hughes has the Wild stake to a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, both teams staying out of the penalty box at this stage in the game. We'll see if that continues.
A Tom Reed's hotline, just part of our first intermission. Submit your questions to 64686. Hughes from Foligno, Marcus Foligno, and Nico Sturm at 6:23 of the frame. First of the series for Hughes. As Minnesota front-running after 20 here at home, and a closeout game potentially for the Wild. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino.
Serious.
Weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
And the Wild are off and running in Game 6. First of the series, third of his NHL postseason career, Quinn Hughes from Marcus Foligno and Nico Sturm. 6:23 into the first. Breaks open the scoring, Wild holding on to a 1-0 lead after one period of play. Get those questions in or comments, whatever's on your mind, 64686. Everyone's playing their hearts out for a gift certificate down to Tom Reed's Hockey City Pub. To me, Tom, that was almost the perfect first period. The only thing lacking was a second goal. They had so much offensive zone time. I would have just liked to see them get another one pass on.
Because I would take the Dallas Stars right out of the game. I really do believe that. But Minnesota, I'm looking at the history right now. They have both teams now. They just changed it. It's 15 hits apiece. I don't know what he's counting. What he's counting is a hit up there. My goodness.
I'm looking. Foligno leads the Wild, of course, with 4. The next highest is Kirill Kaprizov with 3. So that's impressive. 7 of the 15 shots go to 17 and 97. Real quick about the Quinn Hughes goal. I mean, honestly, what can't he do? That shot was just a beauty. Top corner, right over Ottinger's glove, just a thing of beauty.
But his reaction time is unbelievable, Kevin. Whether he's going to shoot the puck or make a pass or stop and go the opposite way, he does it in a nanosecond, and he's hard to defend against. There's no question. I don't think I've ever seen a player that can handle the puck as well as he does and go different directions almost at the same time.
Yeah.
He's going one way, then he's going the other way, back and forth. But what a difference he has made with this hockey team. He's been absolutely wonderful.
Truly incredible. Let's go to this question from Angie from Rochester. She's alluding to the fact that Marcus Foligno and Nico Sturm had a 2-on-0. Did not happen because Ottinger took away any chance Foligno had to shoot. He went down kind of like how Middleton went down the other night, took away his legs and decked him. He never even got a shot off. Angie from Rochester wants to know, why didn't Ottinger get a tripping penalty much like Middleton did? He took Foligno's legs out.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, they're going to give a little bit of a break, I think, to the goaltender. There's no question about it. He was coming out to block the shot, but you're right. I mean, he takes the legs out. Why not call a penalty?
But we both agree the Middleton play shouldn't have been a penalty, right? In game 5?
Should not, no, it should not have been a penalty.
No,
absolutely
he was
not.
without his stick, took out, but that's neither here nor there. The Wild ended up winning.
You could talk to 3 different referees and probably get 3 different answers.
You're probably right about just about anything. Sarah from Egan says the Stars seem to be playing dirty, including Mikko Rantanen taking a dive once again. How do the Wild keep their composure, not let that stuff bother them, and continue to play a wonderful brand of hockey?
Because they're pros. They have to stick to the game plan. That's what it is. You can't deviate from that because of the fact Minnesota needs to stay out of the box. They need to be smart out here. The hits are good. Make sure they're nice, clean hits. Don't put yourself in a position that you're going to give the opposition another chance. But I think Minnesota, for the most part, coming out, they were ready right from the drop of the puck, and they have not stopped.
TPK2 guy saw the dirty hit by Petrovic on Nick Foligno right in front of the Wild bench. Got his elbow right to the jaw. Why no penalty on that one, Tom?
Well, the problem we saw, but the referees didn't see it, and that's where it has to come. It has to come from the officials, and you would think I think one of the reasons I think they didn't call a penalty is because Minnesota's played so well, made Dallas look a little bit weak.
Yeah.
So do we give them a little bit of a break so they can get back in the game? No, of course you don't. But you know what? I don't know what goes through the referees' minds. That's why I'm not a referee.
Refs might not have saw it, but the reaction from Kaprizov and Zuccarello right in the front row, they definitely saw it. From the 612 area code, Tom, when was the last time you felt this vibe around the Minnesota Wild? No matter what happens here in Game 6, what a run this has been through this season. Take October out of the equation. November through April and now through the first 5 games and change of this best-of-7 series. This has been a lot of fun.
It really has been. The team is really stepping up. And the big part of that also, Kevin, is the fact you've got Zuccarello back in the lineup here right now. And I think that has really ignited some of the players, Kaprizov being one of those players that has really picked up his game because of that. The other part of it is that you have a guy like Trennan, who you won't see him for a lot of goals and assists, but what he brings to the table, brings to this game, each game, is that physicality.
Yep.
He's a big body. He does it cleanly. I talked to him the other day, and he does his job. He goes in, he does the hit, and he moves on.
Yep.
He does the hit, and he moves on. He doesn't linger around. He doesn't look to get into fights. He could handle himself quite well, I'm sure. He's a big body out there. But the one thing Billy Guerin did was he muscled up this team at the trade deadline, and that's a huge plus for this club.
And Trenyan muscled up himself, too. You remember the talking points around Yakov Trenyan last year coming out of the regular season. Yakov Trenyan wasn't anything like what he's been from the start of the season, and that's why you missed his presence when he missed that game, those few games with the upper body injury. You miss a guy like that, and he's been just a steady force all year long.
Yeah, he really has been, and he works hard. You know, he lost 20 pounds over the off season, and I think that has helped his game tremendously. He's much faster now, but he's got that long reach. He's got the big body, and you talk to him, he's very quiet. And he just kind of smiles, but we'll have engage in a conversation with you. But I like the way he has played, and I think he's getting better and better with this club.
Here's a fun one to tackle from David. This is one of the favorite words that John Hines in particular uses, and throughout the course of the season, not just in the playoffs. But Tom, David says he hears John Hines continually talk about playing with structure. Structure this, structure that, and more structure, but no explanation. Tom, what is structure for the Minnesota Wild? What does that mean?
There are set plays. You don't want to go out of your lane. You don't want to go into a situation where you're out of the fold of everybody else. Everybody has a job to do in certain situations. Now, you can bend them a little bit and make some change, but you get back to that structure again. You know, years ago, it used to be that you didn't go, if you were a winger, you can go from the boards to the dot And that was it. Now it's changed. The structure has changed. And a lot of that was Herb Brooks also when he took over and, of course, won the gold medal. But there's a structure to the game that you have to stay within. And if you go out of that structure, you're going to hurt your hockey club.
Yeah, you can't do the fire wagon hockey all that often.
Nope.
You got to play within that structure, and the Wild are doing that the last few games, maybe even this entire series, but certainly they've done that more often than not, and that's why they're having success, including in this first period.
And even, Kevin, when you watch a puck go into the corner sometimes, the defensive corner, you watch where your wingers are, that they don't want to deviate from where they should be. I mean, they know exactly what's going to happen with that puck in most cases. They know where it's going to go, so they have to stay in that lane because eventually that puck, if it scores out, will probably come to them.
Steve has a good one for you, Tom. The Wild have an opportunity to advance, so too to the Minnesota Timberwolves. For the first time in Minnesota history, you could have both of these franchises in the second round at the same time. How cool would that be?
I may have to go to rooftop patio.
You're gonna, yeah. You know what? You won't know what to do with yourself. There's going to be so much excitement around here.
It would be great. You know what? The city needs St. Paul needs really a boost in the arm here also. I mean, they got a beautiful building here. I'd like to do some changes to this building, which I think would be terrific. But we got to keep this building in St. Paul. We got to keep the hockey in St. Paul.
Yep. For sure. And I think, by the way, Minnesota sports fans need a run like this, and the Wild could add to it, and hopefully the Timberwolves add to it later on tonight. I think tip-off at Target Center is coming up in about an hour. Thomas, thank you.
Thank you.
Part one of Tom Reed's Hotline. We'll do it again after the second period, but for now, someone's going to get that text, and with it will come a gift certificate down to Tom Reed's Hockey City Pub. Quinn Hughes puts the Wild up 1-0. That's where we sit after 20 minutes. We'll recap the first period next. This is Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino. Perfect first period. The Wild score the only goal. It goes to Quinn Hughes from Marcus Foligno and Nico Sturm. 6:23 into the contest. The Wild lead 1-0, and that's your score after one period of play. Not only do they lead in goals, they also lead in shots, out shooting the Stars 7-4 in that opening frame. Jake Ottinger stops 6. Jesper Wallstedt stops 4. No penalties, no power plays, no penalty kill, nothing. Just 1-0 in favor of the good guys in Game 6. A win, and they advance. Second period is next. This is Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino.
6, 1-0 over the visiting Dallas Stars. No penalties or power plays in that opening period. The only other periods in this season without a single penalty called, the third period and overtime of Game 4. Every other stanza we played, including the first overtime and double overtime in Game 3, all had at least one penalty called on somebody. And coming into Game 6, 45 combined power plays for the two teams. Stars lift one along. Early icing call on Dallas. Here in the second period, the Wild from left to right on your radio dial. Stars from right to left.
Joe, I don't know how you feel, but that first period, they had said that each team had 15 hits in that first period. I find that a little hard to believe. I thought, well, maybe Minnesota's hits were just a little bit harder. Maybe that's why.
Well, they certainly had a couple of big-time collisions. Hits in the series favoring the Wild by 45 total hits through 5 games. 187 to 142. Second period scoring, the Wild have tallied 6. Stars have scored 3 up to this point. Robertson plays it in from center. Wyatt Johnston to it. Johnston up high. Heiskanen with a right circle shot caught and held by Wallstedt. And here's another line combo switch up by Glenn Gulleton after just one period. We see Robertson, Johnston, and Rantanen together.
Well, you got 3 top-end players certainly trying to get a goal here. That's what they're looking for, just to give them their team a little more life, I think. You get a goal, and all of a sudden things start to change a little bit. But Jespers has a nice job once again of getting down on those pads and finding that puck, reaching out with that big left glove and grabbing on. Face off to his left right now.
Hartman won the face-off back. Middleton left wing corner. Waits a moment. Steers it around right side. Zuccarello chunks it ahead. Heiskanen could have played it, they say, so icing waved off. Kaprizov hounds him. Hartman, the second man on the scene. Heiskanen and the linesman just collided with each other as Heiskanen lost his stick. Harley now lost it side of the net. Ottinger knocked it away from immediate trouble. Hartman looking to center. It's broken up, and here's Robertson. Swinging it in from the neutral zone. A bounce off the end wall. Jabbed in front by Johnston. The Wild defend well and get it back to center.
Yeah, that was a set play by Dallas, just hitting the puck off the back boards, coming right back out in front of the Minnesota net.
Lindell turned one over. Zuccarello to Hartman. Played it back. Kaprizov refeeds Hartman, right wing corner. Try to center it. Knuckles up high and just got away from Faber and out to the neutral zone. Quickly to Hughes. Quinn Hughes reattacks. His pass tipped. Lindell steals. Numbers here for Dallas for a moment. Now it's a 3-on-3 as off the bench Michael McCarron even things up. Will take this puck deep in his own zone. Wheeling around to Trenyon. Trenyon bunts it back. Hughes slams it off the left wing wall. Got it just to the neutral zone. Ritzkovian to Bork. Bork lost it to Quinn Hughes. And Hughes left side just skies ahead. They'll flip just into the Dallas zone. Terasenko pressures. McCarron had his stick knocked out of his hand. No penalty call.
No, just a delayed offside. That's the linesman's got his hand in the air.
McCarron bails out. Bork bounced it off the dasher. Icing on Dallas. I think when some of the members of the faithful here saw the arm go up, thought it was a penalty on Dallas, but you're right, Thomas. The linesman just indicating a delayed offside on Minnesota.
McCann went over and talked to the referee also. I think saying, why is there no penalty there? But there is not. Well, one destination for everything Minnesota Wild playoffs, tickets, game day information, series updates, and much more, all at your fingertips. Visit wild.com/playoffs.
Ritzkovian and McCarron on the draw. Wild guided back. Petrie waits, shoots one. It's blocked by Oscar Beck. Now Bork cuts through the neutral zone, paddles it in. Petrie turns and chases. Tipped off his end boards. Bogosian couldn't gather it. McCarron scurries to it. Ben checked him. McCarron able to fling it off the glass and get it to center. John Hines telling me this morning, net front defense, penalty discipline, and up-ice puck pressure. The 3 things he thought would be most important tonight. In that opening frame, they really accomplished all of those.
Yeah, they really did. I like the way Minnesota really has taken that puck going north.
Bogosian hauled down, trying to break a puck out. Play continues. McCarron.
No, there's going to be a penalty on the play.
Oh, sorry. The back referee saw it. Thank you, Tom.
Yes, he did.
The guy closest to the scene didn't put his arm up. I didn't look out at center ice. Bogosian got hauled down.
So this will be the first power play of the game.
95 Dallas, 2 minutes cross-checking.
And that's when the senior referee is making that call from the back side, way back also. But Minnesota will go on the power play right now as the cross-checking call is made. A little push to that.
In the 2 games with Matt Zuccarello in this series prior to Game 6, the Wild power play 3 for 7. In the 3 games they played without him, games 2, 3, and 4, the power play just 1 for 15. Wild were 1 for 3 in Game 5. Draw to the right of Ottinger. Faksa and Eriksson Ek on the draw. Fox is joined by Lindell, Beck, and Haskin. And Oscar Beck has played over 21 minutes shorthanded time on ice in this series coming in for Dallas. Boldy off the 1 draw, around the net of Ottinger. Here's Matt Boldy, feeding Kaprizov, helped up high to Hughes. Giving back to Kaprizov, slammed down low. Boldy on a power play goal in Game 5. Back to Kaprizov once more. Boldy whipped it in front, kick save Ottinger. Boldy to his own rebound. Twirls it around, Kaprizov scurrying to it, holds in, high slot, dancing with it. Kaprizov trying to feed Eriksson Ek. It's snuffed away by Lindell, who starts ahead, gains the red line, and bounces one in that Wallstedt knocks to his right. Quinn Hughes for the Wild, from left to right on your radio dial. Darts along on the man advantage. Hughes, a drop pass for Boldy. Watched by Colin Blackwell. Boldy swings it to Kaprizov in onside. A rink-wide pass. Zuccarello to clang off his skates. Heiskanen chips it along. Sam Steele pitchforks it down. Wallstedt out to his right. Waited and just angled it around his end one. Hughes to pick it up. Halfway home on the power plays. Hughes hits the red line. Now the offensive strike. Quinn Hughes, who has the only goal for either side. Hurled it back. Boldy lost his footing. Look out. A jailbreak, possibly for Dallas. Zuccarello's back, and will slow down Fox and keep him at bay. Fox took it to the corner. Not much going for the Wild man advantage so far, Tom.
No, you don't. You're trying to be a little bit too cute maybe with the puck at times.
Eriksson Ek lugs it along again. Second unit will jump onto the ice as Zuccarello takes over. Zuccarello spiked the pass ahead. Hartman didn't handle it. Stars have it. It's Harley snapping it down left side.
Yeah, this execution of this power play is not good for Minnesota. They still have 25 seconds to go with man advantage.
Hughes still out there, bothered by Sam Steele. Steele took the puck away. Steele looking for help. Got it all the way to left point. Liam Bischel, a shot. Blocker save Wallstedt. It's Blackwell to the rebound, hounded by Spurgeon. He'll play keep away, tossing at the center. Good PK for the Stars. Thomas Harley now slides it out to the neutral zone. Faber picks it up, glanced it back to Spurgeon, but Duchesne's about to jump out of the box. Nothing there at all on the Minnesota man advantage. Spurgeon hit the red line, turned it over. Stars in transition here. Blackwell stripped by Spurgeon. Terasenko finds Johansson, who rumbles in, trying to turn Bischel. Johansson down low, around the net of Ottinger. Will come out left wing side. Marcus Johansson up high with some room. Stops, sprayed it to Terasenko, whose shot was blocked by Harley.
Yeah, nice play by Johansson, controlling the puck, getting the puck to his teammate to get the shot away.
Sam Steele's pass finds Matt Duchesne, trying to turn Faber. Duchesne has to chase to it off the Wild end wall. Nick Foligno supported well. Jabbed it free. Marcus Foligno banks it off the boards and got it to neutral ice, where Lindell waits and hacks it back in. Bogosian smacked it down out of midair and starts to rush ahead. Nick Foligno flings it in. And then hammered Lyubushkin back of the net. Nico Sturm giving way to Marcus Foligno here on the forecheck. The man they call Moose sauntered it along. Jake Middleton pinched in, rimmed it around. Jared Spurgeon hacks it back behind the net. Here's Nick Foligno trying to come out of the right wing corner. Foligno found a man, McCarron, in the high slot, who waits and shoots, and Ottinger made the save, trapping that with his right arm up against his body.
Now Minnesota's got to be careful right now. I was watching Foligno right in that blue paint area, just jostling with the defenders there. No damage, no penalty call in the play, and that'll keep the face-off deep in the Dallas zone. 1-0 Minnesota, 14:08 to go here in period number 2. Shots right now, 9 for Minnesota, 6 for the Dallas Stars. That means both teams having 2 shots on net in period number 2.
McCarron and Ritzkovian on the face-off. Off the draw, it's Faber, and a penalty call. It's on the Wild for interference off the 1 draw.
Minnesota, number 13. 2-minute minor interference.
Well, the complexion of this game has changed a little bit. Minnesota back in their heels a little bit more so in period number 1 than we saw, number 2 than we saw in period number 1. With this penalty coming at 5 minutes, 55 seconds. of the second period.
Stars' power play has been excellent, to say the least. Second in the NHL, behind only Anaheim. And that's because the Ducks are at 50% in their series against the Oilers. Stars were 1 for 4 in Game 5. They've scored at least a power play goal in every game of the series. And 9 total. Off the draw, a battle, won back by Minnesota, and Faber right side waits a few moments and snaps it down. McCarron, Nick Foligno, Faber, and Middleton on the PK. By the way, Jake Middleton had 6 blocked shots and an assist in Game 5. Duchesne swings it back. Here's Rantanen. Off to the right wing side, Johnston. Up high, Heiskanen takes a look. Miro Heiskanen, who scored in back-to-back games, to Johnston, right circle, waiting, shooting, blocked in front by Middleton. It knuckles around, and McCarron out of midair, bats it ahead. Puck will roll all the way down the ice. Fresh penalty killers out for the Wild. Boldy, Eriksson, Bogosian, and Faber now. Duchesne carries along, curls back and finds Johnston. Wyatt Johnston over the offensive blue line to Robertson. Jason Robertson has tallied a goal in each of his last 8 Stanley Cup playoff games going back to last year, one of the longest streaks in quite some time. Braden Point of Tampa had a run longer a few years back. Duchesne down low, a centering feed, they score. It's Johnston, and the power play does it again for the Stars.
Boy, do they ever. I mean, it's amazing. That's their 10th power play goal in 24 chances. And he knows how to find the opening. No question that Johnston knows exactly where that puck is. That gives him his 4th goal of the season. And when you look at him right now, he's got 5 of his 6 points that come on the power play. That's where their big guns, all the points are coming from, is their big guns on the power play.
Rantanen to the left of Volstead with the kind of his back to the netminder, just grabbed it, centered it. And Faber and Bogosian just a little too far away, and that quick wrister by Johnston. That's why he led the NHL with 27 power play goals in the regular season. Again, it kind of felt like the Wild needed the next one. Keep this place engaged, keep the Stars back on their heels. One power play, all it takes for Dallas to once again shift some momentum. Timeout on the ice. Puck ends up in the bench area. Right between the benches, actually. 7:05 played in the second. Game 6 is tied at 1. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino.
Cut.
Well, for Wyatt Johnston, that is his 3rd power play goal of the session to go along with 2 assists. You look at the other guys helping him in that regard. Duchesne picked up another power play point. That is his 7th point on the power play. And then you got Rantanen also that is getting the points. Here's another guy who has picked down 7 points on the power play.
All 14 goals the Stars have scored in this series have come from their top 5 point getters in the regular season. all their offense entirely by their top players so far. Middleton back for a loose puck. Try to bounce it along Trenyon. It came free from Maverick Bourque. A shot. Stopped by Volstead.
Minnesota's getting a little bit sloppy in the second period. They got to keep that energy going once again. They were doing a great job of going north of that puck in that first period, but we're not seeing that right now in period number 2. Need some of the boys to step up a little bit and get a little more energy going off of that bench.
Eriksson, Johansson, Boldy, Hughes, and Faber. At 5-on-5 in this series. Hughes and Faber have been on the ice for 5 even strength 5-on-5 goals. Here's Heiskanen, right side, cutting down low. A backhanded shot, soared wide. Plus, they were on the ice for the empty netter the other night in Dallas. Johnston at the blue line again. Glenn Gulletson loading up in this second period, getting 3 of his top players on the ice together up front. Here's Heiskanen right side. To Harley, a shot, glanced just wide. Rantanen off the end wall. Bumped by Faber, centered. Johnston in tight. And at the outside of the net, more pressure by the Stars. Harley at the left point. To Heiskanen. Weaves it past Johansson for a moment. Got it back to Heiskanen. Muscled it to Harley. Harley's shot went wide. Hustling to it, Eriksson slashed at it. Robertson was there to check him. Wyatt Johnston. Back of the net, it's Rantanen. Rantanen centers, and it'll roll all the way back down the ice.
Yeah, right now Dallas appears to be winning a lot of those little battles that Minnesota's trying to win.
Harley off a D-to-D offering onto the tape of Duchesne. Duchesne through the high slot. Left it back, Robertson. Jason Robertson right side, spinning. Bumped by Hartman. Robertson fought through it, ended up in a heap. Zuccarello battles. And he'll chip it free. Kaprizov with Hartman trying to streak ahead. A pass that way blocked by Lyubushkin. Stars get back on it. Duchesne gives it to Sam Steele. Steele checked in the corner by Middleton and thrown down to the ice. Bunting wrapped up by Spurgeon. A loose puck battle down below the goal line. Stars have it. Duchesne flips up high, stepping to a drive. Lyubushkin caught the glass. And now it's filtered at Hartman to Kaprizov, crisscrossing, gave it to Zuccarello. In onside, Matt Zuccarello tried to go back to Kaprizov. Second effort, just swatted it down low. Kaprizov wrapped up. Zuccarello got to the point. Petrie has a lane, loads, fires, hammered it wide. Bogosian to the Karam left point on his backhand. Just skipped it down low. Hartman tried a side angle bid that hit Lyubushkin, ended up out of play.
And that puck goes over the netting into the stands, so some lucky customer has received a puck and holding with a smile on their face, which is a good thing. That means no one got hurt with that one. So the face-off right now will be deep in the Dallas zone to the right of their netminder. Andrew has not been too busy in period number 2, as we saw him in period number 1.
That's for 7-4 Minnesota after 1. They're 10-8 now in favor of the Wild. Nico Sturm tries to muscle the face-off back. Instead, it's the Stars on it. Bischel finds Beck. From Karlstad, Sweden, Oscar Beck to Petrovic leading the rush. Then Ritzkovian. Good stick by Sturm, blocked his feet. Bourque stepping to it. Petrie and Marcus Foligno joined that scrum. Maverick Bourque shook free with a shot block. Comes up high. Petrovic a bid. That's blocked. And Sturm chops to center ice. Petrovic back.
Looks like a different team out there from Dallas right now compared to the first period.
It's pushed past Bogosian. Petrie hustles to it. Petrie guiding it along. Beck was dumped. Played it behind the Wild net. Goes to the right of Volstead. Stars win another foot race. Ritzkovian outside the left circle. Justin Ritzkovian, a side angle shot. Swallowed up by Volstead. And a timeout on the ice with a little pushing and shoving here. 9:38 to go in the second period. So we're halfway home in Game 6. It's a 1-1 tie in St. Paul. Now Sturm and Petrovic some cross checks well after the whistle. And we're back after this. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino.
XM NHL Network Radio.
1-1 here in St. Paul. Over to Joe and Tom.
Yeah, it's interesting also, Joe. You look at wins on the road and the wins at home, and I was figuring out last night, after all the games last night, there were a total of 39 games that have been played. 19 of those wins were a home team. 20 wins were on the road. So there's not really a big advantage by being at home in many situations.
NHL also noting this morning that 30% of games played so far have required overtime. 54% of all Stanley Cup playoff games entering today have been one-goal games, and just under half the playing time. 48% of all playing time in these games, the score has been tied. Heiskanen off for a right circle drive. Nice set play there off the draw. And Volstead made the save on the blast by Robertson. We'll do it again in the Wild zone.
Yeah, and once again, Minnesota lost the face-off in their own defensive zone. As a result, that gave the opportunity for the Dallas Stars to move the puck around, get another shot to their netminder, who Volstead able to see it coming in, moves it a little bit to his left, pads down the ice, takes it in the midsection, and with that, that'll bring the face-off. Once again, face-off so important.
Eriksson and Johnston on the draw. Eriksson guides this one back. 50% or better in the faceoff circle in 4 of the 5 games of the series for Joel Eriksson. As Hughes motors it ahead, Johansson tips in. Eriksson leans on Harlan. Heiskanen try to jab it out. Wild come up with it on the forecheck at least for a moment. Johnston pins up Eriksson. Now Robertson squeezes it past Boldy and out through center. Here's Quinn Hughes peeling back inside his own blue line. Stopping at his left circle. Saucer pass to Faber. Bounced along for a deflection by Johansson. Boldy bothers Heiskanen. They go to the corner. Jarred along by the Stars. It got past Faber out to center. Brock Faber turned it over to Rantanen. Rantanen in on side, right circle. Waits, Mikko Rantanen shooting one. Blocked off a body in front. Then Robertson's backhander was blocked as well. Boldy tries to join the scrum. 2 Wild players collide and end up in a heap. Nearly coming up with his Robertson. Faber able to steer it away for a moment. And now Faber off his end glass for Hughes left wing side. Rantanen took a run at him as Hughes couldn't clear. It's held in. Wyatt Johnston right into the right circle. A shot. Kick save Volstead. And Eriksson to the rebound. Skies at the center. Boldy bothers Heiskanen. Wild trying to change. Stars looking to hurry it along. It's Harley in on side left circle. A shot blocked by Faber. It's gathered by Zuccarello. Gloves it down. He's got Kaprizov right wing side streaking ahead. Kaprizov, a power move on Duchesne. Left it back. Hartman a shot, and he just missed the far post. Middleton keeps the line left side. Sprung it around the net for Hartman, who was bumped there back of the cage. It's stabbed along for Robertson, who uses the glass, and it ends up in the stands.
Yeah, no penalty on that play because it hit the glass first, and so goes into the stands. That'll keep the face-off deep in the Dallas zone. Yeah, fans trying to get the team ignited a little bit more so in period number 2 also. Most of the play has been in the... Whoa, what happened there?
Rantanen took a run at Boldy right by the player bench as he was going for a change. Duchesne and Hartman on the face-off. Offensive zone draw for the Wild to the left of Ottinger. Stars control, and Lindell lofts the center. Hartman gloves it down, waits for Zuccarello and Kaprizov to clear, then was pressured by Duchesne. Now it comes to Middleton, who flings it in. Back as Lindell hurried it around, turned it over. Hartman was waiting for it, just kind of poked to the corner, took a return pass them from Kaprizov. Finally, Duchesne able to steal for Dallas. Steal to Ben. Filtered back Lyubushkin. A pass behind Steele. He'll grab it and rattle it in. Middleton left wing corner and it skip away. Zuccarello rescues it and lofts through center ice. His bouncing puck is gathered by Bishop. Liam Bishop picks up the pace. Fires it into the right of Volstead. Middleton is checked heavily back there by Colin Blackwell. But the Wild muscle it free. Kaprizov sneaks a backhanded pass along Zuccarello with Spurgeon coming late. Penalty call coming. This is on the Stars. Spurgeon left wing side. Shifted down below the goal line. And Dallas touches up. And there's the whistle. Interference or some sort of...
I think it's holding.
As the Wild had numbers there, Tom, through the neutral zone with Spurgeon joining the rush.
Yeah.
Dallas, number 12, 2-minute minor, hold it.
And Radek Faksa is one of their top penalty killers.
So all the penalties, Troy penalties now in this hockey game all have come in the second period here. This one coming at 12 minutes, 54 seconds.
Wild power play did not have much going on the first sequence. Tom, their first opportunity. I don't even know if they were credited with a shot on goal. Fox that usually takes the first face-off here, Ritzkovian. So it'll be Ritzkovian with Beck, Lindell, and Heiskanen. Wild power play features Eric Sinek on the draw. Zuccarello to his right, Boldy to his left. Hughes at the left point. Kaprizov high slot over the right shoulder of Eric Sinek.
Yeah, Minnesota had one shot on goal in that first power play they had.
Ritzkovian encroached. He's not thrown from the circle. They'll reset and do it again. Eric Sinek guides it back. Hughes at the left point. Left wing hash mark Zuccarello to Eric Sinek for a hurried shot, tipped high and wide by the Stars PK. Kaprizov got to it. Now Boldy. Boldy swerves it along Zuccarello. To the point, it's Hughes across the blue line. Kicked it back, Zuccarello outside the left circle. Down low, past Boldy, gave it right back, Zuccarello. High slot, Hughes outside the right circle. Bottom of the right circle, now Kaprizov surveys. Dished it back up top, Hughes. Refeeding Kaprizov, now outside the right circle. Down low, Boldy, cut out in front. Blocker save, Ottinger. Hughes to the loose change. Steers it to center point, Kaprizov. Right side, Boldy. Smash back along Kaprizov. Feeds Hughes through the high slot. A little shot fake and wristed one that Beck blocked out the center. Hughes quickly gathers, curls to his right, dances along and feeds Zuccarello in onside left wing boards. Zuccarello banks it back to Hughes. $1:10 to go on the power play. Hughes pivots, shook it back along Zuccarello. Once more for Hughes. Hughes taking a look, gave it back Zuccarello, fumbled it, wristed one. Glove save, Ottinger. He knocked it into the netting. Boy, just reaching out with his left arm. Ottinger saved that wrister from finding the top shelf.
Well, when you're 6'6", your limbs are pretty long. He's able to put the arm in front of that one to knock it into that netting. That'll get the stoppage, of course. And with that, Minnesota's still on the power play for another 57 seconds.
And a much better power play at that.
Yeah. At least they're getting their move. They got some puck movement going here, but they don't seem to have the intensity in the second period we saw in that first period, Joe. They're not skating with near as much authority in period number 2.
Boy, another look. That glanced off the shoulder right by the mask of Ottinger and then rang off the iron. Eric Sinek muscles the face-off back again. Hughes pressured, spins, angled it along Zuccarello, bothered by Harley, swats at it a couple times. Zuccarello swung it around the net, but Lindell got there ahead of Kaprizov and punched it to center. The Wild top power play unit will head off on a partial change as Hughes carries ahead. Hughes starts up, swung it to the left wing boards. Spurgeon jabs it in from the offensive blue line. Getting to it, Kaprizov, but his pass is stolen by Lindell, and it's bashed down again. 5.5 minutes to go, second period of Game 6. We're tied at 1. Joe O'Donnell, Tom Reed with you. Second power play of the game for Minnesota down to 20 seconds. Marcus Johansson, a full head of steam through center. Johansson over the blue line. His pass tipped. Hartman held it in. Spiked it down low. Goal line right side, Terasenko. Lasers it back to Hartman. Filter to Faber at center point. Left side, Spurgeon. Fake the one-timer. Jared Spurgeon at the left circle. Dances with it along the wall. Power play coming to an end. Faber back to Spurgeon. Waiting, shooting for a tip. It went wide. Johansson to it. Johansson through the high slot. Fires one into a sea of bodies. It's blocked. And the Stars have it. Beck cruising it free, looking for Bischel, who stabs it in. Back is Faber, rolled it through his goal mouth. Spurgeon onto it, and now onto the tape of Faber, who rips it up ice on a stretch pass for Hartman. Churned it around the Stars' end boards. Hustling to it, Nick Foligno. Marcus Foligno now lifting the stick of Heiskanen and playing it to the right point. Bogosian waiting, labeled it back down low. Out of the corner, Marcus Foligno. Up high, Middleton a shot. Sent it wide intentionally for the gather of Hartman. Hartman now left wing side offensive zone. Ryan Hartman to the cross point. Bogosian loads, shoots one, blocked. Fresh off the bench gathering Nico Sturm. He'll swing it around the Stars net. The final 4:20 of the second. Net off its pegs. And that brings a halt in play as the Wild were buzzing.
Marcus Foligno right in the middle of that also. At the same time, Bischel grabs onto Foligno, kind of pulls him away. I don't think there's any penalties on the play right now.
No, but a nice stoppage there for the Stars with the Wild in the offensive zone and some tired players out for Dallas. Chance to scrape the ice. TV timeout. 4:19 to go, second period of Game 6. We're tied at 1. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by
Well, want to be first in line for Minnesota Wild playoff tickets? Stay ahead of the rush and never miss a ticket drop. Sign up for playoff ticket alerts by texting playoffs to 222-100. That's 222-100.
Wild win the face-off back. They've got a 12-11 edge in shots in a 1-1 game late in the second. Stars cut off Faber's lobbed opportunity down low. Zuccarello at center, hit hard by Ritzkovian. Maverick Bork now for Dallas. Back to Lindell, launched up ice. Bunting couldn't touch it. Icing on the Stars.
Yeah, just don't see the intensity. We're in period number 2, and so often you have changes made by the team that's down in goals, and that's exactly what you call, Joe, when they changed by the Dallas Stars, bringing their top guys, putting them all together to see what they could do, and of course they made it work in the power play.
Second time ever in Wild franchise history to have a 3-2 series lead. They beat the Blues in this building back in 2015 to move on. A shot off the end wall nearly gave Volstead some trouble. Maverick Bork scores. First of the series, and first time Dallas has gotten a goal from somebody that's not one of their key players. As that puck skipped off the end wall, Bork drug it in front, and Dallas has a 2-1 lead in Game 6.
Yeah, 16:08 going to be the time of that goal, and also it just came off the boards front end. Maverick is standing right there, and he was able to get a piece of that. You can see that it comes right back, or he just pulls it away. You can see that Jesper trying to get out towards that shooter, but couldn't do so in time, and it's in the net. And Dallas is taking the lead in this hockey game for the first time, and it comes at 16 minutes and 8 seconds of period number 2.
The 2024 AHL MVP, his first ever Stanley Cup playoff point in his 10th game. And this place silenced a bit for obvious reasons. Harley to Heiskanen. Shoved it out the center. Hughes had a clang off him. Wild would have been offside. Heiskanen now rattles it ahead. And it's icing on Dallas. All right, Tom, how the Wild get it back?
Well, they got to start skating. They're not skating like they were in the first period. And as a result of that, they've given the Dallas Stars some new life here in period number 2.
Looks like Bunting and Lyubushkin are going to draw the assist. Two guys who the Stars inserted in the lineup. Lyubushkin in Game 5 because of the injury to Niels Lundqvist, and Bunting, his series debut tonight. He was out from March 30th until the final 2 games of the regular season. He was a trade deadline acquisition, and in his series debut here, he draws an assist. Faber's pass for Hughes was out at center. The Wild will try and steer it back in. Harley peels left side, got it to Jamie Benn, and now Matt Duchene. Duchene drops it back, Harley. Harley headmans, Ben tips in. Ball set out with his goal stick, smacks it onto the tape of Faber. Brock Faber around his own net with 3:11 to go in the second period. Hughes up ice. Terasenko steps in. He's tied up, grabbing the puck. Trenyon rolls it back of the net, where McCarron and Heiskanen battle. And Duchene got it up, not out. Hughes, a hurry shot, tipped in front. Terasenko scores from his stomach. Vladimir Terasenko, and we're tied at 2.
Well, just when you think it's going to be an innocent play, it looks like it was going to be, it developed into something. And Terasenko was to the left of the goaltender. Actually, he was almost right down there as he goes down, falls down, but he has a presence of mind to hang onto the puck on the backhand and just put it into that wide open net before anyone could get to it. And he's looking to the gods right now like, thank you very much. He needed somebody to energize him and this team as well. And Minnesota has done that right now. It certainly has with the crowd. This goal coming at 17:02 of period number 2.
Falling down, he backhanded it in an open cage. Ottinger was trying to react to the point shot, but it hit Heiskanen and came fortuitously to Terasenko. And less than a minute after the Stars take their first lead, the Wild tie it. Here's Adam Abrams.
Minnesota! First goal of the playoffs for number 91, Vladimir Terasenko! Assisted by number 13.
Here's Eric Sinek out of the left wing corner offensive zone off a good cycle by Boldy. Eric Sinek tied up back of the net. Johnston emerges for the Stars, skates to his left, finds Robertson. It eluded him, goes all the way down. Icing on the Stars.
Yeah, huge goal for Minnesota, Joe. No question about it. And you look at Terasenko, he needed something to energize his game also. He's done that. Trennan will pick up one of the assists. Hughes will get the other assist on that goal. So everyone contributing right now, and that should hopefully get the Wild geared up for a little bit heavier skating, perhaps going north with that puck.
50th career Stanley Cup playoff goal for the Stanley Cup champion Vladimir Terasenko. Faber off the one faceoff. Left wing side offensive zone, spins away from Robertson. Brock Faber helps it to Hughes. Right circle, back along Faber inside the blue line. Snaps it right circle. Zuccarello at the faceoff dot, waiting with it a few moments. Zuccarello now up high. Finds Kaprizov as the Wild keep it alive in the offensive zone. A goal line pass. Hughes checked in the corner. Zuccarello supported. His pass deflected. Kaprizov made a dangerous gamble there, but he holds in as Hughes is being wrapped up by Bishop. Crowd looking for a call. Behind the net, Rantanen tries to clear. Hartman kept the bouncing puck in. Ryan Hartman skips it along Hughes, left circle. Around the net of Ottinger. Here comes Quinn Hughes. Coming out right wing side. Up high, Faber, a one-timer blocked. And Rantanen just helps at the center.
Yeah, hard work like that, and all of a sudden the shot is blocked. And with that, Dallas able to bring the puck right back out again.
90 seconds to go in the first. Hartman some trouble with it at the offensive line. Sends it in. Back are the Stars. Line change for both sides just completed. $1:15 to go in the second period of Game 6. Another good one developing in this series, which has been outstanding. Stars wind it ahead. Michael Bunting darts in. His left circle shot is tipped by Bogosian, out of play. With $1:05 to go in the second.
Every shot's so important right now. Every player has to be in the right position. Well, everything Minnesota Wild, all in one place. Sign up to get team news, player updates, ticket information, game day details, and more delivered straight to you. Stay connected at wild.com/stay connected.
Terasenko entered this postseason with the 12th most active goals in Stanley Cup playoff history. Again, active, meaning players still in the National Hockey League. Now he gets his 50th career in the postseason. Faksa and Sturm on the draw. Sturm last played in Game 4, had an assist and 2 shots in just over 11 minutes time on ice. Dallas gets a draw back. Harley's shot blocked by Nick Foligno, who picks it up right inside his defensive blue line and sails it ahead for his younger brother Marcus, who rolls it in from the neutral zone. Ottinger out with his goal stick quickly to Harley. Harley's pass through his own slot. Beck batted it back. Heiskanen kept it coming. Faksa above the red line sends it in. Middleton retreats. Swept it to Spurgeon. 40 ticks to go in the second period. Spurgeon to Sturm. Poked it ahead. Nico Sturm follows up this play and carves it in. Harley checked in the corner and hammered down the ice by Nick Foligno. Another huge collision involving one of the Foligno brothers. Heiskanen run by Sturm as he reversed off. And with the Wild changing, Harley's got some real estate. Thomas Harley slicing a pass ahead. Steele, the left wing side, Richkovian. Nifty move to try and shake away from Spurgeon. Back off the Steele. Return pass blocked. Richkovian got to it. Richkovian down low, trying to sneak it in. Couple of saves by Volstead and a whistle with 8.6 seconds to go in the second period.
Yeah, neither team wants to take any penalties right now. Obviously, with 8.6 seconds to go, as Joe called it. And right now the shots are 13-12 in favor of the home team. And the faceoff is going to stay deep in the Minnesota zone. At the Hockey Lads hotline coming up after period number 2. Minnesota so good in that first period, Joe. They just kind of backed off. Now they're picking up the pace a little bit more, and that's what you're looking for from your team, to re-energize a little bit. Maybe that'll happen going into the locker room.
9 times in franchise history have the Stars forced the Game 7 down 3-2. They've gone on to win 3 of those series. And as I mentioned earlier, Wild second time ever in this spot with a 3-2 series lead. 1-0 in that regard. It's a puck off the boards. Hartman tries to tie it up. Got it to Middleton. Cruised along Eriksson Ek. Snaps it ahead. Boldy trying to streak up ice. And we're going to be at the second intermission, as Boldy couldn't handle that pass. Might not have had enough time anyway.
Yeah. He would have got a shot away, I'm sure. That would have been kind of nice. Well, they go to the locker room tied up at 2 apiece.
So the Wild led 1-0 after 20. Stars got consecutive goals at 7:01 and 16:08 of the second. But less than a minute later, Vladimir Tarasenko's first of the series from Trennan and Hughes. Second assist of the night for Hughes. Gets the Wild even again through 40 minutes in Game 6. It's 2-2 here in St. Paul. Tom Reed's hotline comes your way after this, just a part of the second intermission, which we'll have after this quick break. 2-2 after 40. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino.
That is
from his stomach, Vladimir Terasenko, and we're tied at 2. 50th career postseason goal for Vladimir Terasenko. First with the Minnesota Wild, late in the second, pulls the game even at 2 apiece, and that's where we sit through 40 minutes of play in St. Paul in game number 6. Get those questions, comments, thoughts, concerns all in right now. Text us 64686. It's part 2 of Tom Reed's hotline. How about that Vladimir Terasenko, Tom? Falling to the ice, gets it on his backhand, wide open cage. Huge goal for Minnesota.
Yeah, it really was a huge goal for Minnesota, no question about it. Also a huge goal for him. That's his first goal of the playoffs, and they're expecting more from him. He had 11 goals last year against Detroit. This past season, he had a pretty good year also, and but he just can't seem to find that magic touch right now. That's what he's looking for, but it has not been there. So let's just wait and see what's going to happen here in period number 3. Minnesota's got to pick up this pace a little bit more.
Let's go to Jimmy James. He's in St. Louis, apparently a big Vladimir Terasenko fan. 50 career postseason goals, 10th in active players. Tom, do you think there's a chance Vladimir Terasenko could end up on the Minnesota Wild again next season?
It's very possible. I have to look and see. I guess, dollars kind of dictate where he's going to go and where he wants to go. And at the same time, Minnesota has to figure out, do they want him to come back and make something happen? I thought he had a pretty good year for Minnesota, so we'll see what happens. But there's always going to be changes. I mean, remember Scotty Bowman talking, when I were talking, he said, you've got to change around 20% of your roster every year just to keep it fresh and get the new breed of players coming into your fold here. But Billy Guerin's going to have to make some tough decisions at the end of the year. Right now, he's not worried about that as much as he's worried about the next 20 minutes.
It shows again, though, the depth scoring stepping up for the Wild, where it might not be there for the Dallas Stars. For the Wild, that's one thing they can hang their hat on. They're getting goals by guys like Vladimir Tarasenko, Quinn Hughes from the back end. Tonight, I was just looking. Kaprizov's got 0 shots on goal. Boldy's got 2 now that must have came late in the period. But getting those contributions from your depth scoring, that's huge.
Well, it really is. I mean, you expect your first and second lines to get some points for you. And that third line, a good checking line. The fourth line, that's your physical line. But Minnesota's got to find a way to set this thing up here right now. And hopefully that'll take place here. I'm sure in that locker room right now they're talking about what they have to do a little bit different to bring a little bit more offensive ability to this hockey club.
Let's get back to the questions. Eleanor in Richfield wants to know, Tom, what do the Wild need to do differently to shut down the Stars' power play? Feels like they're unstoppable. You were just going through some of those numbers.
Stay out of the box.
The Stars' power play is ridiculous. I know.
That's how you want it. You stay out of the penalty box. Don't take the penalties because you know that you're having a hard time. And as a result of that, also, Kevin, they don't feel they have the guys right now that can make it happen. You have to have creativity when you're killing a penalty. At the same time, you have to have the confidence in the fact that you can do it, and that's what I think is lacking right now with Minnesota.
Stars on the power play now, 10 of 24 on the series in St. Paul. They're 6 of 11 on the road during the series, so obviously they're having some success. Meanwhile, the Wild have been electric 5-on-5, where the Stars have just scored 5 times at even strength. From the 651 area code, Tom, Jesper Wallstedt has been nothing short of awesome in this series. What kind of a surprise has that been for you to watch the rookie get his first foray into postseason hockey?
Yeah, the fact that you just mentioned the fact he's a rookie, and it's so true. And I was a little concerned at the beginning of the year. I said, if one thing area I'm concerned about is the goaltending. And Gus had some good stretches, and when Jesper did not, and then Jesper was playing very well when Gus was not. So it was a pretty even trade back and forth. But we get into the playoffs, and you have to choose one, and I think Jesper earned the right to be that starting goaltender, and he has not disappointed this team at all.
One of my favorite questions ever to come into the text line, 64686 from the 651 area code. Tom, who cuts your hair? You have great hair. Who cuts it? I've never asked you that.
It's a toupee. How's it look?
Oh, don't say that. Someone's going to come up to you at the bar and try to prove it.
Yeah. That's better than no. Well, everybody around here, everybody here has hair up here, so we're okay.
There's a great line, but I'm not going to say it because whatever. 612 area code. Ask Tom if he believes in jinxes. Tom said after the first period that the Wild have yet to take a penalty, and then they give up. Not only do they take a penalty, they give up a power play goal right away in the second. John in Burnsville wants to know, are you a big believer in jinxes?
I'm not a big believer, but I do some same things all the time. If things are going well, you want to keep on that trend because it's working for you. But when it starts to go south on you, then you have to start changing your jinxes a little bit differently.
Nobody's more superstitious, though, than Lou Nanne, right?
No,
he's pretty bad.
Yeah. If we had a playoff game at 7 o'clock and he had been in Duluth the day before and got home late, he'd drive to Duluth and then come back home.
Unbelievable. From the 612 area code, Wild played so well in the first period, Tom. All they needed was another goal, and who knows, it could have been lights out for the Stars. That didn't happen. Now they're right there in a dogfight. The question from the 612 area code is, Tom, how did the Wild get that momentum back they were skating with in that first period and close this thing out?
Well, I'm sure in the locker room right now they're talking about that first period, what they did right in the first period, and why things worked well for them in the first period. They're also talking about what went wrong in the second period, what happened there. So, and you know what? You got to get on the ice, but you have to have the guys who start this next period are going to be very important to Minnesota. See if they can get that energy level back in period number 3 that we saw in period number 1.
From Alan in Woodbury, Tom, this series has been nothing but fantastic. What have you thought about this series now with a period and who knows, maybe more left to go in game number 6?
Well, at the beginning of this, I predicted this would be a fun series, and I think a lot of the national people were saying this would be a hard-fought series, and it has been. I mean, some back and forth. They both had good chances. The biggest difference has been in the penalty kill and the power play. That's where the biggest difference in this team is. Right now, Minnesota's done a good job in a lot of the different areas, and getting Zuccarello back in the lineup has been really a good plus for Minnesota, and certainly for Kirill Kaprizov, who's much more comfortable. Just look at the numbers for Kaprizov now, what he has done since Zucky's come back. And so we'll see if they can bring that energy level back into the third period.
Nick in St. Paul, bigger villain in Minnesota history, Jamie Benn or Al Secord? Ben's hated, but I don't know that you can come with the vitriol that we had for Al Secord back in the day.
Yeah, you're going back in the 80s now, of course, and that was a big rivalry with the Chicago Blackhawks. But when I think of maybe Ben might be the bigger villain right now. Just a lot of these people don't know who Secord is.
You're right.
They
Recency
probably don't know
bias.
who Bobby Orr is either.
Oh, boy. Yeah, you're probably right. All right, Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Reed with part 2 of Tom Reed's Hotline. Someone's going to get a text. With it will come a gift certificate down to Tom Reed's Hockey City Pub. Great place to be during the entire Stanley Cup playoffs, especially when the Wild are playing, and hopefully it's going for a long, long time. Got to get through this third period. Tied at 2 after 40 minutes of play in game number 6. We'll recap the first 40 minutes when we continue. This is Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino. About the same deal. The first period was a little bit more fun for the Wild when they scored the only goal of the opening frame. It goes to Quinn Hughes from Marcus Foligno and Nico Sturm. Go to the second. Stars tie it on a Wyatt Johnston goal. Of course, it came on the power play, 7:01 of the second. Then they get their first goal of the hockey game. It goes to Maverick Bork, 16:08 of period number 2. But then under a minute later, the Wild pull even. Vladimir Terasenko from his stomach on the backhand into an open cage from Trenyon and Hughes. Even Steven after 40 minutes of play. It's 2-2 in St. Paul in game number 6. Stars outshoot the Wild 10-6 in the second. Slight edge in shots through 40 minutes. It's 14-13. That means 12 saves thus far for Jesper Wallstedt, 11 for Jake Ottinger. Thus far, the Stars, 1 for 1 on the power play. The Wild are 0 for 2. That gets you up to date through 2 periods. It's 2-2 in St. Paul. Win, and the Wild advance to the second round. Lose, and we're headed to Game 7. Boy, what a third period this is going to be. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino.
.com, driving up the standard of excellence.
It's a 2-2 tie as we are ready for the third period in St. Paul, Minnesota. Game 6, a win and the Wild move on. Dallas wins, and Game 7 is Saturday at American Airlines Center.
Well, Game 3 has been pretty good for Minnesota so far. You look at Minnesota, they have scored 6 goals in the third period. The opposition being Dallas, they've scored 4 goals. So we don't want them to tie that up. We want to keep on moving ahead, and hopefully Minnesota has a good start to this one.
Wild from right to left on your radio dial in the third. Stars from left to right. Dallas again loading up their top line the last couple of periods. Robertson, Rantanen, Johnston. Faber back for a loose puck. Carved it along Eriksson Ek. Bounced it to Johansson. Skipping to the weak side D. Faber leads the rush through center and slices it in. Ottinger got a piece of it back of his net. Heiskanen to Harley. Harley's pass goes all the way down. Eriksson Ek slow to get up as he's hobbled in the Stars zone. And an icing call on Dallas. And Joel Eriksson Ek in a lot of discomfort right now. Don't know what happened. He looked like he lost his footing on the forecheck, but
Yeah, I think he did, and he's getting some assistance from his teammates to get off the ice. John Worley, the athletic trainer for the Wild, out there as well.
And he will...
going down the passageway, which he is right now. Sometimes just walking it off to see what happens here, but he cannot afford to lose him. Obviously, he has been so good for Minnesota, and you look at him also in the face-offs. He's won 7 out of 9, 78% in the draws.
The dynamic Swedes from a defensive standpoint, Brodin and Eriksson both out now. Hughes to Faber off the one draw. Shot went off the end wall, came out in front for a jab by Hartman, hit the outside of the net. Zuccarello rescues it. Up high, Faber. D-to-D, Hughes at the left point. Quinn Hughes waiting. Slipped it along looking for Kaprizov. It bounced off his tape. Stars can't clear. Kaprizov kept it in. Second effort, Rantanen scales at the center. Or Faber jarred it back the other way. Johnston won to paddle it in, broken up by Minnesota. Eriksson has gone back down the tunnel. Maverick Bork with a shot, shouldered and held by Wallstedt. That goal by Bork back in the second period ended a stretch without a 5-on-5 goal by the Dallas Stars in just over 254 minutes, going back to the first period of Game 3 when Robertson gave Dallas a 2-0 lead.
Well, they don't have to score when they're even strength when they're getting all the goals with the power play. Minnesota has been guilty of taking some penalties here that have led to the power play success of the Dallas Stars. Dallas Stars have scored 10 power play goals in the playoffs.
Terasenko right side, shuttles a puck to center. McCarron picks it up, Trenyon bats it in. McCarron hustling to it. First man there, Michael McCarron. Hog-tied by Lindell. Skating to the loose change, Ilya Labushkin. Undrafted defenseman, moved it up, not out. Terasenko to McCarron. Swept it down low, looking for Trenyon. Stars get to it. Dallas without R2 Huru and Niels Lundqvist for this game. Huru injured in Game 5. Lundqvist cut by the skate of McCarron in Game 4. Fresh bodies over the boards for both teams. Early stages of the third, a 2-2 game in Game 6. Colorado Avalanche awaiting the winner of this series. Jamie Benn tips in. Back is Hughes, hounded by Steele. Nick Foligno over to it. Then Nico Sturm left side, just golfs it out through center ice. And, boy, Bishop could have gotten to that puck. It's icing on the Wild.
Yeah, I think he could have got to it as well, but he stopped skating, and unfortunately the whistle has gone, so that'll bring the faceoff back deep in the Minnesota zone. How about Ben being fined, what, $2,000 was it, or $2,600 for the hit to the back of the head of Hartman? Are you kidding? The guy is making $1 million this year. You can find what do you think that's going to? How that's going to dent his coffee in the morning?
Well, the NHL said it was the maximum allowable fine for that cross-checking penalty at just over $2,600. He probably makes that in the regular season in like a period. Sturm lost his footing, got it down low. The Wild try and work it in front, but Nick Foligno was kept at bay. Now Nick Foligno on it again behind the net of Ottinger. Tried to center for Marcus, his younger brother, broken up by the Stars. And now Michael Bunting left side squeezes one along. Coming back for it, Hughes has Hartman ahead of the pack. Laces a pass that way. Hartman just wheels it back to Hughes. Shots are 15-14 Dallas.
Does Hughes ever get tired?
Have to ask him.
I know.
Played over 80 minutes between games 3 and 4 as Maverick Bork walks in with a shot, tipped wide by Hughes. Came off the end wall where Spurgeon has it and soars it ahead. Boldy follows up the play. In on side. Boldy, a little self-chip. Kicked it back to himself. Gathers left wing circle. Matt Boldy trying to cut down low against Heiskanen. Heiskanen threw him to the ice. Play continues. Back of the cage. Boldy's on his backside being stabbed at by Harley. And a whistle. The draw is going to come out the center because Boldy was on top of the puck.
Yeah, we need Minnesota's best players to step up once again in this third period with 16:45 remaining in the third. Shots right now, and Dallas is taking the lead in that department also, 15-14, but it's a 2-2 game.
Still no Eriksson on the Wild bench. He was being helped down the tunnel early in the third after he lost an edge. Coming back from the forecheck, kind of transitioning to the back check and crashed into the boards to the left of Ottinger. And the Wild from right to left on your radio dial in the third. Puck lifted in by the Stars. No icing here. Faber reverses. Hughes took it deep in his own zone. Leaned on. Hughes protects beautifully. Just shredded the pressure there at Blackwell, and Headman's Kaprizov touches it in. Ottinger out, reversed it. Lyubushkin gapped up on, pinching Kaprizov, able to lob it along. Faber races in, jars it back in the net. Kaprizov knocked down the bouncing puck. Wheels out right side, a pass all the way up high. Hughes outside the left circle. Hughes cuts through the high slot, pivots, looks for lane, snapped a chance, and Zuccarello tipped just wide. Stars use the glass to clear ahead. Faber and Fox in a foot race, followed up by Beck, hounded immediately by Faber. And the Wild take over with Hughes. Feeds a pass to Kirill Kaprizov. His empty netter in Game 5 put him atop the Wild leaderboard in franchise goal scoring in the postseason with 17 of them. Here will feed Middleton, and it leaks back the other way. Penalty call coming. This is going to be on Dallas. Kaprizov is hobbled, though.
Yep, he's been over skating to the bench right now.
He can't afford any more injuries. Boldy deep in his own zone. Ballstead's gone to the bench for the extra attacker. Kaprizov is sitting on the bench at the end, trying to recover here, as Boldy waits as long as he can for the Wild to put some gas back in the tank with a power play potentially coming. Delayed call on the Stars. Crowd rises. Johansson works his way in. Got it to Terasenko. Pop back at the point, Spurgeon. Over to Boldy. Left circle. Dances past the fallen Rantanen. Tried to swing it back to Spurgeon. It tips off Rantanen and rolls back through center. Spurgeon hustles to it with the vacated cage a few feet away. Boldy now through the neutral zone swerves. Matt Boldy finds Marcus Johansson through the Wild slot. Rolls it off to Hughes. All this with the delayed penalty call coming on Dallas. Hughes saunters along. Hughes with it. Flipping one right wing side. Too far for Trenyon. There's the touch-up.
You work so hard to get to that point to have control of the puck, get in the offensive zone, and the pass is off a little bit off the mark, and with that, the whistle goes, and Minnesota will go on the power play.
96 Dallas, 2 minutes roughing.
It is the 6th minor of the series for Mikko Rantanen.
You know, he was never like that. I don't remember him being like that at all.
And a cross check to the neck of Kaprizov.
Are you kidding me?
Rose right up the side of his left arm and got him in the neck.
And that's a... My goodness, what is the league looking at when they do these things? They don't make it. And right now, Kaprizov, is he on the bench right now, or is he going back?
He's back out there. Right wing side before this draw. Hughes will have a word with Hartman. Again, no Joel Erikssonek, who's a net front presence and the top power play unit faceoff guy. So Hartman has to fill that void. He'll deal against Foxa to the left of Ottinger. Hartman muscled it along. Tap to the point, Hughes in a 2-2 game. Quinn Hughes across the blue line. Fed Kaprizov right circle. Kirill Kaprizov connects with Hughes. Back to Kaprizov. Tap down low. A little tip by Boldy. Stopped by Ottinger. Rebound swerved along Kaprizov. Outside the right circle. Fumbled it. Nudged it then to Hughes. Hughes pressure. Ripped it to Kaprizov. Dinked it down low on a one-touch. It is Boldy back to Kaprizov with a little shot pass that Zuccarello tipped to the slot, and the Stars get it down.
Yeah, they're moving the puck from stick from tape to tape, but they're not getting it to the guy they want to have the puck. They're giving it to the opposition.
Third power play of the game for the Wild. Hughes got it back. Boldy rips it the way of Zuccarello. Rink wide pass. It's gathered off the dasher by Kaprizov. Into the corner, Boldy jabbed it in front for Hartman. Nothing there. Zuccarello carves to it and sent it up top for Hughes. Hughes at center point with a look. Hughes flops a pass to Boldy, or Zuccarello, down to Boldy. Matt Boldy from the left wing hash marks. Up high with it is stripped out the center. Foot race here between Zuccarello and Steele, and Zuccarello gets back to recover it. Halfway home on the power play. Matt Zuccarello through the neutral zone. Flings it back to Boldy. Boldy cruising one along. Hartman couldn't get to it. Oscar Beck shorthanded. Watched carefully by Hughes. Beck comes in, tried to dance free. Beck nearly got to the goal mouth. A loose puck. The Stars try to find it. Penalty call coming.
The slashing call against Minnesota.
Minnesota, number 38, 2-minute minor, slashing.
Yeah, that's Hartman going to the penalty box. On the slashing call, anything around the hands or the arm like that is going to be called. Time of this penalty, 6 minutes, 38 seconds. So we've got a 4-on-4 here for at least barring other penalties for at least 41 seconds. Face off deep in the Minnesota zone.
Wild have a 4-on-4 goal in this series. Stars in a 4-on-4 sequence late in Game 5 pulled Ottinger and got one from Robertson. But again, that was with the extra attacker after a couple of penalties that were coincidental at the time. So a half minute to go of 4-on-4 hockey. The Wild carry ahead with Marcus Johansson, speeding through center ice. Hits the offensive blue line, carries deep into the Star zone, jams on the brakes. Up high for the trailer, Hughes. Hughes trying to get around the flat-footed Ritzkovian, left circle. Hughes stands to his backhand and couldn't get a shot through. Spurgeon swept at it, couldn't come up with it. Michael McCarron trying to dig it free. Stars play at the center. Johansson's there to gobble it up. 12:50 to go. Third period of Game 6. Score tied at 2. Hughes peels back with Rantanen about to jump out of the box. He'll just rag some time, and now Faber takes it behind his own net. Rantanen's out. Duchesne to snuff Faber out from back of the cage. Brock Faber skates along and frisbees a long bouncer in. Ottinger to handle it. 1:10 left on the abbreviated power play. The Stars in this building, in this series, are 6 for 11 with the man advantage. In games 3, 4, and tonight this game 6. Good breakup of a pass by Nico Sturm. Got his way to the neutral zone. Couldn't get the puck in deep. Stepping back in onside, Duchesne to Robertson. Cutting left circle. Jason Robertson as the Stars get set up. To the point for Heiskanen. Heiskanen feeds Duchesne. And now it's swerved along for Rantanen. Right circle. Rantanen tried to center. It's knuckled around. Johnston got to it. Played it free. Duchesne bottled up by Sturm. It comes loose for Faber. And he'll slam it down the ice. Half minute to go.
And just cut off that clock. The best game Minnesota getting fresh penalty killers out there.
A reset for the Stars. Power play with Heiskanen cutting through the neutral zone. Dropped it back, Duchesne. The double drop is there for Johnston if they want it. Instead, Duchesne attacks over the line. Fed Robertson, whose pass is behind Johnston, but it's kept in at the right point. Spinning with it, Rantanen. Played in the wheelhouse of Heiskanen. Back to Rantanen, quickly to Robertson. Left circle with a shot blocked. And the Wild stab it out to center as Bogosian plucked it ahead. Hartman's out of the box now. And the Wild kill off the abbreviated power play. We stay tied 2-2 with 11:20 and counting in the third. Harley works back in. Now Michael Bunting shooting one from a tough angle. Volstead the save. Loose puck jab back of the net. Hughes is there for a moment. He's hogtied. Stars get to it. Ritzkovian to Bunting from low to high. Lindella's shot tipped. Volstead made the save. Marcus Foligno to lose puck. Skipped it ahead. Boldy batted it to center. Stars try to re-attack. But they're in early there, unable to get out the center ice on time as Ritzkovian, so Dallas regroups it. They'll streak it along for Bunting. Dropped it back. Ben, a shot that caught the glass. Fox is trying to get there. Now Bunting, bothered by Bogosian. Michael Bunting leaned on by Bogosian, and he separates him from the puck. Gathering is Trenyon. Trenyon wheeling out left wing side. Bothered by Blackwell. He didn't get the puck out. Darting in a steal, right circle. A drop pass, a shot. Volstead the save! Robbing Blackwell and keeping this game tied at 2.
I'm not sure what Trenyon was trying to do with the puck on that last play, but he just gave it away in his own defensive zone, and it wasn't for the goaltender. It would have been in the net.
Remember that save from young Jesper Volstead should the Wild win this hockey game. 10:25 to go. Eric Sinek is giving it a twirl out on the ice as they scrape the surface. He's testing it out. We'll see if he's able to return. 2-2 in Game 6. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by
different score right now. But right now the face-off deep in the Minnesota zone. Face-off to the right of Jesper.
Eric Sinek on the draw against Rantanen. Stars find it. Robertson helps to the point. Harley a shot. Kick save with the left pad by Volstad. Heiskanen found the rebound first. Tucked it down low. It's rimmed up high for Johnston. Covering back there for Heiskanen. He lost it out to center. Wyatt Johnston on the reset. Through the neutral zone. Pass to Robertson and onside. Mason Robertson spins off a hit. Bothered by Eric Sinek. Lifted one down low. It came off the end wall. Spurgeon and Volstad both trying to find it. It's not covered up. Harley has it. Up high Robertson. Waiting. Back to Harley. Fronted by Spurgeon to the back post and offering went wide. Robertson got to it. Johansson bumps him. Robertson's pass stolen by Spurgeon, who tipped it up and then was interfered with by Harley. He's got to bail out on a change. Boy, nearly snuck free there to the captain.
Yeah, almost just get it out of the zone when you're in trouble like that.
Giveaway by the Stars. Zuccarello fresh off the bench. Skates to a loose puck right side. 9.5 minutes to go in the third. It comes to Faber. Faber, cross ice. Hughes has a lane. Walks in. Fired one. They score! Quinn Hughes from the left circle. Banked it in. And the Wild with 9:22 to go have a 3-2 lead.
Oh, a big goal for Minnesota. Once again, there's Hughes out there, right there. And look doesn't even get a smile on his face on that one, but the fans certainly have smiles on their faces over probably close to 19,000 plus in this building here right now. But Minnesota has taken the lead here with that goal coming at 10 minutes and 38 seconds of the third period.
Faber sent it along. Hughes had a wide open lane, and he fired it intentionally, it looks like, off Lyubushkin and in. Ottinger never had a prayer. Faber launches in from center and back to live action. This place is juiced. McCarron behind the net. Bumped by Lindell. McCarron feeds it to the left point. Hughes a shot. The save by Ottinger. The rebound skips around the slot. Stars find it and wrist it out to center. Stolen by Faber. And golf back ahead. The Wild step right back in on side. McCarron a long shot. Stick save Ottinger. Trenyon to the rebound. Swept it back of the net. McCarron checked there. And Lyubushkin will feed it to Sam Steele. Steele hurried one ahead. Got it to the neutral zone. Spurgeon there. Chipping it along. Terasenko to McCarron. Fires in from center. Hustling to it, Trenyon. Rifled it back around the end wall. Hartman stole a puck, got it up high. Bogosian a shot, it was blocked. Zuccarello gets to the carom. Whipped it behind the net, Hartman. Hurried it to Kaprizov. A quick shot gloved and held by Ottinger. The Wild rising to the task here.
And rising, you're absolutely right. And look at the fans. They're all rising to their feet right now with the towels being waved here up on the seats in Minnesota. And with this lead here with 8:29 to go, the shots right now 20-19 in favor of Dallas. And we get a chance to scrape the ice.
Hughes has a 3-point game. The Wild have a 3-2 lead in Game 6. You're listening to Wild Hockey presented by Grand Casino.
Minnesota face-off deep in the Dallas zone. Win the draw.
Off the face-off, Ritzkovian nudged it back. Lindell sails to center. Faber knocked it down with his right glove. Flips it to Hughes. Quinn Hughes at his left circle. D-to-D, Faber. Center ice pass, it's Kaprizov. Nudged it along, it bounced away from Zuccarello. Lindell again got it to center. Kaprizov, be careful there. Kind of check Lindell from behind. Play continues. Faber hooks a pass to Hughes. Hughes steers it back to Brock Faber, right through his own slot. Here comes Faber hitting the red line. Knocked it off right wing side. Hartman waiting, shooting. It's blocked wide off the end glass. Faber collects it. Faber, with Zuccarello covering, worked it that way. A quick shot whistled wide. This time it's Hughes to pinch in. Below the goal line, Kaprizov checked there. Lindell behind his own net, swerving it to Labushkin. And now Bork, bottled up by Eric Sinek. Bork able to fight his way through while finishing a line change as Bork hit the offensive blue line. Slowed down by Spurgeon. It's stabbed ahead by Eric Sinek. Johansson to pressure Harley. 7.5 minutes left in the third. Wild lead game 6, 3-2. Wyatt Johnston hands it to Rantanen. Rantanen barrels in. Spun up right side. Rantanen hounded by Middleton. Rantanen got free for a moment. Boldy reaching for it. Now left side. Heiskanen threw one in front. It ricocheted to the corner. As Spurgeon had Johnston played perfectly side of the net. A logjam back of the cage. Stars emerge for a moment. Johnston bothered by Spurgeon. Centered for Rantanen. Had it stripped free. Johansson cuts away from some pressure. Couldn't get it out though. Robertson to the carom. Up high. Harley a shot. And that hit the glass. Heiskanen to it for Dallas. Back of the net. Rantanen. Rantanen turns to his backhand. Moved it back to Heiskanen in the wheelhouse of Harley for a shot. That ricocheted to the corner. Harley to it. Thomas Harley with the Stars having some good pressure here. Harley spins up high. Robertson in the left side. Heiskanen fronted by Boldy. So he slid it back along Harley. Harley shot blocked by Eric Sinek, who stabs at it. Couldn't get it out. Boldy to the carom. And Boldy scoops safely to center. Hustling off on a change, both teams. 6:22 to go in the third. Petrovic from Heiskanen. Alex Petrovic, the former Florida Panthers draft pick. On the tape of Jamie Benn. Benn to Bischel. Hit hard by Nick Foligno and dropped at center ice. Bischel is slow to get up. Bogosian right side off the dasher. Got it to center. 3-on-3 for the Wild. Nick Foligno drives it in. Nico Sturm bursting to it. Got an assist in this hockey game as he rolls around. Marcus Foligno initiated contact on Benn. As the Stars drill this puck to center. Bunting hounded by Faber. Under 6 minutes to go now. Faber able to loosen it up through center. Sturm cleared it ahead. Bouncing puck near the Stars blue line gathered by Lindell. It's trickled free. Duchesne works it in. Bork and Hughes after it. Hughes around his own net. Hughes being worked over and leaned on by Bork. Stars come up with his puck. Duchesne back of the net. Turns to his forehand. McCarron checks him beautifully. Faber joins the scrum. Every solid defensive play by the Wild right now being recognized by this crowd. 5:20 to go. Wild lead by a goal. Bork to the left of Volstead. Hounded by Hughes. Poking at it, McCarron. Left side, Nick Foligno, rather Marcus Foligno trying to drill it out. Puck sent side of the net. Volstead punches it to Faber, who turns with it right side and then hands it back to Hughes. But he's under some duress from Bork. Hughes cutting to his left. Got wrestled off the puck. Play continues. Ritzkovian to Bork. Bork threw it in front, and it ricocheted wide.
That was a trip.
Johnston to Harley. Now to Heiskanen. He has a lane. Heiskanen with a shot. Blocked by McCarron. And sweeping it out to center. Terasenko. Wild hustling off on a change. Stars back to gather Heiskanen. 4:37 and counting now in the third. 3-2 the Wild lead game 6. It's rattled in by Heiskanen. To the left of Volstead they go. Back of the net now. Spurgeon got hammered down by Rantanen. The captain right back to his skates. Rantanen to the puck. Trying to cycle it off for Harley, who shoves it down behind the net. Ritzkovian trying to come up on the glove side of Volstead. Muscled it past to Harley. Sprung along Heiskanen. Faking a shot. Wristing one. Stick save Volstead. Rebound gathered by Middleton. Numbers for the Wild if they hurry. Middleton jams on the brakes. Skies it into open ice. Boldy was in early. And this will be an offside call in the Wild. We'll see if it's icing instead. Officials are going to talk about it. This place is so loud, I don't know if anybody can hear a darn thing with 4:05 to go.
Well, it irritates me when you get to this point in the game. There's an obvious trip there, and it's not called by the officials. Why? Because if the score is close like this, Minnesota with a one-goal lead, terrible situation. You know what? Scrape the ice and throw me on the ice.
4:05 to go in the third. 3-2 the Wild lead game 6. The puck will be dropped just outside the Wild defensive blue line when we come back to St. Paul. You're listening to Wild Hockey, presented by Grand Casino.
We've got about 4:05 to go here in the third period. Minnesota with a one-goal lead, face-off outside the defensive zone of Minnesota, right in front of the penalty box area.
5-on-5 hockey. Eriksson won the draw. Hughes picks it up. Speeds at the Faber, right side in his own zone. Smack the pass, the tip. Boldy able to one-hand it along. Kaprizov fired a shot that kind of stunned Ottinger. Just got his right skate on. Stars with Heiskanen to Harley. Harley cuts past Eriksson, gives it off. Johnston flips it in to the left of Wallstedt. Hughes comes back for it. Labeled it along right side. It'll deflect down. This will be an icing call. 3:36 to go.
Well, Minnesota's got to just make sure they get the puck control, get it out of the zone. That's number one right now. They don't need any more goals. They just have to make sure that they don't give any to the opposition and stay out of the penalty box.
Draw to the left of Wallstedt. Features Eriksson. Stars still have their timeout. They want to use it. Shots are 20-19 Dallas. Wild lead game 6, 3-2. Ritzkovian and Eriksson on the draw. Stars made a change after the icing call on the Wild. And Dallas had too many players on the ice. And now, of course, they're buying themselves some time here. Petrovic would not be out on the ice with 3:36 left in a one-goal game of the playoffs, I don't think. If for no other reason but to buy some more time. But it worked. Just my opinion. Stars get the draw back. Harley waiting. Harley shooting. Block. It knuckles around. Bouncing puck. Reaching for it. Boldy chips the center off the left wing glass. Tries to bat it ahead for Kaprizov, but Harley stole it. Harley through his own slot for the Stars. Carves up along the left wing side. The Wild got a partial change. Now darting in, bunting a shot, gloved and held by Wallstedt.
Yeah, high shot also. That probably went over top of the net, but Wallstedt just grabs onto it, and that'll keep the face-off deep in the Minnesota zone, I believe, to the left.
Tom, there goes Jake Ottinger over to the Stars bench with 3:16 left in a one-goal game. Glenn Gulletson was very aggressive in Game 5 with his team down 3-1. What, he pulled him with about 5 minutes left in that game?
Yes, he did.
So again, it's a 3-2 series lead for the Wild. They've got a one-goal lead in Game 6 with 3:16 on the clock. Draw to the left of Wallstedt.
Win the draw.
Johnston and Eriksson on the face-off. Johnston nudged it free. Duchesne tapped to the point. It rolls to center. Heiskanen on the recollects. Heiskanen feathers it. Onto the tape of Rantanen, who hits the red line, slams it off the glass, skips around the boards to the left of Wallstedt. Middleton got to it, poked it ahead. Kaprizov on a second effort trying to guide it out. Heiskanen held it in. Kaprizov continues the battle. So does Middleton, and Middleton jarred it through neutral ice. It'll get up on its edge and roll to the vacated cage, but it's picked up by Robertson. 2:45 to go. Robertson around his own net. Shaded towards the left wing side. Hands it back for Johnston on the drop pass. Johnston near the offensive blue line, smacked it off the board, slowed down by Faber. Middleton scurried back, drilled it off the dasher, it's blocked. Middleton battles to gather. Middleton skates to his left, crowd urging a shot. Middleton fumbled away, then sliced it up, not out. Oh yes, it did get the center. Robertson back on it for the Stars, they clear the line. Stepping back in Johnston, carefully watched by Middleton, a long shot. Caught and held by Volstead, 2:16 to go.
Yeah, that's a good move by Volstead also. He looked like he was going to try and put the puck down, but realized there's too many white jerseys around him. So with that, he kept held on to it. And with it 2:16 to go, as Joe said, Minnesota has a 1-goal lead. And every fan in this building is standing up right now. They're all waiting for hopefully the final buzzer to go with Minnesota in the lead.
Stars use their timeout. Tom Neil Graham, their assistant coach, will draw up the 6-on-5. Patrick Dwyer's got the whiteboard at the front of the Wild bench for this 5-on-6 situation for Minnesota. What's each team talking about?
I think right now Minnesota's talking about what they're positioning, but also winning that draw. They've got to win this draw. They can't continue to lose them. But right now everyone has a job to do. Where they're going to position, they're talking over there who's going to go where, what happens in the draw. If we win it, go over here. So they know exactly where everybody's going to be. So they don't have to even look. They know that their teammate will be in the position they want him to be.
Face-offs to this point, 41% for the Stars, 59% for the Wild. Draw it to the left of Volstead. Timeout is over. Ottinger still at the bench for Dallas. It's gut check time for both teams. Stars have reached the Western Conference Final in 3 straight years.
Eriksson taking the draw from Minnesota, and that's a good plus, certainly for number 14. He's won 64% of the draws.
Scramble off the face-off. Stars get to the point. Heiskanen batted it past Kaprizov. Now Rantanen hounded by Kaprizov as well as Eriksson trying to step free. Johnson, loose puck, Boldy. Boldy left circle, skies it into open ice. Kaprizov charging to it. Kirill Kaprizov trying to out-goal Robertson. He couldn't get a shot through. Kaprizov back of the net, hounded by Robertson. And the Stars have it. $1:55 to go. What a puck battle that was. Kaprizov just ran out of room. Heiskanen from center ice, launched it in. Kicks to the left of Volstead. Middleton and Rantanen come together. Duchesne now trying to steer it free. Here comes to Boldy. Boldy lost the handle. It's Jamie Benn in the high slot for the Stars. He's hounded, lost it to center. Boldy tipped free. Matt Boldy in alone. He scores! A minute 31 to go. And it's 4-2 Minnesota late here in Game 6.
And that's going to bring Ottinger back into the blue paint area, also with the face-off being in center right. But what a great effort by Minnesota. And look at the fans here, Joe. Look at the white towels being waved around. Look at the team also on that bench. Everyone jubilation right now in Minnesota for the Minnesota Wild. Wow, this has been a battle. They said this was going to be a good battle, and it certainly has been. Both teams working very hard trying to advance to that next round, and it looks like Colorado, who will have, a full day, 8 days off from their rest after winning in 4-goal fashion. And
Tom, I love you to death. I'm not ready for that yet. Bogosian flings ahead. Lindell back to gather. There goes Ottinger again to the bench. Under 80 seconds left now. Stars running out of time. They'll headman. This should be an icing call in Dallas. And it is.
And that'll bring the goaltender back into place also.
Can't even hear a whistle in this building. Trying to exercise the first round demons. A minute 14 from doing that. Dallas a slight edge in shots, 22-20. 74 seconds left. Boldy into the empty nets. Makes it 4-2 Minnesota. That's his 5th goal of the series.
Yeah, that was showing under such right now, but Boldy, that is 5th goal, as you call it, Joe. Boy, that was an effort.
And he scored in 3 straight of this series. Stars dig a puck free. A minute left in the 3rd. Volstead out to handle a puck, smashed it around his end wall. Boldy left side, fires from long range. It'll deflect. A bouncing puck rescued by Harley. Harley at the red line, snaps in. Middleton deflects out the center. 40 seconds left, keeping the Wild for the second round. Rantanen through center ice, into the Wild slot, hands it off the board, got it back to Rantanen. Rantanen centers a shot, shoulder save, Alstead. Harley to his rebound, throw back in front. Alstead got a stick on it. Stars have it again, 20 seconds left. Back of the net, a centering pass stolen. Boldy to the empty net again. He scores! Why not? Boldy seals the deal. In Game 6, the Wild have a 5-2 lead, and they're going to move on to the second round.
Speechless. Boldy knows where that net is. Every time he gets the puck, he looks up, and boy, he knows exactly where it is. And we see him practice that at the practice sessions, the full length of the ice, knowing where the net is. Not always able to see it, but you know, have a pretty good feel from where you are on the ice. But Minnesota right now taking the final, could be the final draw of this series, and Minnesota with a 3-goal lead.
Puck is down. The Stars have it. They wave the white flag. The final seconds ticking down in St. Paul. And that's it.
Our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Now please turn your attention to the Zamboni corner as we welcome the Anaheim Fire and Rescue Honor Guard with the presentation of our nation's colors.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and the bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Honda Center is ready for Game 6. Ducks versus Oilers. An opportunity to close out the two-time defending Western Conference champion Edmonton Oilers as we're set for puck drop in Anaheim, California. Lukáš Dostal gets the net for the Ducks. 3-2 this postseason with a 4.32 goals against average and an .864 save percentage. Across the ice, he'll face off against Connor Ingram. 2-2 this postseason with a 3.77 goals against average and an .878 save percentage. What a scene as Teemu Selanne in the house to begin the twirl of the towels at Honda Center. An opening puck drop on the way. What a scene, Emerson, as we get ready to kick things off.
What, Aaron? I could barely hear you there. All I heard was Teemu Selanne, but I'm ready to go.
And we are underway. Game 6 has started. Ducks with control out the left wing side. It's Chris Kreider feeding to center ice, banking it intended for Troy Terry. There's a little juggle of the lines. We're seeing Carlson bring this one in as he feeds it in front, looking for Kreider. And he was taken out of the play run by Murphy, who gets a little shot from Kreider as he bumps this one along the far boards.
Good on Leo Carlson. That's the mentality you want to see. Dropping the shoulder, near side dot lane, and charging that puck towards the net.
It's Leon Draisaitl back at his own end. And on left side, through the neutral zone, as Mattias Ekholm dishes this one into the Ducks' end. Ring around the far side, cut off by Draisaitl, looks for McDavid, taken away by Beckett Seneca, and the Ducks can skate this to center. They'll shoot it in from center red with Trouba. Left on the left wing, here's Graham, whips one to the cage from the far boards, but couldn't get it on net. Trouba will try one, he misfires, and it's Draisaitl finding this one at his bench boards. Skates it to center, finds McDavid, breaks in, moves left side, shoots the puck, and he misses wide on the glove hand of Dostal. Back on for McDavid, left side corner. Down low for Leon Draisaitl. They performed in Game 5 back together. A shot from the point by Wallman. Unable to get that on net. And it's sent down the ice, resulting in an icing whistle against the Ducks. After both teams feeling out the offensive zone early on. 1 minute and 25 seconds off the clock.
How scary is Connor McDavid? I mean, you know he's going to pull that puck in a rangy manner towards the near side, but it's that one extra stick handle that makes you doubt it before he rips it. And the Ducks, as I mentioned in the keys to the game, they need lower support on their breakouts.
Draws to the right of Lukáš Dostal, won by Kyle Granlund. Here's Lacombe on the left wing side. Held pointless for the first time in his playoff career in game number 5, but he still leads all NHL defensemen in postseason scoring with 8 points on the year in 5 postseason games. Run off the puck at center. It's back into the Duck zone. Far side, VL pokes this one. On for Ryan Poehling, carries through center, has to shoot this one in and chase, and now the Ducks can complete the change they were trying to do after the icing whistle.
And I don't even mind that turnover by Jackson Lacombe. Why? It's because he's playing high-risk, high-reward hockey, and maybe 1 out of 10 will look like that. That's okay.
Nurse puts one on goal, stick to side, Dostal. Kick towards the front, McTavish drills this one off the glass to neutral ice. Collected by Murphy. He'll go D to D to Darnell Nurse. That has been their go-to defensive pairing in heavy situations. They've been good defensively as they dump this one in and change. Ducks look for the near side corner. On for Terry, couldn't clear. Matthias Ekholm on. He'll backhand it at the far corner. Lazar after it. Stripped to the puck by Hellison. And just poked to center ice. They try to break through a check. They will float it towards the front as McTavish had to run through some traffic and got it into the offensive zone as Leo Carlson couldn't poke that one loose.
Yeah, Mac T, far side. How about him? Shot out of a cannon as he was potentially getting squeezed off by Ekholm, but he out skates Ekholm, and he almost makes that pass connect from the far side.
Ducks forced back to their own end as Jackson Lacombe holds this one. 3 minutes off the clock. Scoreless here, first period of game 5. Potential elimination game on the line. Ducks 6-0 on home ice in game 6's all-time in team history. Here's Kreider within the offensive zone. Left side shoots it to the front. Stopped by Ingram. He has his first handle of the puck. With 16:48 to play in the first period as Ducks going to the front of the net here early.
This game's going to be so close. It's going to be a dogfight until the very end. I love Troy Terry's response there after the whistle. He's getting it from all angles, and he says, you know what, I'm just going to consume my energy, focus on the next shift, and look at him, Leo Carlson, Chris Kreider, Drew Hellison, and Tyson Hines. They're all 5 talking this offensive face-off out. That's good signs.
Edmonton with the face-off win. They pull it back behind their own net. Darnell Nurse. He's troubled by Chris Kreider. Has to force us back behind his own net and take a hit. They're going to pressure Murphy here on the near side. He guides it out to center and force the backhand in by Savoy. Rosovic first to it behind the net here. Pass for Dickinson off his skate. And now out to the left point where it's just hammered back in deep by Nurse. Tie up in the near side corner. Carlson forces it near side. That's Leo Carlson, the forward. Stellar forward youngster for this Anaheim group. Lifted to center by Kreider.
And on that lift from Kreider, he got checked from behind by Roslovic. That happened about 2 feet above the near side top of the circle. And look, the Zebras, as they call them, they are letting them play. That's the officials in some hockey slang.
An offside whistle against Edmonton as they tried to lift one in from the bench port. Savoy was ahead of it. And the face-off will be right in front of the Edmonton bench. Chris Knobloch, the head coach of this Oilers club, trying to guide his group to a 3rd straight Stanley Cup final berth. But having trouble in this first round against these young Ducks. We'll have them on the brink of elimination as Anaheim leads this best-of-7 series 3-2. Wallman's going to walk this one into the zone. Drive to the cage as he walks across the blue line. Dostal handles that as he holds on for the whistle.
Well, kudos to the Anaheim Ducks for keeping most of these opportunities just from the outside, right? And look, there hasn't been a ton of shot volume to start this game. That last clapper there by Wallman was only the 2nd shot for the Oilers, but both of the shots for the Oil have come from the perimeter.
Draw will be to the right of Lukáš Dostal. Tim Washi on the face-off win leads Anaheim at 56.2% on the draws in the postseason. Now out to center ice. McDavid takes a hit from Trouba as he dumped it in. And it's moved ahead now by Trouba out to neutral ice. Under the reach of Ian Moore, but the follow-up is Washi to dump in. Rimmed around the wall to the far side. There's Bouchard. Able to skate from a hit from VL. Thought he had him lined up. Shifty, and now it's on for McDavid to break into the zone. Steps around a man on the right wing circle. Backhand try is wide of the net as the Ducks have a man ahead. Seneca carries this to center ice. Hands off to Killorn as they get in the zone. Killorn looks, backdoor play. It'll come to Lacombe. Couldn't feed it to the front, and look out. Here comes Draisaitl and McDavid to center ice. Killorn trying to get back. Poke check, and it's loose. Great defensive play. Jacob Trouba was back to knife that away on the 2-on-1. Drilled in by Granlund. Around the board's left side. Minchikov in deep as he feeds Beckett Seneca. Run off the puck by Murphy. Here's McDavid to drop it back for Murphy. And he'll fire this one up into the air and all the way back to Ducks ice, where John Carlson feeds Gauthier into his own right side. Shoots off the stick. Blocked by Murphy, out of play. With 14:53 to go, first period, we are scoreless, and this will draw some pushing and shoving and cross checks. The nastiness back behind the net of Connor Ingram.
Well, we already heard early on in this broadcast that Cutter Gauthier wants to bring a shooter's mentality, which is in his DNA to begin with, but he wants to bring that shooter's mentality more into games moving forward, and that's the right mindset. It gets deflected in the upper netting, but the shot mentality was there.
Draw to the left of goaltender Connor Ingram, returning to the net for the Edmonton Oilers after Tristan Jarry had game 4 in this building. He stopped 29 of 30 in the victory to keep his group alive in game 5 at Rogers Place. And Darnell Nurse snaps this one ahead. It'll go over the stick of Nugent Hopkins, and it will result in an icing call trying to send that through the neutral zone. And back into the offensive zone will go. Joel Quenneville can set up his lines, and the last time the Ducks were in this building, Joel Quenneville picked up his 124th postseason victory. He'll pass Al Arbor for the second most in NHL all-time postseason history. Draw coming up right side of Ingram. Leo Carlson won this one at Kreider, and it just rolled a little past him. Good, trying to put a backhand to the net, and it just didn't work out for number 20 on its 35th birthday. As the Ducks feed it back in, Kreider's going to dig this one out from the far side corner and cycle it near boards, looking for Troy Terry. Darnell Nurse flipped that one along. Puck Colson, and they try to head mail. Oh, they almost had Zach Hyman breaking. The right side goes off his skates. And the Ducks will find on the near side corner of their own end.
Yeah, that was a great 80-foot stretch pass by Podkolzin, and he tilted his head. And that body language from him just showed the frustration within the moment, as Hyman on the far side should have received that puck.
Granlund with room down the left side. Jams the brakes, sweeps the puck around the boards to the right side. A pinching Hellison will keep this one alive into the corner. Carries behind the net. Drew Hellison on the far corner for Granlund. Back down low, intended for Killorn. Hellison had escaped back to his blue line position and allows the Oilers to lift this out to center. And now working on the near side, Rosovic on the backhand, guides it into the zone. Dostal out to play it. A shoot around the wall to the far side. Killorn touches this to center, right under the tape of Colton Dock. And then Darnell Nurse on the neutral zone pass will shoot it in.
It's been pretty even as far as play, just based on eye test is concerned. And the team that really turns it on here has a great chance of getting some early momentum.
It's a cycle down low. Dock from Szymanski, tied up behind the cage by the Ducks, and stepping through some traffic is Ryan Paling as he stumbles into the far side boards. Has to give back to Tyson Hines, or he's quickly pounced on by Curtis Lazar, and the puck is still inside the Ducks zone. Swept behind the cage. Lazar digging for this one. Finds it far side boards. Oilers changing behind the play. And Connor McDavid just on, takes over. Now Leon Draisaitl, left side, Ekholm winds, doesn't shoot. He'll carry and put it down low. Angled off the boards, Darnell Nurse just taps it along for McDavid out of the right corner. McDavid up high comes with this one. Feeds Draisaitl, top of the circle, back to McDavid, left wing side, has a man in front, and he's stripped of the puck by Hellison. His deep pairing's been out here a good bit. Back up top for Bouchard, still with the Oilers in the offensive zone. Ekholm, one touched, it's now McDavid, twisted right side, Bouchard winds up, sends this one off the right pad of Dostal, kicked off the corner down the ice, and the clear, the Ducks can change.
So here's the problem, and this is what the Oil are going to be looking to do all game long. That is catch the Anaheim Ducks on long shift and then double shift the McDavid line as they did here on this last sequence.
And they're still out here, and they get it back into the zone. Bouchard for Ekholm at the point, winds. Fake slapper, goes off the skate of Connor McDavid, drilled down the ice. This is going to be an icing call against the Ducks. And back into Anaheim territory we will go, but we will see McDavid and company hop off the ice, but there are certainly a bunch of weapons out there that'll step on for Edmonton.
Yeah, and It was a forced clear that last play. Look, the Anaheim Ducks must limit those, the hot potato type of plays. And look, the coaching staff, we know Joel Quenneville really trusts each and every Anaheim Duck, but it's going to be the players that maintain poise under duress that should be playing the most.
More pressure here coming from the Oilers after the faceoff went off the goaltender Dostal, and possession goes to Edmonton. Left side, it's Wallman keeping it in from the point. Ponkolzin, who's opened to scoring twice in this series, looks to go out to the point, out of the reach of the pinching Emberson. It's out to center. The Ducks will change.
That was another rush and forced clear, right? And now the Edmonton Oilers regain possession. They must maintain poise in the pocket and try to start hitting the far side D on some of the breakouts. They have to control the puck more.
They control it now. They'll shoot it in from the left side with Leo Carlson. Slowed by Ingram as he feeds to his defense. It's Dickinson now to backhand it to center ice. Glove down by Mintyukov. And it's back on for Murphy after the play by Carlson. Darnell Nurse now approaching the halfway point of the first period. We are scoreless from Honda Center in game number 6. Chance for the Anaheim Ducks to close out the Oilers. Rosovic brings this one in. Shot blocked by John Carlson. And it's ahead with Anaheim's Troy Terry as he kicks it loose to neutral ice. Ducks changing over. Very close to 2 in on the ice. That one's another one close around the bench as it's picked up by Beckett. Seneca wants to put it into the zone. Left wing side chasing is Granlund. Follow up Killorn into the corner. Goes down low. It's Granlund from the near side. Put it to the front. And it's a save from Ingram with Killorn waving the stick in front for a deflection. And that'll draw a crowd once more in front of the netminder with 10:17 to play in the first.
Well, I'm curious if Joel Quenneville and company are going to start double shifting maybe the Ducks top line. So we'll keep tabs on that just because the Edmonton Oilers, that seems to be their game plan.
More after this. You're listening to Duck Stream, powered by TuneIn. A healthier Orange County. Discover the new UCI Health Irvine Hospital.
How about that, Mike? Trout, 3-time American League MVP in the house. So you got him, you got Temu. I just look forward to seeing who else is going to be shown on the Jumbotron.
That's big-time hockey in Orange Country. Game 6, first round, Ducks and Oilers. Ducks with possession. It's John Carlson at the point. Hit shot, trickles to the net. They score! Ryan Poehling with the pickle stabber out for the last poke. And Anaheim takes a 1-0 lead.
That's such a huge goal. Good on Hales for following through. That's what playoff hockey's all about right there. Not giving up, following through. He gets the job done. That is just a ginormous goal.
And you know what? That may just be all John Carlson. as that one redirecting around in front, but credit to John Carlson getting that shot through. It does bounce off of Ryan Poehling. The Ducks will take a 1-0 lead in the first period, the first time they've opened the scoring in this series.
Are the Oilers faithful? Are they going to say that that wasn't a goal?
It's Anaheim looking for more to add to the lead now. Another one from Ryan Poehling trickling across that goal line in plain sight. 1-0 Ducks. Honda Center erupts.
Too soon.
VL back after it for some more. Along the far side and poked out the center around Lacombe, who regulates the play, and Darnell Nurse shoots this one in. Trouba snaps this one ahead. VL from center. Able to find Tim Washy, but he's run over by Draisaitl and forced that puck offside with Ian Moore ahead of the play. 9:18 to go in the first period. Anaheim with the 1-0 lead. Cutter Gauthier and John Carlson pick up the helpers. It is Ryan Poehling's goal, his 4th of the postseason. He leads the Ducks in that department. On the near side corner boards, another shoot in by the Ducks. They chase after it here as the Tim Washy line and company on after. They knock down Draisaitl in his own end. And allows the Ducks to take over as they strip Kapanen of the biscuit. Trouba banks it off the near side wall. Ian Moore can't get it deep. Goes off the leg of Ekholm. Comes right to Jackson Lacombe. He'll make sure that one's stashed in below the goal line. Kicked around here. Rolls towards the net, and it's moved away by Ekholm last second as the Ducks trying to dig one out in the corner. And it's on down low for Beckett. Seneca at the takeaway. They look for Carlson, but onto it first is McDavid with his speed flying through center down the left wing side. Button hooks. Leaves this one for Draisaitl. Brings to the backhand. Wires that one wide. And John Carlson can put this one off his stick out to center ice on a clear. They regroup. It's McDavid breaking right back in, trying to go through the D. Shove. Still got loose. Going to a rampant to the near side circle. Back in time is Seneca. McDavid back to it here. Feeds it through the box. It's off the stick of Minchikov. Stays in down deep. Carlson had lost his stick, trying to pick it up now as it goes off of his loose blade and sits on the end wall. Minchikov digging away. It's Granlund poking it near side, but not out. Wallman keeps it in. D to D for Emberson. Right side. In return, Emberson. One-time try. It's broken up. Here come the Ducks through center. They look for Beckett. Seneca out of his reach, and icing will be washed out, most importantly.
Yeah, it was a broken 2-on-1 for the good guys. Beckett Seneca with Alex Killorn, and when Killer gave that puck back to Seneca, it bounced over his twig.
Terry breaks in right side for a steal. Shoots, save, rebound, came loose. Kreider sniffing for it. Pouncing is Ingram to get the whistle. With 7:38 to go in the first period, Anaheim opens the scoring. Ryan Poehling makes it 1-0. You're listening to Duck Stream, powered by TuneIn.
This December.
Goal lead of the series, and yes, 1-0. Good guys. Ryan Poehling, the big time goal scorer, assisted by John Carlson and Cutter Gauthier. Plan your visit to Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel, the only casino resort to be awarded the coveted AAA 5-diamond award for both 2024 and 2025. You and DJ JoJo has got this place absolutely rocking.
Draw to the left of Connor Ingram. You know, he was told by Chris Knobloch after the decision was made to put in Tristan Jarry for game number 4. He said, if we end up in an elimination situation, we're coming back to you. And it has rebuilt that confidence ahead of game number 5. Right off the draw, Gauthier to the cage. And there's Ingram with a stop. And he talked about that after the game, the victory, to keep them alive in game number 5. And he said they'd go to the hair guy. And I'm also going to their guy with Lukáš Dostal in a 66th appearance this season between regular season, postseason, and Olympic hockey. Battled along the near side face-off circle. McTavish is fighting for that one, but it's out to center ice as Hyman can chip this into the corner. Minchikov back, jams the brakes on Hyman, snaps it around the near side wall. Cutter Gauthier has this one, trying to head man, and he had a man on the left wing side impaling. It's picked off by Nugent Hopkins and sent back into the zone as Hyman pushed along the boards, gets it out to the point though, fired to the cage. It's blocked, never got on net, and Ducks unable to clear. Hyman back to it in the far corner, bodied by Minchikov, drags it behind the cage, wants to reverse course as he angles it for Nugent Hopkins to sweep out to the right point. Darnell Nurse now left side. Stick breaks as he goes to shoot the puck. Sent back to Darnell Nurse. He is now to Blade as Cutter Gauthier can force this to center as he whips it in from center ice.
And this would be a good time for the Anaheim Ducks with the 1-goal lead early on to shore up some of the turnovers. The Edmonton Oilers are tracking back extremely hard. Even Leo Carlsson has had trouble as he's had a couple of turnovers himself close to the defensive zone blue line, so that's got to shore up.
Bouchard at the point with this one, fires the puck. That hits the end boards wide and angled into the near side corner. Bump on to McDavid. Frees that puck up, and it's Carlsson ahead. Back to Carlsson from Terry. Open is Kreider. Shoots! He scores! Chris Kreider doubles the lead from the right wing circle, and the Ducks are ahead 2-0.
That's big time. Chris Kreider with a bomb of a shot, near side, dot lane. How about him? Open up the hips and that pass. What a beautiful pass by Leo Carlsson. Right in the wheelhouse of Chris Kreider. That one-time blast, it doesn't get much more pinpoint than that.
Chris Kreider with his 20th goal in a game, 5 through 7 in his postseason career. And on his 35th birthday, he wires home his 49th postseason goal to double the Ducks lead.
And Aaron, how pinpoint were those two passes en route to Chris Kreider? I mean, both rangy hook passes. That is masterclass in the hockey department.
Edmonton's trying to get one back. Off the stick of Savoy for Seneca. Gramblin overskated, able to fish this one back at center ice, and he'll scamper into the zone. Dropping off left side, Seneca trying to go across. Here's a try for Killorn on the backhand, and he just missed wide. Savoy can't clear. They feed it in front. Gramblin boxes out, puts it to the front. It's out of the reach of Seneca. Got it off the boards, though. Back at Seneca. The sensational rookie for the Ducks. He'll guide it down low. Gramblin, Killorn on the cycle. Riding a 4-game point streak. Alex Killorn to the point. They'll go with Hines. Seneca stationed at the point now. Feeds a man left side. Gramblin holds, fires. It's over the net. Seneca pinching on the right side. He's playing defense right now for Hellison, who backs up in the neutral zone and picks up this clearer.
The good guys just want it more, folks. Chris Kreider extending the lead to 2-0. Leo Carlsson with the first assist. Troy Terry with the second.
His first since March 22nd in this building against Buffalo. Oilers with their fourth line on. Szymanski chips this one in. Back is Ian Moore. He's hauled down into the far circle. Nothing upcoming. The crowd doesn't like it. Doc finds this one behind the net. Gets it back from Nurse. 34 in white shoots the puck. Saved. Dostal still loose. Backhanded to the cage. They score. Edmonton cuts the lead in half. They get one back from their fourth line. It's a 2-1 game with 4:46 to play in the first.
What a response by the Edmonton Oilers. Post-second goal for the good guys. I mean, this game has When you think about playoffs, you think about this kind of game, back and forth, but the execution. And it's Szymanski poking that puck towards the Dost wall, and Murphy coming through in what was a huge moment for him just to get to that spot. And now we know what type of game this is going to be.
Edmonton answers. 2-1 game in the first. Ducks by 1. Darnell Nurse back behind his own net as he hands off to the goal scorer, Connor Murphy. His second of the postseason. He leads Edmonton Oilers defenseman in goal scoring, who came in tonight tied for the most points by defenseman, 16 in the postseason. A penalty coming up. It'll be against Edmonton. Oh, wait. Pointing over the near side, and yes, the door does open. We'll get the call downstairs.
Edmonton penalty, number 93, 2-minute minor, holding.
The JMG power play will take the ice when we come back. Ducks lead 2-1. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
The Ducks up a goal on the Oilers, and now they're getting their chance on the power play, a power play in which we've seen have success in every single game in this series. When I asked Leo Carlsson about that power play success recently, he said that they're just playing simpler, and the game has been opening up for them more, so we'll see if they're able to execute that here on this first chance, guys.
Outstanding insight, AD. When life rips a slap shot your way, the right defense make all the difference. That's where Mercury Insurance comes in. Outsmart coverage, great service, and affordable rates keep you covered where it counts. Get a quote at mercuryinsurance.com today.
On to the JMG power play for the Anaheim Ducks. They have scored a power play goal in 9 straight games dating back to the regular season. 12 for 38. That is, 12 for 28. They're at 42.9% in that 9-game stretch. And they win the face-off to Jackson Lacombe. We'll start with possession. A broken stick for Connor McDavid. Right side, Gauthier. He whistles one towards the cage, and it's snared by Ingram, who holds on for the whistle.
It's so impressive. Just that last sequence. Jackson Lacombe, you don't know if he's going to go back to the far side. He takes that split-second delay, and then that pass is at such a sharp angle that it goes in front of Cutter Gauthier. But he can pick up that puck from anywhere.
McTavish on the face-off, has us tied up. Coming out of it will be Connor McDavid. Out ahead, he breaks out, speeding through center ice, watched by Jackson Lacombe, strips him of the puck, and the Ducks take over in their own end.
That was impressive. Jackson Lacombe knows that Connor McDavid is just flat out the better skater. We all know that, but with that said, he manages what he knows. He goes backwards to forwards. Here comes Beckett-Zinica.
Skate the stick for him into the zone right side. He'll play this one around the boards to the left wing. Down is the Ducks. Will play it back to the point now as McTavish. Cutter Gauthier, little half slapper, wanted to get it to the front. It was blocked. Able to get it back to the point for McTavish as Cutter Gauthier feeds it down low. Seneca settles it, finds Lacombe left wall, bump back to the point. McTavish for Cutter Gauthier right side, looking for a redirect, and couldn't connect with Seneca on the back door. And it's Jackson Lacombe down the left wing side, hands off to Seneca. And walk it near side, dropping off from McTavish, skates into the circle, back for Seneca, sets up Lacombe. Looks, and it's McTavish again, left side circle. Drops it back off to the point. Look for Cutter Gauthier. Shot block. Scores! It trickled through! Cutter Gauthier with the power play goal. And it's 3-1 Anaheim.
Just pristine puck movement. The Ducks, they're not playing around here in this game. They are doing what it takes to get rewarded, and that is not forcing it at the blue line on the near side. That half-wall pass could have easily been forced to the quarterback. It wasn't. Sit back, down low, and the Ducks make some great plays. That puck goes from near side dot lane towards the net. Takes a funny bounce. Ducks will take it.
It goes off of Darnell Nurse and skipped up into the air and over the right shoulder of Ingram. 3-1 Anaheim. The 2-goal lead reestablished. First period, still plenty of time to go in this one as Ian Moore chases this one down, got it to the point. John Carlson right side, hit shot. It's blocked in front by Evan Bouchard. Von Colson and then Draisaitl left wing. Will jam the brakes at center ice. Feed Bouchard, goes off his stick, swept in by Kapanen. John Carlson first to it, finds Ian Moore, touches it to the neutral zone. Ducks begin a change, 2:35 to play first period. It's Ekholm walking it in, slaps it wide of the net. Picked up by Troy Terry as Truba can guide along the near side boards to Chris Kreider. He punches it along the wall and into the offensive zone.
Well, Chris Kreider, we all know that he's got a goal. It was a blast, but those are the type of plays, near side red line area, where he's got to get that along the wall stretch pass.
Troy Terry, nice little deflection to get this one out to center ice. It forces Wallman to guide it back to his own end for Emberson. Back to center for Dickinson. Look out, they got a man breaking in. Rosovic got a step here, goes off the crossbar as he lifted it over the cage. And it's settled to the near side corner for the Ducks.
And Rosovic looks up into the Honda Center rafters and said, how did I miss that one, as Troy Terry enters the O-zone and gets a kind of a funky shot off there. How about Roslovic? I mean, Troy Terry, he's got to win that puck battle, right? It's a 50-50 puck, top of the circles, right in the defensive zone slot, and he reaches out. Roslovic reaches out too. Roslovic, within that split second, just wants it more. He gains possession. That was a quality in-tight move right there. That almost picked the upper right-hand corner. So close.
Roslovic, a 3-time 20-goal scorer. Here's John Carlson from the point. Gobbled up by Ingram, but John Carlson getting shots through to the Roslovic point. 3-time 20-goal scorer, including this season. Just 3 postseason goals in his career. This is his 6th time in the postseason, playing in the Stanley Cup playoffs.
Good stuff, Aaron. And leading up to this face-off here to the left of Ingram, Anaheim with 12 wins, Edmonton with 6. Let's see how this one plays out.
Granlund wins it, and on the right side, Seneca dancing around the boards, holds, and spin once more on the near side. Now stuffs it into the corner. Granlund and a tie-up with Killorn, battling with Nurse. Draisaitl there, he'll push it aside. Here's Nugent-Hopkins. On for Murphy, he's got the goal tonight for Edmonton. He'll guide this on the backhand of the near corner, Duck zone, no icing. Back was Minchikov, little poke, and then it's out to center ice off the tape of Killorn. 1:20 to play in period number 1. Ducks with a 3-1 lead. As it's bounced on to Dostal, he'll shrug to the near side corner. On for Jackson Lacombe. Up the wall, bumped. He picked up in flight by Chris Kreider. Kreider, 1-on-2, shuffles it right into the body of Von Colson. He can chase this to center. Feed it on for Hyman. Stripped of the puck by Cutter Gauthier, but the follow-up is Von Colson. To the point for Wallman. Stick to side by Dostal. Not going to the netting. We'll keep playing here as everyone's pointing to it, but we'll lift it down the ice. No icing on this play. Viel crashing towards the cage here. The goaltender's knocked down, thrown to the front by Paling, and it's kept out. And now the whistle sounds. We'll have a call. The arm went up back the other way. We'll send it downstairs for the whistle.
Edmonton's got a bench minor for too many men on the ice.
How about that? 2 men on the ice for the Oilers, and back to the power play that has scored on 8 of 15 chances in this series.
That's so huge. And Aaron, think about that. The officials did not blow the whistle when the Ducks players were complaining that, hey, that hit the upper netting. The play continued on, and so you don't get a defensive zone draw. That's a small win, and the opposition takes a bench minor. It's just a win-win-win.
41 seconds remain in the period. JMG power play hits the ice. Will go by the game clock as it's 1 to Killorn. Guides it to Lacombe. Left side, McTavish, who has a helper. Throws it in front here. Saved by Ingram, looking for a redirect. It skips off his pads. Here's Seneca out of the corner to the point. Lacombe on for Cutter Gauthier. One-timer, and it's shouldered aside by Ingram to the corner. Killorn digging away. Sweeps it to the near side boards, but Kapkin pokes it ahead, and Darnell Nurse gets center red and dumps it in. 15 seconds left in the period. Maybe one more rush as Jackson Lacombe marches ahead to center ice, busts around one, walks it into the zone, brings it near side, 8 seconds left. Cutter Gauthier returns to Lacombe. Left side, McTavish holds, gives to Cutter Gauthier up top, one more, 2 seconds. They got to get a shot away. Here's Killorn, hit a man in front as time expires. They found the bumper, couldn't get it on net, but the Anaheim Ducks with a 3-goal first period to take a 3-1 lead after 20 minutes of play.
And as we wait for our guest, don't you go anywhere, folks. It's Mason McTavish. Can't wait for that. Well, Connor Murphy made it 2-1 in favor of the Anaheim Ducks on an assist by Josh Szymanski and Colton Dock. And then the big-time goal, a blast. Cutter Gauthier took a strange bounce as Aaron relayed that after the fact. That first assist, Jackson Lacombe, and the second going to our guest coming up, and that's Mason McTavish.
McTavish now with points in 10 of his last 13 games dating back to the regular season. 4 goals and 7 helpers over that period of time. And for Cutter Gauthier, he draws into the postseason lead with 3 power play goals, netting that one to put the Ducks back up by 2. So the Ducks are the first time in this series opening the scoring. Took till game number 6. They outshoot the Edmonton Oilers 11-7. And also, when we come back for that second period, they're going to have 1 minute and 19 seconds of power play time to work with. Fresh ice, and Emma, you know how important that can be, too, for the power play unit. That is white hot. 1-for-1 tonight. And on the season series, when you look through the regular season as well, they are 12 for 27, nearly 50% in the season series.
Mac T joins us. Mason, you are a big part of the Anaheim Ducks' third goal. Just take us back through that play.
Yeah, I thought just a lot of the middle was clogged up there. A lot of sticks. I was looking for Cutter and our back's back door, and they covered that up pretty well. So just threw it back up to Jax, and he made a really nice pass over to Cutter, and just kind of, I think it deflected off Nurse and in. So yeah, it was a bit of a good break for us, but it was we'll take it.
And it seems like you guys, at least a few times I saw, weren't forcing it as far as the half wall to the quarterback pass, and you just sent it down. Was that a key heading into the game as far as power play, is not force those plays up high?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think, every good power play just kind of takes what's given, and just kind of understanding when you have some more time than others. And I think, yeah, just like you said, not forcing it and just try to make that right play and realize you got some time.
I know you got to get in there. Good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Lud.
3-1 Ducks after 20 minutes of play. NHL fans, don't miss the action. Get your Anaheim Ducks tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the
This is the first intermission report on Duckstream, the official 24/7 audio home of Anaheim Ducks hockey.
Welcome back inside Honda Center. It's our first intermission report brought to you by UCI Health. Aaron Cooney and Emerson Edom along with you as the Anaheim Ducks hold a 3-1 lead after 20 minutes of play. The new UCI Health Irvine will bring Coastal and South Orange County unparalleled expertise, leading-edge treatments, and the finest evidence-based care that only an academic health system can offer. Discover more at ucihealth.org/Irvine Hospital. 3-1 Ducks opening the scoring for the first time in this series. It came at 9:56 thanks to Ryan Poehling going to the front of the net, those dirty areas. And he has to take one off the backside from John Carlson, and it trickles into the net. Followed up by Chris Kreider, his first the postseason to make it 2-0. Edmonton gets one back from Connor Murphy, but a JMG power play goal for the Anaheim Ducks. Thanks to Cutter Gauthier. He gets his fourth of the postseason, third power play goal to draw into a tie for the most in the NHL's postseason so far in the first round. And the Ducks take a 3-1 lead into the first intermission. So welcome in Emerson Edom. And what did you see out there, Emerson? Just getting going. There's still plenty of hockey to go with. This team has been talking about getting the start that they've been looking for, and it certainly seems like they came out ready to go out of the gates for game number 6.
What I'm seeing here, Aaron, is the Anaheim Ducks. They are being rewarded by the hockey gods for their work ethic, right? And that's just how it works. You'll get rewarded as a hockey player when you're doing the right things. Any youth hockey player growing up, that's one of the first things that you're taught as a coach, right? It's just the X's and O's, the execution overall. And as Mason just said in that great interview, one of the keys, at least on the power play, is not forcing. How about that great bumper pass there from the far side corner en route to the twig of Alex Killorn up top, and then that opens everything up. Now you can kick that puck out to the other side, in which they did, and they're utilizing what's given to them. They're not forcing plays. They're executing on the plays that are available. And I wish, Aaron, I could pick one guy that I feel is by far and away for the good guys the best player, but there's so many best players, and you could really pick 2 lines full of players on the front end for the good guys that are having one of their games of the year. Same with the back end. I mean, here's the great part. The Anaheim Ducks are not backing down. They are fearless when it comes to making plays right now. They are not panicking. We saw that a little bit early on with some of the hot potato forced clears. They shored that up. They understood right then and there that if they continue to do that, they're just going to allow the Edmonton Oilers to play more with the puck, and they stopped the bleeding early. Testament to them. Let's take a deep dive into what's been working well, starting, of course, with player stats for the Anaheim Ducks. Mac T, the gentleman we just spoke to. How about this? He's got an assist. He's got a shot. 2 hits, so he's throwing the bod, and 4-0 in faceoffs. That's the stat line. If he has those numbers and he finishes the game with 3 shots on goal, 6 hits, and 12-0 on draws, I mean, that is the rate in which he's going. So it's just phenomenal stuff by number 23. How about Jeffrey Viel? Now, he was the individual early on, multiple forced clears. He shored that up. The one thing he was really doing out there, as per usual, he was crashing and banging. He was getting in on the neutral zone forecheck with speed, finishing hits at the red lines on both sides, and the offensive blue line, that was huge. And then meat and potatoes, crashing and banging as forward 1 on the forecheck. How about this? 5 hits in that first frame, so good on Jeffrey Viel. Tim Washi, he was phenomenal. He matched Mac T in the faceoff department. 4-0 for him. in Cutter Gauthier. How about Cutter? 1 goal, 1 assist, 2 points plus 1, 526 a total on ice through 7 shifts. He's got that 1 goal on 3 shots on goal. How about for the Edmonton Oilers? And they're certainly not backing down. Jack Roslovic, he had a pristine opportunity to put one on the board for his club in tight when he won the 50-50 puck battle between him and Troy Terry. So you got to watch out for Roslovic. He's skied well, and he's been a difference maker for the opposition, but he's 3-1 in the faceoff circle. Good for 75% win percentage. Vasily Podkolzin, he had a beautiful stretch pass near side to far side in the neutral zone that didn't connect, though. 4 hits for him. He continues to crash and bang. He's been doing that all really season long, but now into the playoffs, he's been doing it all series along. Jake Wallman, last but not least, 2 shots on goal. He had a big-time clapper from right at the top of Main Street, so the Ducks got to be aware of him. And, Aaron, before I send it back to you, be sure to stop by the Ducks Playoff House in Orange and join fellow fans to check out various activations, exclusive merchandise, and special guest appearances. This unique playoff hub will be open throughout the Ducks postseason from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. Admission is free and open to all. Go to AnaheimDucks.com/house for details.
3-1 Anaheim after 1. 40 minutes still to come. We're inside the first intermission. Back with more after this. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
Take over as head coach of Team Canada for the 2027 IIHF World Junior Championship, as well as the 2026 and 2027 IIHF World Championship. Hockey Canada announced today Seattle Kraken assistant coach Jessica Campbell will not return next season after her contract expired. Last but not least, Sidney Crosby hopes his time as teammates with Evgeny Malkin isn't over after the Pittsburgh Penguins were eliminated by the Philadelphia Flyers yesterday. We'll be right back after these commercial messages on Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
of breakthroughs and tranquility. This is where community meets innovation, where game-changing research takes place beside soul-affirming nature, all in the name of a healthier Orange County. Discover the new UCI Health Irvine Hospital. And Mercury Insurance. Ducks versus Oilers is brought to you by Mercury Insurance. Smart insurance for smart people. And Western National Property Management, ducksliving.com, your new platform to score your dream apartment. And Yamava Resort and Casino. Play at Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. You in? Into the second period we go. Aaron Cooney, Emerson Edom, Alexis Downey with you. Ducks lead 3-1 in Game 6. With the Edmonton Oilers pushing them to the brink of elimination and onto the power play to begin the power play in the second. Minute to work with as the Ducks in their own end ahead with John Carlson. And drop pass, it's Leo Carlson skating through center, feeds it to his right. That's picked off by Kapanen. And left wing side brought back in by the Oilers as Kapanen knifed off his stick. That by Granlund, he'll find it in his own end. 35 seconds to work with the JMG power play. And it's Troy Terry weaving through center ice. Chips it left side. Carlson shoots just wide. Kept in by Granlund on the right wall. They'll set up shop here with half a minute to work with. Jackson Lacombe. Thought about going left. Banks it down the wall instead. Return to Lacombe. Holds Granlund now right side. Down low. Leo Carlson walks it to the front. Poked away last second. And ladled to center on a clear. 10 seconds remain as Jackson Lacombe takes a peek. Ganders at the clock. And they get a regular unit on there as he brings this one ahead. Out of the box, that's Hyman. We're even strength. 5-on-5. Washi after the shoot in the offensive zone. Then VL hammers it out to the right point. That's picked off by Leon Draisaitl. Goes ahead for Bouchard. Walks it in right side. Run over by Moore. They both tumble to the ice. Ducks have it. They'll softly put it off the far boards to center. Ekholm sends it right back into the Anaheim zone. Trouba will chase this down. Hyman giving chase. And able to chip it on for Lacombe and snap it quickly ahead to center ice. Redirected in by VL as he chases it down behind the net. Sweeps it to the far side after taking that Moore play. VL back with it. In front, Granlund moves left side. Shoots high on the glove hand side. Ducks will keep in. They'll feed Lacombe. Shoots it to the net. Bodied by Ingram. Bounces in front. And the rebound forced aside by Edmonton, but right to Granlund. Keeps it in for Seneca. In the far side corner, Beckett, Seneca. Spins away from him, puts it out to the point. Lacombe has it left side to the cage. Scooped up by Ingram. He holds on with 2 minutes, 20 seconds off the clock in the second.
The Anaheim Ducks are absolutely cooking right now. And how about that? Welcome, Angels. They're on the Jumbotron, fist pumping. They're having a good time. I'm having a good time. Aaron, I know you are. Alexis. And Ricky Cutler up here. Chief Statistician Vic Pence. We're all having a great time. And that's always the case when the good guys are leading.
Duckstream booth here with you. 3-1 Anaheim. Leo Carlson in the offensive zone. Feeds Midjakov at the point. Gives to his partner Carlson a shot from downtown the right side. Redirected. Troy Terry had the stick down along the ice in the circle and got underneath that one to put it out of play.
Yeah, and this is what playing in waves and swarming, and I'll leave it at this. The Anaheim Ducks are playing how the Edmonton Oilers were for the first half of last game, Game 5, and they've even taken up a notch on an already stellar second half of last game. I mean, this is the best hockey I've seen the Ducks play in quite some time.
And here in the second period, the Ducks have outscored the Oilers 10-4 in middle frames in the first 5 second periods. Ducks control after the faceoff. Trying to shoot from the right side. That was blocked. Reaching his Gauthier. It's forced ahead as Dickinson knifes it deep into the Ducks zone. Off the end boards, Hines can guide along the wall. Hit the official. Came right back to the Oilers. Bounced around in the circles. Hines and Gauthier team up. And move it on to the far wall and quickly snap it ahead to center as McTavish gains center red and flips this into the zone.
And that was a hard stretch pass from the far side from Cutter Gauthier. That was a great pickup near side red line from McT.
Savoy guides this one around the boards. It's going to come to Ian Moore on the far side. Chops it head to center. Paling in flight. Has a man on the drop. Carries left side. Ryan Paling shoots. It's off a stick wide. In the far side corner, Paling digs this out. Out to the right point now. He heads off. Exchange with Tim Washi. Ian Moore working for the near side, but it's Savoy back for Bouchard. And now Wallman at his left corner. Ahead to center for Rosovic to poke in.
And even though it gets intercepted by the Edmonton Oilers, Jacob Trouba, great job. And oh boy, that deflected off Trouba's stick from behind the net and almost went in near side, but a great pad stop by Lukas Dostal. But Jacob Trouba, far side point, he elects to just throw it into the corner. He's not forcing it. And he doesn't want to get those blocked on the shots there, so good on him.
This one down the ice. And it would be a icing whistle. Big foot race. Hyman and Minchikov flying after this one. Hits off the end boards. Got close to Dostal, but the whistle blew before Dostal had to pounce on that one. It was kind of a no man's land territory before that whistle did blow, and an offensive zone face-off is coming up.
All season long, Chick-fil-A and the Anaheim Ducks want to give away free chicken sandwiches when your Ducks score 5 goals at Honda Center. Simply download the Chick-fil-A app and open the reward section before 11:59 p.m. Pacific time. Must have location services and be inside Honda Center to receive the reward. Visit www.anaheimducks.com for details. Boy, it is loud in this barn.
Draw to the right side of Connor Ingram. One to the point for Minchikov, left side. Shoots this one as it bounces off the legs. Skies up into the air. The glove down by Ekholm. He's shouldered by Granlund onto the end wall. And Killorn digs this one out. Back to the corner for Granlund. Walks it behind the net. Brings it near side. Banks it off the near wall. Minchikov. D-to-D pass. Carlson has it. Half slapper. Redirect to the cage. Kicked down by the right pad of Ingram. Big save on Killorn. Here's Seneca back with it. Ducks still working in the offensive zone. His pass picked off. They got Hyman ahead. John Carlson on his horse. Hyman moves in. Backhander. Dostal comes across and says no. Holds on for the whistle.
The Dose Wall read Zach Hyman like a buck. He just stayed right with them. And great back check by John Carlson. He put on the pressure there late. And great opposite side weight transfer from Hyman. I mean, that put John Carlson behind him and made it difficult defensively. He's still got a quality back handoff, but that was all Lukas Dostal.
Face off to the right of Dostal. Chased early in game number 5 up in Edmonton. Nearly halfway through the first period. Out here. Back to their number 1 man for this one. Is Moore a steal in the slot. Shoots, save, got its own rebound. Couldn't get back to the net. It was blocked by McDavid. It's tied up on the far side. As Moore, and now jumping on is Carlson. And the Ducks with a fresh man and Terry in the offensive zone right side. Shoots, shoulder save made. Ingram made the lead and get that one. Lacombe left side. Ducks hold in. Troy Terry at the point. Just fires towards the cage. Stick aside by Bouchard to the near side corner. He's hit by Leo Carlson on the forecheck. Now Darnell Nurse snapping it ahead. Drop it off for Kapanen. One more drop pass. Still at their own zone. Go to Bouchard now on the right side. He's trapped by Leo Carlson. Feeds it ahead. He's got Terry moving in. Into the slot. Shoots, save. Rebound just past Kreider as it bounced up front. And now here's Draisaitl, 1-on-2 in the offensive zone. He's got Kapanen joining him. Freshman left side. They shoot the puck and it's sticked aside by Dostal. John Carlson settles it from the near side. Waits, and he'll just sky this one down the ice. Wallman blows a tire, and this will result in an icing whistle against the Ducks with 14:07 to play in the second period. 3-1 Anaheim.
How about that spinorama and partially behind the back pass here, just past the near side red line from Leo Carlson under duress, a 15-footer on the twig of Troy Terry. What an entry. Pump, fake out to his forehand, wide-ranging move, and then he uses the pressure defenseman as a screen.
Oilers win the draw. Murphy able to guide this one to the front. Nugent Hopkins can't get it on goal. Ducks play it to the right point, kept in by Wallman. His shot blocked, never got through, but they pick it up near side. Hyman reaching, sends it behind the net. Carlson cuts one off, and again will lift this out to center ice. It'll slide and go for another icing call against the Ducks.
No, I can't accept that, because the defenseman going back for the puck, it needs, by eye test, the official needs to see him just humming, right? And giving it his all. And that just wasn't the case. It was slow on the way back from Wallman, and I don't agree with that.
Draw to the right of Lukas Dostal. Won by the Oilers. Wallman brought that out of the zone and back in. The whistle will sound offside. Pressure from Chris Kreider forced him into the neutral zone, and the whistle will sound. And for us, we'll take a timeout. 13:41 to go in the second. Ducks lead 3-1 in Game 6. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
Welcome back to the second period. 13:41 to go. Ducks up 2 goals on the Oilers. And just an observation during that last little bit of play, I was taking a look at the Oilers bench. A lot of them kind of leaning over, looking, I would describe it as maybe a little more defeated. And during that break, we saw a couple groups of those Oilers players gathering together. Not as much involvement with the coaching staff, Emmer.
No, Alexis, right when you said it, I looked over to the Edmonton Oilers players bench, and I couldn't agree more. So good stuff. For more great insight, please text the post-game show, Alexis, and I will be on it. 714-439-8422.
Ducks control here at neutral ice now. Ripped in from center red by Cutter Gauthier. Then it's going to force Ingram to glove it down and make a play. Dickinson cruising through center right wing side. Breaks down the boards. Jams the brakes in a corner. They'll find Murphy to the cage, and he sends that one off the stick of Savoy over the cage. And here's Nurse. Back for Dickinson behind the net. Played one off of John Carlson. He'll chop it around the far side. Well, nobody can play it here. The puck rolls out the center. Jailbreak right wing side. Cutter Gauthier moves in, shoots, save, rebound. Paling off his backhand to the far boards. Scooped up by McTavish and some help. Takes us behind the cage. Ducks are changing behind the play. They'll just guide it back behind the net, but that was almost disastrous for the Oilers. As almost too many men on the ice call, they couldn't play it, and Cutter Gauthier almost took advantage.
Yeah, look, the Edmonton Oilers, they've made several uncharacteristic plays throughout the game, but here comes Seneca on the near side.
He's going to speed in 1-on-2 into the slot, shoots from long range, and Ingram gobbles that one up and holds for a whistle.
I love the mentality right now, because they are not settling for anything else besides shooting the puck. It's so good to see, right? You want to see the good guys continue to pressure and deliver when it comes to net, passing up grade A opportunities to shoot and score. Good stuff on that front.
I completely agree with you. Anaheim is not taking their foot off the gas. They're not going into defensive shell. They're playing the way that's been working, and they win the face-off and still working in the offensive zone. Seneca, attempted shot off a skate, deflects out to center. Back is John Carlson. Between his own circles, out to the bench boards, and it's Granlund. in right wing side, tied up by Wallman. Killorn comes to help out. One end on the stick for Gramling. Got it loose for Killorn. Right circle. Killorn moves in, shoots, save, rebound is fouled by Ingram. And he'll cover up for the whistle.
And with the latest shot there, far side backdoor area for Alex Killorn. Good on him for dropping the shoulder. I don't know if they're going to credit him with 2 shots on the play. He got the initial shot, and then he might have had that touch that they're going to count, but we'll leave it as 1 guaranteed. So before that sequence, it was shots in the second. Anaheim with 8. I think that killer shot that could be 9, if not 10, and Edmonton only with 2 shots on goal. So that's just to piggyback on our previous agreement, Aaron.
Face-off controlled by Edmonton, and they lift that one up off the glass and will go out of play, so no penalty. But the deflection off the glass stays inside Edmonton ice. Exactly 12 minutes to play in the second period. Offensive zone draw coming up, and that's another one. They're doing great work, Anaheim, on the face-off. They won 71% of the draws in the first period. And this one quickly dropped. Dickinson can win this one. Ahead for Podkolzin. Poke check, good gap from Tyson Hines. He'll force to shoot it instead of the skate it. Slowed by Dostal. Here's Hines. Look out, lost this one in front. Covered up. And Hellison, who pokes it ahead to center. And here comes Carlson rambling in. Finds Kreider left circle, shoots short side. And that misses the net. And will carry him all the way back out to center.
And Ducks do need to recover back fast on those missed near side shots, right? Because that could potentially start the opposition's breakout. Luckily, Tyson Hines was very quick on getting back there on the far side. And overall, all skaters for the Ducks stayed above on that last play. Text the postgame show. Another plug, 714-439-8422.
Icing whistle against the Ducks. Face off to the right of Dostal. Oilers loaded up with the Draisaitl, McDavid capping in line. Washy on the face-off. Pokes this one in the corner, capping into one knee. Played into the point. That's picked off. Ducks will get to center ice and put it off the bench boards down. Chasing is Washy. They can get the change on. Washy just ties it up on the end wall. Here's Draisaitl. Oh, he's run over. Here are the Ducks sending it wide more. Lacombe keeps it in. Back out to Trouba. Drive, save to Lacombe. Looks from the left side. Back out to the point. Ducks just hold in. They'll ladle it to the near side corner. Bouchard to it now. Hands off to Kapanen. And they'll send it out to neutral ice. Ekholm left wing. They'll shoot this one in. He's run over by Trouba. Battled on the end wall. One hand on the stick for Lacombe. They get it to the far wall. He's rimmed right back behind the net. Draisaitl stationed there as he looks to center. Taken away by Jackson Lacombe. Saucered ahead. Moore skates to center ice. Gains the red line. Wires this one off the glass and in.
The Ducks are doing such a good job of all 5 guys tracking back to the dice slot area and really doing a great job boxing out as there was a delay far side from Draisaitl.
There's a try from Wallman wide of the net. He leaves it to the near side corner for McDavid. Taken off of his stick, just reaching and poking it away was Lacombe. Looks for McTavish, plays it near boards, couldn't clear. It's fed across the Duck zone. Vacating is McDavid and allows Trouba to sky it to center. Chipped right back into the Ducks end. Here's Lacombe back in his own circles. Troubled by Roslovic. Gets the steal. Right side Savoy. Shoots. Save. Rebound in front. It's Paling handing off to Cutter Gauthier. And he'll drop this one ahead to center ice off of McTavish. But he was behind the red line. It's an icing whistle. With 9:57 to go in the second period. Ducks can't believe it. And the hand-eye coordination of Mason McTavish. Got a piece of it, but was behind the red line, so back in the Ducks ice we go.
Yeah, it happened so quick, and even if you are on the opposite side of the arena and what would be the opposite side of this booth here, you might have been taking that sight line away with how the Oil player was on the inside, but Matt T was beneath the red line.
There's a shot from the point, deflected after the face-off win, but wide of the net. Ducks shrug it, far side boards, bouncing around. Hyman gloves this down, keeps it in. Pressing here, they're down by 2. Heads behind the net with this one. Plays it near side wall for Evan Bouchard at the point. He goes right back down low, off the tape of Hyman. Podkolzin follows up. He's raped by Ryan Paling. Can feed the corner for Nugent Hopkins now. Tied up in the corner, but Hopkins can get out of there. Play it to the near point. Bouchard once more. Head fake, now shoots. That's blocked. Bodied by Paling. Got it to the line. It's out of the zone. Ducks can't change, though. Long change here for the second period as Bouchard Walks back in right side, watched by his number 2 counterpart, forced aside as McTavish knifes it deeper, and a couple bodies can swap for the Ducks.
And the Ducks must continue to keep their foot on the gas. All it takes is 2 plays, right? So the Ducks really got to be wary of that.
Dostal slows one up behind the net. John Carlson fresh. Plays it off the far glass, but not out. Draisaitl knocks it down. Granlund forces him out to center ice. Killorn back on top of that. Rolls around the bench boards. They tie up McDavid. Hit by a pair. Draisaitl follows up into his own left side. His pass is blocked. And the Ducks will play it off the glass to center. This will drop. Murphy must play it. He's watched by Seneca. Feeds Kapanen. Skips away from him. John Carlson has it. Outlet on the right wing side is Minchikov. He'll retreat to his own end. Find Carlson at the blue line. Crowd into this one. 8:23 to play, second period. 3-1 Ducks. Off a stick and down the ice this will go. And we'll say Minchikov lifted that one all by himself. Another icing whistle. And the offense's own face-off for Edmonton.
Hey, Ducks fans, looking for your next apartment home? Scoring your dream apartment has never been easier with over 165 properties throughout Orange Country, the Inland Empire, Ventura, and L.A. Western National Property Management and the Anaheim Ducks got you covered. Lease an apartment through ducksliving.com and receive the ultimate Ducks package when you move in, including 4 tickets to a Ducks game this season and an authentic Anaheim Ducks home jersey. Ducksliving.com, our new platform for finding your new apartment home.
Ducks find the puck in the corner after the face-off, and it's again a quick lift out by John Carlson. No icing on this play. Ekholm trying to clear on the far side. He's wrapped up by the Ducks. It comes to the point. John Carlson steps into a slap shot. Ingram the save with 7:54 to go in the second period. Little post-whistle stuff around Ingram, but the Ducks doing a good job staying out of some of the extracurriculars as they hold a 3-1 lead. And have limited Edmonton just 4 shots on goal here in the middle frame. We'll take a break. Ducks ahead by a pair. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
Welcome back. The Ducks are still up 2 goals on the Oilers and now have an offensive face-off. But as we were chatting during that break there, John Carlson just really good at those flip clears. And Emerson, what is it that he does that works so well on that?
Calm, cool, and collective in the pocket, right? And there's a certain level of hardness that you need with your forearms and your overall hands, but there's also a sense of softness that you need as well. So, his clears have been so pinpoint, so great point.
Fed to center on a clear by the Oilers. It's loose around the bench boards. They try to chip it in. It goes off a body and into the bench. They'll have a face-off here from neutral ice coming up, and to your guys' point, in some of those times, it's just what you need, just to alleviate some pressure and allow a couple players to get off. And we saw that last time after a couple of consecutive icing calls. John Carlson, that attempt, dropped one in here to the left wing circle and allowed that whole far side away from the play to get off the ice.
And piggybacking off my last comment, Alexis, a lot of it is flipping the puck
in a situation where you want to get the puck back, right? So that's the purpose. And not only on breakouts and exits, you want to look for that, but also on forechecks too. Puck placement on forechecks is huge.
Emberson. He was dropped like third period French by Tim Washy on the shoot-in. And the Ducks moving ahead to center ice. Right wing side, Draisaitl. Coughed this one up to Minchikov. He skates it through the neutral zone. He'll drop this one towards the goaltender. Shrugged to the near side corner by Ingram. Bank behind the net as VL after this one. Stick lifted by Draisaitl. Washy in to help out. He'll just tie this one up against a pair of Oilers. Make it a third as Wallman has to step in. And the clock just running down here in the second period. Now Terry takes it off the wall for VL. Rigs it off the pipe. Minchikov to the cage. Stick aside by Ingram and into the netting.
Jeffrey VL, he had that same mentality on that in-tight backhand goal a few games ago. He was in a similar spot, and that was a forehand shot, not a backhand, but he was trying to pinpoint that near side right over the left pad of Ingram, and, well, it was the goaltender's best friend that saved Ingram. Text the postgame show, 714-439-8422 for more great insight from Alexis, some great insight from myself, but more from Alexis.
Leo Carlson had the center ice after a clear. Carlson breaking in. Hands off right side. Terry keeps this one deep, hammers it around the wall. Stationed at the point is Jackson Lacombe. Gives to the near side corner. Terry comes out of that corner with it, brings it up high, and backhands it on for Leo Carlson. Knifed off away from him. It's Terry following up. They still keep in the zone. Leo Carlson chipped quickly to Lacombe. D-to-D pass. Here's Trouba just putting it towards the cage. It'll sail wide. Kreider guides it back around the wall. Ducks making changes as this puck is picked up by the Oilers. Bouchard looks to clear and was unable to do so. Seneca keeps it along the blue line, walks it in down the right circle, feeds to the front, and the Ducks couldn't get it on net. Back after it is Seneca, puts a bump onto Nurse, but it's ahead for McDavid, watched by Lacombe. Drop pass for Darnell Nurse. Nurse trying to feed McDavid. That's read by Lacombe, who takes it away. And he'll skate this one towards neutral ice, feeds Seneca in left side. Seneca, head fake, now marches to the net here, puts it to the net, and he flips it over the cage on the forehand shot. Back down low is Nurse. He's watched by Killorn. Just feeds it near side. There's no one there as Hines pinching down the left side. Keeps it alive. Granlund. And then Alex Killorn cycled into the corner. Granlund once more. Under 5.5 to play here in game number 6. Ducks ahead 3-1 with a chance to close out the two-time defending Western Conference champion Oilers. As Hyman skates this to center. And we'll flip this one in.
What a pressure down near side point from Tyson Hines, keeping that last play alive. And right now the Ducks, they just want it more.
A shot from Hyman from a tight angle. Easily patted away by goaltender Dostal. Poked down the ice by Killorn. Gauthier will force the wave off of the icing whistle. Hammered around the boards, a play by Murphy. Pinching is Ryan Paling. He forced him to go backwards. It's now Ekholm on the left boards out to center. That's quickly turned around by Hines, who dropped this one off to center. And it's lifted in by Colton Dock.
And right there, Tyson Hines, had all the potential of a good pass, but the between the legs had no address, and you just can't afford those types of plays right now.
Drive from the point by Emberson, blocked. Draisaitl has it once more. Emberson again, holds, fires, skips around, backhander. Dostal is safe in tight as he denies Podkolzin. This one fired down the ice, a foot race, and it's an icing call against Anaheim.
That's a tough break because it was a very long shift, and the Anaheim Ducks are going to have to do a job here and get a clear for a change as soon as possible. To Alexis's great question earlier, another great, and it wasn't more so a flip, but just another great clear far side. It was Alex Killorn there, top of the circle, got the puck out. That has been so great all game long.
Draws to the right of Lukáš Dostal. Quickly spiked back to Bouchard. They keep in. Wallman, Bouchard, right point. He's watched by Mason McTavish. Continues to hold the puck. Hands over to Wallman. Again, Bouchard. Right side, Draisaitl. A one-timer over the net. and skips over the stick of Wallman to center ice. Ducks will head to the bench here, get a couple bodies on.
The Ducks continue to get the bounces. Yet another good break for the good guys.
Draisaitl finds a man in front. Here's Podkolzin. One-timer denied. Don't stall. Sliding right to left. Takes it away and holds on.
Well, he's being helped out that a lot of these shots are coming from the perimeter, not the play before. That was a ginormous left pad stop right on the near side doorstep, but he's sliding across so well here tonight.
3-1 Ducks in the second. Back after this. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
Late here in the second period from Edmonton. Now they're getting their own face-off in the Ducks' own end. But as for Lukas Dostal, just wanted to touch on him real quick. After being taken out of the last game, getting some rest, resetting, coming into this game tonight, guys, he's looked really sharp, not giving up too many rebounds. But the Ducks have helped him with that presence in front of the net, making sure the Oilers aren't getting there.
He was pulled in 2 starts in the regular season. His follow-up the next night, 1-1, stopping 48 of 55. He has been solid tonight for Anaheim in game number 6. Ian Moore after a face-off. He got the wedge out on that. VL forces this one into the zone. Bounce to center. Tim Washi waits and now backhands it in. Under 4 to play. Second period. 3-1 Ducks. Here's VL. Picks one off on the left wing side. Goes to Lacombe. Right back to VL. Left half wall. Trying to go into the circle. That's intercepted by McDavid. He's forced off the puck. Savoy having some trouble with this one. It's loose at center ice. Put back in by Moore. And moved by the goaltender Ingram near side. They try to set up McDavid in flight. Shouldered by VL, but able to battle through it. Sends it over for Wallman left wing side. Dekes around one. Walks into the zone. His shot blocked as Lacombe puts it out of play.
The Ducks are doing such a great job of, and it was early on in the series, they were doing a great job of going right at McDavid, oftentimes 3 guys. And in this game, they're going after everyone. Right when the Oil cross the Ducks defensive zone blue line, it is 2 guys taking initiative. Great stick on puck as that last one was deflected into the upper netting.
To the right side of Lukas Dostal, 3:16 on the clock here in the second period. Ryan Poehling opened the scoring on this face-off. It's bumped to the point. Here's Nurse's try. Save. Rebound rolling in front. Off a body. Still loose. Around the crease. Sent to the corner by Leo Carlson. Nugent Hopkins goes to the point. Murphy. D to D. Nurse takes it off the wall and just flubs it down low. There's Colton Dock. Working near boards. Back to the point. Murphy can keep in. And he holds down low. Or John Carlson blasts one around. It's Nurse's turn to keep in. Now Hyman off the end wall. Brought it to the front. Sent it wide. Dock cycles it down low. John Carlson chases to the corner. Hammers this one to the far side. Nurse can keep in, but he's pestered by Terry. Can't get it out. Tie up on the far wall. Poking here is John Carlson. It rolls into the circles. Poehling softly lifts this one ahead to center ice. Darnell Nurse will snap it back in from the red line. Behind the net, Dostal slows it a bit. 2.5 to go, second frame. Ducks pick it up near side corner. The head man looking for Poehling. Big time tie up. Down the left side, Ducks get in. They get a man loose. It's Terry right side. Can't get the shot away. Carlson will follow up. To the point, open as Lacombe. Winds, fires, save! Ingram sends it to the near side boards.
And that was a heavy shot, but still a obnoxiously juicy rebound there. And the rebounds continue to pop out even if Ingram makes the initial save.
Banked ahead for Cutter Gauthier, couldn't take it. It's poked off the stick of Draisaitl at center. Podkolzin follows up, and Ekholm gonna work it into the zone on the far side wall. They will walk it into the line and then just dump it into the corner. There's Trouba there first, guides this one off the glass and into the benches with 1:40 to play in the second period. Anaheim leading 3-1.
Well, Aaron, you mentioned the great stick there recently, and that was yet another 2 Anaheim Ducks going right at Leon Draisaitl, just to the inside of the far side neutral zone dot lane. They're just going right at him. They don't know what to do. Utilizing the delay is usually Leon Draisaitl, but they're not even giving him an inch on each and every entry for him.
Face off to the right of Lukáš Dostal. Clean win, Tim Washi behind the net, but it's stuck on the side of the cage. Dug out by Rozovic. In front, rolls past man. Backhand try. Kick to the net. They score. In the paint is Zach Hyman. He will draw the Oilers within 1 after a scramble around the crease. It's a 3-2 game from Honda Center. And the argument is that kick from Hyman.
There's no way they're going to call that a good goal. I mean, that is just a kicking motion. It is so point-blank, soccer-style kicking motion. It doesn't get much clearer cut than that. Even the fans here, they're all standing up and they're waving that thing off. I couldn't agree more with them.
The World Cup doesn't start for another couple months. And that was corner kick-esque.
The original call on the ice is overturned. We have no goal to the puck.
Good eyes by the Duckstream team up here, right on it. We get a look at that. And Zach Hyman with his audition for Team Canada at the World Cup. He can send that tape in. The goal won't count here, though. It remains 3-1.
I was going to say, Beckett Seneca, I think, is the better soccer player anyway. But with that said, yeah, I'm actually surprised that the great net front player that is Zach Hyman, he didn't have his stick slippery and try to fend off the pressure there to slap that one home. I know he didn't have a ton of time, but I just would have thought that his instinct wouldn't have led him to that kicking motion.
37 goals in the postseason the last 5 years. Only Draisaitl scored more. That one off the board as McDavid trying to bring this one in. It's whacked off his stick to the line and it'll roll out on Wallman and poked ahead by Ian Moore. Wallman feeds Bouchard near side, back at their own end. Now Rozovic with speed through center, down the right wing side of the Duck zone. Swings behind the net, hit by Trouba, got it to the front. As this one's tapped to the near side corner, Ducks defended away. And then Lacombe lifts at the center in the final minute of play in the second. Here's Carlson, they break in, 2-on-1. Terry right side, shoots, he scores! Terry in the final minute makes it 4-1. Ducks with the lead by 3.
What a high IQ play from Leo Carlson. Earlier in the series, he had an opportunity to throw it over to Troy Terry, and he opted to rip the puck on net. Now, that was a good play, but I still thought he could have thrown it over to Troy and made something more with it. Well, he made the right high IQ play there, sending over to Troy Terry, and Troy with a beautiful finish. That's huge.
Final 35 seconds. The Ducks will dump it in here with the second period clock winding down. Anaheim with a 4-1 lead in the Honda Center crowd on its feet. Lifted to center by Grandin after it poked into the zone. He'll chase it down left side, just further it down the left wall. Give to Kapanen, though. He can break in. Drop past Draisaitl, right wing circle. Pushes it into the corner. Kapanen sweeps it to a vacant point on the far side with 10 seconds to go. Time will wind down here in the second period. Darnell Nurse takes a peek as the Anaheim Ducks take a 4-1 lead into the second intermission.
And the Anaheim
Anaheim Ducks' fourth goal scored by Troy Terry. What a big goal that was. Leo Carlson with the first assist. Chris Kreider, who's having a remarkable game. The Anaheim Ducks have certainly needed his presence, and they've felt it. He got the second assist. I didn't want to come out and say that was the dagger, Aaron, but boy, it sure might be. That's huge, and you wanted that extra insurance, right? And the game is far from over. The game, I would say a 4-goal differential would almost be too hard to come back from in one frame, the final frame. 3, still, there's some potential there. So all Anaheim needs to do is do exactly what they've been doing to generate the lead that they currently have. But boy, what a good feeling that I'm assuming is going around in the locker room right now. I mean, they must be so stoked. They're playing so well. They're playing as a team, and they just got to continue to do so.
It was a Zach Hyman puck kicked in, taken off the board, and moments later, Troy Terry set up by Leo Carlson. And the Anaheim Ducks take a 4-1 lead into the second intermission. 20 minutes left in game number 6 as the Edmonton Oilers, the 2-time defending Western Conference champions, on the ropes. Intermission report comes your way next. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
This is the second intermission report on Duckstream, the official 24/7 audio network of the Anaheim Ducks.
Back inside Honda Center, where the Anaheim Ducks hold a 4-1 lead after 40 minutes of play. They took a 3-1 lead into the first intermission, and heading in that second, they started with a power play. We jostled back and forth, and then late in the frame, Zach Hyman hits the puck across the goal line, deemed initially it was a goal. We take a look. It was kicked in by the right skate of Zach Hyman, taken off the board, and just moments later, the Ducks streak into the offensive zone. Leo Carlson sets up Troy Terry. He wires one home. It's his third of the postseason, and Anaheim with a 4-1 lead after 40 minutes of play. 20 minutes left here in this one. Aaron Cooney and Emerson Edom along with you for the Intermission Report. That's brought to you by UCI Health. The new UCI Health Irvine will bring Coastal and South Orange County unparalleled expertise, leading-edge treatments, and the finest evidence-based care that only an academic health care system can offer. Discover more at ucihealth.org/Irvine Hospital. Well, Emmer, lots to take a peek at in this one. But for me, and you were the one that brought it up, is that second period. How many times across this season we have seen Anaheim maybe get a lead, and then the foot comes off the gas. It is full steam ahead for all 18 skaters on the ice for these Ducks.
And how about the Edmonton Oilers? I said earlier that they have the potential to shut down, right? This I would probably classify under their standards, right? With how we know historically, when they turn the Jets on, they're virtually unstoppable. It's a lot of what we saw last game from them, but the roles have completely reversed. Right now, Anaheim has been by far and away the team that has taken control of the games more. And look, it's one of those things where they need to continue. I can't stress it enough that they need to continue to do exactly what they've been doing to generate success here in this game. But yeah, we're starting, and even the body language. You have Podkolzin, he slammed his stick heading into the Edmonton Oilers dressing room at the conclusion of that second period. You had several others. Alexis Downey, midway roughly through that last frame, she mentioned just the body language, lack of energy, and overall defeatedness shown by the opposition, and that's a good sign. That is a good sign. They knew heading into this game they had their backs against the walls. It was a do or die situation, and it's not like these other games where they have a little bit more wiggle room. They knew that they needed to have a better start, a better middle frame, and it just hasn't been the case, and that's a complete testament to the home squad, Anaheim Ducks. Let's get to some player stats here. A lot to get to, as Aaron mentioned. Troy Terry, how about that? 1 goal, 1 assist, +2, 12-10 of total on ice through 16 shifts, and he's got 5 shots on goal. And we all know when Troy Terry's at his best, he is ripping the biscuit. That is one of the higher totals I've seen in some time. Mason McTavish, he's got the 1 assist, +1. He's been looking so solid. Aaron, in my opinion, he's back to wanting to be the guy, right? I mean, he's taking command of the puck, and I tell you, he's dropping the shoulder like we're so used to seeing him do out of the corner and top of the circles. When he's got a step on the pressure player, he's dropping the shoulder and trying to take it towards the net. His patience along the perimeter, trying to set up his line mates, has been phenomenal. And he's back to the aura that we saw in that historic World Juniors, that he was such a big part of Team Canada. We all remember that goal line save that in the final moments was just so big time. Well, he's back to that type of energy. And I know Orange Country, you all love it. And Mason McTavish, yeah, it just 3 hits, 5-0 in the circle. Good on him. Tim Washy, he's been all over the ice. 3 hits, 9-0 in the faceoff circle. You want to talk about playoffs and how you have success? You start more plays off with the puck than the opposition. That's exactly what's been going on throughout the course of the game. We're going to get to some team stats and relay that team total for the faceoff win percentage, because it is pristine. Cutter Gauthier, he's got 1 goal, 1 assist, And on that one goal that came up of 4 shots on goal. Turn our sights to the opposition. Zach Hyman, he's had himself a solid game, even though that goal that was initially deemed good, overturned, as Aaron reminded us of not too long ago. He had 4 hits through the first 2 frames. How about Jack Roslovic? He's 5-3 in the faceoff circle, good for 63% win percentage. So a little bit of a pushback there. And Vasily Podkolzin, we just mentioned that he was shown as extremely frustrated and going through it, as he really expressed that there at the buzzer sound to conclude that second period. He had 4 hits through the first 2 frames. Jake Wallman, 3 shots on goal for him. Last but not least, Connor McDavid. Now, look, he hasn't been the Connor McDavid, by and large part, this whole series that we're used to. And ladies and gentlemen, we all know he has the potential to, average 2-3 points in these early portions of the playoff rounds. It hasn't been the case here. How about this for McDavid? -2, 14.59 of total on ice, and he's 1-5 in the faceoff circle, good for 17% win percentage. You know what that means? That means when the best player for the opposition, when they're not starting each play first with the puck, he gets less puck touches, therefore less opportunities to make things happen. Aaron.
Still 20 minutes to go. If we know anything, this Edmonton Oilers group can score. And if you just take a look back in game number 5, that first period, they scored 3 goals, 8 minutes and 25 seconds apart. That so happened to be the 3rd fastest trio of goals to start a first period in the NHL. So in the postseason history. So this group can fill the back of the net. We're aware of that. A lot of work to do, plenty of wood to chop, but we got more coming up on the Intermission Report after this. NHL fans, don't miss the action. Get your Anaheim Ducks tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Anaheim Ducks and the NHL. With mobile entry and easy transfer, you're in for every goal. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com/Anaheim Ducks, because when they shoot, you score. Only at Ticketmaster. Back after this, you're listening to Duck Stream, powered by TuneIn. assist in his hockey game. He's got 9 points in this series. He ties Paul Kariya and is now 1 point back of the most in a single series by an Anaheim Ducks player, shared by Ryan Getzlaf and Corey Perry. And also he tied Joe Micheletti and Jacob Slavin for the most points by a defenseman in their first career playoff series with his 9 points. We'll take a break. Second period over. Into the third we go. 20 minutes left. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn. Whole or in part, without the express written consent of the Anaheim Ducks in the National Hockey League, is strictly prohibited. Well, 20 miles, 20 smiles. Ducks with a 4-1 lead over the Edmonton Oilers in Game 6 from the Honda Center. A 3-2 series lead. They can close out the two-time defending Western Conference champions. 20 minutes remain in this one. As the puck is down, we're underway. Expect a flurry from the Edmonton Oilers. As McDavid got it into the zone, left wing side. Overskated here on a play with Rosovic. Ducks just feed it to center ice. It's chopped back down towards Dostal. They'll slow it back behind the net and rim it around back to neutral ice. Troy Terry on the near side boards. He scored 46 seconds after Zach Hyman thought he drew his team within one. A 2-goal swing, but the Ducks up 4-1 as this one is iced by Anaheim 34 seconds into the third period. Now, the Edmonton Oilers have not lost to a Western Conference team in the postseason since 2023. That was the Vegas Golden Knights. The Anaheim Ducks looking for their first series win since 2017. That was against these Edmonton Oilers in 7 games. As the Ducks take possession of the puck, Terry gets the center ice. They'll skate it into the zone, slow up, and then shoot it around the boards as the Ducks make a change over the left wing side. Kept in deep by Granlund. Found by Podkolzin, coughs it up to Killorn. He'll just push it right back to the near side corner. Darnell Nurse on top of this one. Feeds near side. Another takeaway by Alex Killorn. And he leaves it deep once again. To the point they'll go. Carlson bouncing one to the front. Pushed away by Murphy. And out to center ice comes Leon Draisaitl. Feeds right wing side. Give and go with Kapanen. Draisaitl sends it to the front. Kapanen to the goal. He scores. It's Kapanen with his 5th of this series. And it's a 2-goal game early in the 3rd period.
Kasperi Kapanen is, well, that line got switched around. So Kasperi Kapanen, he joined Leon Draisaitl and Vasily Podkolzin. And look what transpired because of that switch and that spark. So that is something that we need to continue to monitor.
Well, the shot banked off of bodies in front. It was going well wide of the net. Kapanen gets some bounces to go his way. It's a 2-goal game from Honda Center in game number 6. 4-2, Anaheim ahead. Savoy dumps this one in. Dickinson to chase into the end boards. He's hit there by the Ducks defense. Tyson Hines battling against the pair. Savoy fishes this one out. Sweeps it back behind the net to the near side. Ellison onto it first. Puts it out to center ice. Slowed by Emberson. And going to hand off to the near side. Pops it right up to Cutter Gauthier. He breaks in right wing side. Has a man in front. Sends it to the cage. Poehling can't finish it off. Just couldn't get it on net as it sent just wide of Ingram.
What a pass from Cutter Gauthier. We all know him as a shot first type of player, and boy, he reached out under duress here on the near side. He corralled that puck. It was a 45-footer to the back door, and Ryan Poehling, usually he's harder in that area. It was a tough angle, but it did go right through his twig on the far side.
Here's Connor McDavid, negated by Trouba, who bounces him off the bench boards. Ekholm has it now in his own end. To Bouchard, stripped to the puck by Ian Moore. It's loose. Tim Washi knifes it into the zone. He's tied up though, lost his stick as they stretch it ahead for Connor McDavid. Tucks it in around Lacombe. Back is Troy Terry. Skates this one behind his own net, drops it off to the corner as the Oilers are changing. There on that left wing circle. It's run ahead by Leo Carlson. Finds Terry, breaks in left side, chip to the net. Carlson will find it behind the cage as it just skipped wide. Kapanen finds it far side. He won't get credited with the goal. It went off the backside of Podkolzin, who sends us ahead for Draisaitl, left wing side, looking for Podkolzin. Pass intercepted by Minchikov. Sends it out to center. Right wing side, Terry just forces it down the right wing boards in deep as the Ducks make a couple of changes. Podkolzin near side for Leon Draisaitl, who has a point in every single game now as he picks up the secondary helper on that goal. Here in this series, the center ice still sits where Ryan Poehling just guides it deep. Move around the near side boards. Killorn stationed on the wall. Gonna put it back down the wall. Deep for Granlund. Finds Poehling. Shot attempt. Goes off the stick of Nurse and wide of the net. Ducks hold in deep. Once more from the point. It's Lacombe pushing it behind the cage. Podkolzin takes the pass from his defense. And he looks to skate this one ahead to center ice. Spin one back here. They're making changes. Wallman will take over. Almost 4 minutes off the clock here in the 3rd period. 4-2 Anaheim. On the near side boards put towards the Ducks zone. They play it behind their own net. Here's Jackson Lacombe looking for a passing option. Got it out to center. VL kicks it down. Gives across the neutral zone. Moore puts it deep. It'll be Ingram out to play it. Shovels it to the far side corner. Washi crashing in. Loose along the circles. Kicked it into the middle. It's Colton Dock wedging it right back to the far side boards. And now settled by the Oilers.
Well, it's been so back and forth in fast hockey. I've been meaning to get this point in for the last shift and a half or so, but the Edmonton Oilers, I think they dodged 2 penalties that should have been called against them. First, it was a slash on the top of the stick of Tim Washi. I mean, clear cut, his stick goes out of his hands, and I think that's still the twig right to the left of the Oilers players' bench from their vantage point facing the ice. And also a ruthless hack on the hands of Leo Carlson here near side offensive zone corner. So it's getting nasty out there.
Draws to the right. Lukáš Dostal after the puck was deflected out of play in the Ducks zone. Face-off will be to the right of him. Tim Washi back in on the face-off dot. Leader amongst all rookies in face-off percentages postseason, and he wins one back to Trouba. Rims it off the near side. Bouchard able to kick it back in along the near side circles. The battle will go. Trouba finds it in the corner, and he'll sky this one to center ice. Collected by Ekholm at his line. Going to get it out to the neutral zone. Ian Moore picks one off, and he's going to rifle this in off the near side glass. Ducks will change. 5 minutes off the clock here in the third period. Ducks lead 4-2. Trying to close out the Edmonton Oilers. Dostal rims this one on the far side. Knocked down by Beckett. Seneca, he'll scoop it ahead. Drops to the near side glass. No icing on the play as Killorn finds this one. Walks it down the right corner. Just killing time. Wedged off by Ekholm on the play. And Bouchard pushes it ahead. It'll be Savoy dumping in. Dickinson to chase. Back is John Carlson. They can skip this one to the near side. Carlson to it. Seneca slows down. Hoists it ahead to neutral ice. Murphy leaves this one along his own blue line. Back is Dickinson to pick it up. As Murphy looks ahead, he's got a goal here tonight. As he holds by his circles. Ahead down the ice. On to Dostal. He'll play it himself. Lift it up. It's a glove down by Leo Carlson. It's Kreider now trying to pitchfork it across the neutral zone. And it's poked back to Darnell Nurse.
Yeah, that just wasn't the right play. You got to take the plays that are available to you. And Chris Kreider tried to force that one. It wasn't even along the ice. It was in the air, intercepted by the Oil.
Here comes Leon Draisaitl. Busts into the zone, hands off right side for Podkolzin. Now it's Draisaitl again, centers, and it's out of the reach of Wallman. Comes to the line, he can recover. Keeps it down low, here's a one-time shot, save, rebound, Dostal denies Campen on the doorstep. Draisaitl back to the biscuit, out to the point, Emberson's try, wide of the net, skips to the front. Ian Moore settles it, but cannot clear. It'll go off a stick, furthered out to center by Washi. Wallman holds it center red. They look for a man on the right side, and Draisaitl gets it in. Jams the brakes at the circle, taken away by Lacombe, and softly fed to center by VL.
Yeah, it was a joint effort, both Lacombe and VL going right at Draisaitl on the far side. It's going to be awarded to Vasily Podkolzin, the Oil's second goal, assisted by Kasperi Kapanen and Leon Draisaitl.
There's a steal by Killorn. In the offensive zone to leave it for Carlson. Seneca takes it into the near side corner. Keeps it down low. Granlund will take over. He's muscled to the ice. Able to still play this one along the near boards, but Hyman picks that play off and drops it off from McDavid. Breaks in left side. Trying to send it across the zone for Rosovic to touch down low. Now Hyman battling. Got it to the circles. There's Seneca. Couldn't get it away from Connor McDavid. The follow-up by Killorn. He'll get it to center red and sweep it into the zone.
And all the fans here all game long have been so intuitive with each and every play. They are cheering for each and every quality stick on puck from the good guys. Each back check, as Jackson Lacombe just had an extraordinary back check on the game's best player. That's Connor McDavid.
Rimmed around by the Ducks. This one's going to go for icing with 12:14 left in the third period. And the Ducks holding a 4-2 lead. And you have McDavid and Draisaitl. That's that lethal combination. Split up now, trying to spread things around. McDavid leads all active players in points when facing elimination with 25. Draisaitl closing in behind him after picking up the helper. He's got 22 points in 17 career elimination games in the playoffs. And he's on the faceoff. He wins it back to Darnell Nurse. He's lofted the far corner for possession. Kapanen out to the point. They'll leave it left side for Darnell Nurse. Looking for a redirect in front. Now it's poked away by Mason McTavish. Kept in, though, by Kapanen. Jackson Lacombe intercepts in the corner. This one trickles into the middle of the ice. Cutter Gauthier picks it up. Gains center red, and he'll float this one towards the net. Or it's gloved down by the goaltender Ingram, and he must play it. 11:45 to play, third period. 4-2 Ducks. Murphy brings it out in front of his goaltender. He'll skate this ahead to center red. And then shovel it to the near side corner. John Carlson sweeps it near side to Chris Kreider. Bounces it along the line. Knocked down by Leo Carlson. 2-on-1 with Terry. Carlson right circle. Shoots it high. And that'll ricochet off the glass and stay in play. Right back to Carlson for John Carlson. Right circle. He'll weave behind the net. Hands over to Troy Terry. At the left circle. Up top Minchikov. It's Kreider now. Bottom of the right wing circle. Holds. Waits. Just gives down low. It's Troy Terry once more. To the top, they'll find John Carlson. And again, Terry, watched by Kapanen. Long shift for that group. It's Carlson at the point right side. Minchikov, just keep this low. He does so. Ducks changing behind the play. Terry has this tied up on the end wall. Carlson trying to dig this out. Szymanski forces it far side. Ducks will head back as VL chases Nurse behind the cage. Full fresh 5 on the ice for the Ducks. As Nurse gets the center and dumps this one in, but behind the red line. And that's going to be an icing whistle against Edmonton with 10:41 to play.
How fun is this? Now, the job's not done. That's for certain. And the worst lead in hockey, you guessed it, the 2-goal lead. So the Anaheim Ducks must be careful. Text your excitement, what the Anaheim Ducks need to do to close out this game. So on and so forth. 714-439-8422 in the third period. Face-off wins. Anaheim 3, Edmonton 1. Shots on goal. Anaheim 1, Edmonton 4. So Oil start to come along.
Draw to the right of Ingram. Granlund, Killorn, Seneca, Hines, Hellison here for the offensive zone face-off, but it's won by the Oilers. It's Bonkolzin giving to center off of Savoy and in deep. Hines drops it off near corner for Drew Hellison. Ahead to center, played by Seneca off his blade into the far corner. It's an icing call this time against the Ducks. And on back into the Anaheim zone for a draw.
And the Anaheim Ducks, and we all just heard that shots on goal total, right? It is currently in favor of the Edmonton Oilers here in the third period. So the Anaheim Ducks, even though they've been playing great, they got to watch out.
Draw to the right of Dostal, Draisaitl. Got a little help to win this one back from Hyman, but the whistle sounds. We're going to redo this one on the encroachment. Granlund against Draisaitl. Granlund was third in faceoff wins in the regular season for the Anaheim Ducks. Big one to the right of his goaltender. Ties up Draisaitl. Leaks behind the net. Here's Hines. Just scoops this one ahead. Out to neutral ice. It'll bounce next to Wallman. No icing as the Ducks make changes. Sent to center ice. VL intercepts a pass and sweeps it all the way back down. And this will be another icing call against Anaheim with 10:11 to go. 4-2 the lead. And they'll load it up here. Throw out McDavid, Draisaitl, and Hyman, along with Bouchard and Jake Wallman. It's the Ducks' fourth line that has defended them so well all series.
Well, Jeffrey Viel, I think he's got to be the team leader for the Ducks in forced clears and maybe even ice. So he's got to hold the puck a little bit longer.
On the faceoff, another win for Washi. Trouba trying to lift this one up to the line. Glove down and chopped out to center by Ian Moore. Wallman takes over at his own circle. Sets up Leon Draisaitl. Scoop it up. End of his shift here, but he'll keep playing to center ice. Try to feed it across the neutral zone. Now hand off to Savoy, who sidesteps the check, got it in deep. Ducks played off the glass to center ice, or it's settled by Nugent Hopkins. 9 minutes to go in this hockey game. Ducks lead 4-2. Skipped off a stick to the near side corner. Colton Dock wrapped up by Minchikov. Nugent Hopkins trying to fish this off the end boards. This is juggled, thrown down. That's played by a hand pass as Colton Dock from Nugent Hopkins will force this face-off out to neutral ice with 8:49 to go in the third period. Ducks lead 4-2 with the Oilers on the brink in Game 6. Back after this. You're listening Ducks by a pair. Drawing closer. The Edmonton Oilers early, just 1 minute and 13 seconds in. Podkolzin gets the goal. One that bounces off him, a shot wide by Kasperi Kapanen. Bounced in, no chance for Dostal. But the Ducks playing good defensive hockey here and smart hockey. A lot of red line gains and throwing the puck in deep. As the face-off from neutral ice. Sent into the Ducks zone. Dostal slows it, hands off to John Carlson. Another soft one up off the glass to center. Podkolzin, nice pass to Kapanen. Long range try wide. End boards out to the front. Kicked away by Dostal. Loose to the corner. Podkolzin drops it off in the cycle. Kapanen gets it to the left point. It's Darnell Nurse in his 100th Stanley Cup playoff game. Sends one towards the cage wide. It's picked up on the backhand by Draisaitl. Now a drive from Murphy. And that one's cut off in front as Ian Moore can knife this one down the ice off the stick of Murphy. And icing on the play. Sorry.
Yeah, no, Murphy and VL are going at it now. Tim Washy and Kapanen, who's been a consistent troublemaker for the opposition. He was going at it right in front of the Ducks players bench.
Lifted into the Duck zone by Bouchard. Little D-to-D pass. It's Jackson Lacombe. Scoops it towards center. Glove down by Bouchard. Loose out at the red line. Swept towards the bench boards. Hyman able to find Nugent Hopkins. Hit by Trouba. Takes the puck away from him too. And wedges it to center. And he blasted back in by Wallman. Trickles to the far side. Nugent Hopkins finds in the circles. Poked away on that pass by Leo Carlson. Terry able to guide this one along the boards. Lost it here. Can find Trouba, though, in the near side circle. Plays it off the near wall. And it's scooped to center by Kreider to the bench boards.
That far side D on the defensive zone exit was so clutch. There was Troy Terry, far side, top of the circle. He went near side to Jacob Trouba, who's been an absolute menace on this last shift.
Second in ice time as the Ducks Lacombe knocked down behind the net, but able to slide this ahead from one knee to Killorn. Crowd disapproves. Sent back in by Nurse. Minchikov will wrap up Dickinson. It's on the end wall inside Ducks ice behind Dostal. 6:45 to play in regulation. 4-2. Ducks with the lead. On the end wall still. Force now loose. Trouba. Long shift for him. It's golfed ahead by Seneca. Killorn gains center red. He'll charge it down the right wing wall and leave it to the corner. Wraps up back home. Just smart plays by the veteran who has seen 4 Stanley Cup finals, the Tampa Bay Lightning, and these are the moments why he was signed off seasons ago. Carlson will lift it back in from center. It's John Carlson in deep. Paling digs this one out, turns, walks into the front, shot save, rebound, scampering around the crease is Ingram. He finds the loose biscuit and covers up. Crowd brought to their feet. 6:09 left, and we will take a timeout. Ducks up 4-2. Time winding down from Honda Center in Game 6. Back after this. You're listening to Duck Stream, powered by TuneIn.
Hockey's not just
drags us in left wing side. They'll slow things down, feed it into the near side corner and change. Short shifts for these Ducks.
Yeah, I was surprised that Alex Killorn did not kick it out near side to Cutter Gauthier. He was wide open and potentially could have got an in-tight breakaway out of it.
Kept thrown the other way by Edmonton. Wallman leaves it near side corner. There's Ian Moore, flips it ahead to center ice. 2-on-1 the other way. VL dancing in the offense zone. Feeds Lacombe, who jumps in. Back to VL. Backhand shot. Stick the side to Ingham. And it's onto the corner and fed quickly to center. Just out of the reach of McDavid, but he got a piece of it. No icing as it's sent all the way down the ice. Moved by Trouba to the near side boards. Bodied by the shoulder of Rosovic in behind the cage. McDavid fanned on a play. Granlund takes it, lifts it out to the neutral zone. Bouncing puck. Seneca juggles this one to the offensive zone, but he's stripped by the defense of Edmonton, and Rosovic feeds it ahead. McDavid in left wing side. Jams the break, and he'll feed it behind the cage. Bouchard right side. Closing it up, 4.5 to go. A look for McDavid. Good rate to poke it away on the stick of Kreider. Forced it to the corner and then pokes it to center. Now Seneca trickles one ahead. He may have a break. Jumps over the goaltender. Sliding out is Ingram to take away the play.
Wow. How about that effort from Beckett? Seneca almost chipping it over Ingram. That was unbelievable.
Swept by the Oilers at the near side point. There's nobody home. And it's all the way back to Oilers ice. 4:05 remains in this hockey game. Bounce to center once more. Savoy sets up Nugent Hopkins, walks it in, scripted the puck, gives it Savoy. His shot! That caught some iron, and it trickles to the near side corner boards and off the glass and out. Dostal may have got a piece of it, but he'll send us into our final timeout with 3:57 to go. The Ducks have the Oilers at the precipice of elimination, up 4-2. Back after this, you're listening to Duckstream. Ducks lead 4-2. The Edmonton Oilers, two-time defending Western Conference champion, on the brink of elimination as the young Anaheim Ducks, under 4 minutes away from advancing to the second round of the Stanley Cup playoffs for the first time since 2017. Pressure time now as the goaltender comes off for the Oilers. Empty net to our right. 6-on-5. And a 2-goal game from Honda Center. A sold-out pond in Orange Country. Draws to the right of Lukáš Dostal. Draisaitl on the face-off against Tim Washy. Muscles him to the ice. They win it back to Evan Bouchard. Skips this one behind the cage. McDavid holds this one on the end boards. Finds Draisaitl quickly out to the right point. Bouncing Buck Ekholm. Stashes it back down low. Cut off by Trouba. Leaves it near side. Golfing at it is Ian Moore. It's McDavid swinging it behind the net for Draisaitl. On the right wing wall, Leon Draisaitl to the point. Bouchard now on the left side. McDavid at the face-off circle. Trying to throw it to the front. Patted aside. Dostal loose on the end wall. They'll rim it off the near side glass and down. Time will trickle as it will take a Ducks roll. Icing washed out. Bouchard picks it up at the face-off circle. Clock continues to tick. Draisaitl ahead with fresh bodies on for Anaheim. Steers it into the zone. Dostal snaps it on the far side boards. Cut off by McDavid. Wedge ahead and off a stick and into the Ducks bench. Bouchard's the last touch on it. It'll be a neutral zone face-off with 3:05 to play.
Well, just going off of Alexis's great point in the difference in body language. Even with 3:05 remaining, you could just see the excitement, letting the officials know. I was keeping my eye on Alex Killorn there. He jumped up and let the officials know that that deflected into the players' bench by the Oil, and they're all on it.
Goaltender back to the ice for the Oilers. A neutral zone face-off. If they can get it in, they'll take it right back off as Wallman gets it into the zone. Drills it around the horn to the far side. Chopped at by Lacombe. 6-on-5 with the net empty. They hold at the right point. Bouchard down low. Draisaitl feeds one off his skate. Comes through Wallman. He keeps in. Trying to go right back to Draisaitl. To the point. Bouchard steps into a shot. It's blocked. Chipped to the line, but not out. Kept in by Wallman. McDavid couldn't spin it to the front. It's intercepted by Terry. Rattles it off the glass to the point. Poked ahead to center ice. Leo Carlson looks at the empty net. He scores! Empty net tally for Leo Carlson. It's 5-2 Ducks.
That might be the dagger. Your Anaheim Ducks scored 5 goals tonight. That means free chicken Zennies. Download the Chick-fil-A app and open the reward section before leaving Honda Center for your free chicken sandwich. Location services must be turned on to receive the reward. Make sure to attend Ducks games all season long for your chance at free chicken. Visit www.anaheimducks.com for details. Attaboy, Leo.
Leo Carlson with a 3-point night. Troy Terry the same. Under 2.5 to go in Game 6. Bouncing around at center ice. The Oilers, they got to score and score quickly. Rosovic gets it into the zone, right side. Walton, throw it to the cage. That's gobbled up by Dostal. He holds on with 2:09 to play.
And Leo Carlson and Phil Hewitt, he is relaying the same message that I'm about to relay. Leo Carlson, the empty net goal scorer, making it 5-2. Good guys. Troy Terry, the first assist. Chris Kreider. I mean, how about the three of their games? They are getting the hot hands at the right time.
Face off to the left of Dostal. Goaltender comes off again. Here's VL lifting this one ahead to center ice. It'll bounce around. Poked to the line by Ian Moore. It'll just go wide of the net. He chases it down. Follows his shot to the corner. McDavid hit by Wash. He played it to Ekholm. Ahead to center ice. It's Nugent Hopkins in. Left wing side drags. Fires. Dostal comes up with the save. He'll hold on. A little tap to the goaltender. Ekholm cruising by. Dostal gives it right back to him. And this draws a crowd near side. Now to the corner, but the Ducks with a 5-2 lead, 1:48 to play.
Well, how about the dangles from the Nuge there? That was a disgusting backhand toe drag on Jacob Trouba. Now, you would like to see Jacob Trouba, if he does miss that poke check and overall stick-up puck effort, you'd like to see him follow through with the shoulder. Now, that doesn't mean he could obviously stick the leg out or create any contact with the lower extremities, or else that would have been deemed knee, tripping, you name it. But you'd like to see him just try to recover with the shoulder as he was beat clean. I mean, if Nugent Hopkins, if he would have pulled that around and kept on it, he would have had an in-tight breakaway on the near side.
A sold-out Honda Center crowd on its feet as Leon Draisaitl kicked out of the face-off circle. A bull rush onto Mikhail Granlund as he entered the draw early. McDavid forced to take the face-off now to the right of Dostal. Collected by the Oilers. Bouchard shot. Off a stick wide to the far corner. Ekholm gives down low. McDavid right back out in front here. Draisaitl whistling one wide. Closing in on 90 seconds to play. Bouchard, tight quarters, able to leave it left wing side. Fed to the front by McDavid just through the goal mouth. Nobody get a stick on it. Failing, trying to clear far side. It comes to him from Lacombe. Back out to center on a backhander. As Killorn, the stick broken as he made the play. Did get it to center. Sent back in by Edmonton. Net empty to our right. Skip to the line. Kept in by Bouchard. He'll send one to the net. Glove save. Dostal with 71 seconds to play.
Lukas Dostal tracking the pucks well. Still late in this game. I mean, he's just been so dialed since opening puck drop. Here's your +3 skaters for the good guys. Trouba, Kreider, Terry, Carlson, Lacombe. How do you do, boys?
5-2. Ducks with the lead. 1:11 left. Net empty to our right. Edmonton looking for a miracle. Ducks win the draw. It's more from the near side corner. Waits. Just sends it to center for Jeffrey Viel. How fitting that this group is out here once more to close things out in the final minute of play. McDavid skating this one to center. Ducks lead 5-2. It's dropped into the Anaheim zone. John Carlson pokes it near side. Cutter Gauthier got it to center ice. Moved by Paling, but kicked around at center ice. Back onto the tape of Paling. Just wide of the net. Put it in deep. 40 seconds to go. Evan Bouchard charges ahead to center ice. Lost this one along the boards. Ducks make a change as Wallman shoots this one in. 30 seconds of play. It's Menchikov up the far wall. Chipped to the line and out by McTavish. 22 seconds left. Wallman back at his own circles. He'll go D to D. And they can sense the impending ending of this run. With 10 seconds to go, Ducks ahead 5-2. You can shut down this pipeline. There's no